Oh na 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 na, na na. Oh na 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 na, yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wani, anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa, anina Equatorian. Beled wahid, anina Equatorian. Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah. Kanita minyambio, kanita mintori, weleta minjuba, yeah. Anina Equatorian. Teresia samagesi manina. Yeah. We strong, we stand together. Kanina gulu wahi, Equatoria biraba. Yabirwa pijama, asan belet na biraba. So give us pen and give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us Ibanabule. Oh no, oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa, anina Equatorian. Beled wahid, anina Equatorian. Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah. Kanita zande, kanita mai, au kukuye. Anina Equatorian. Kelene na hibo nefusina. Kebilia kede maferiganina. Salam wa sahaba, behaja berino, hasan belet na biraba, arif mabisaido. So give us pen and give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us Ibanabule. Oh no, oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa, anina Equatorian. Beled wahid, anina Equatorian. Anina Equatorian.
Nina kulu sawa jama. So my pelfanan ngala. I love my people and I'm the voice.
Acholi ya buga ya baka, Equatoria balanda bare. Kaku wakili kukuku, lambo lumoya. Asante tokosa mundo, nyangara morobe mali. Mundare, nyambara, otumu pari makotulo. Lubara bunga ya lobe, lodo dezinari.
Mondo,
Nare,
anna kulu nasi sawa. Mafi hata bigesi manena, siasa mabigesi manena. Anina wahi.
just give me a second. Didi, if you don't mind, go ahead, take over while I adjust this. I apologize, guys, in Facebook. I was talking and I was muted over there in Facebook. So if you don't mind, Didi, go ahead, take over for a minute until I just adjust my microphone here, and then I'll be with you guys. And thank you. Go ahead, Miss Didi.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Oh, sorry, let me mute my computer, guys. Sorry. Sorry, guys, I was following from Facebook as well. So my computer was on, so it was echoing. I just wanted to say hello to everybody on Facebook and Clubhouse. Greetings to you all. Welcome and glad to see you here. Our topic today is going to be based on, these alliances that we have done during, the SPLM and this war that South Sudan has fought. And our question is here, we're going to be talking about does these alliances with some Equatorians legitimize
continuous occupation and genocide on Equatorian citizens? Or the question is, does this questionable alliance in the midst of the political struggles legitimize the land occupation in Equatoria? Does that really give people rights to say that? Why my computer's not meeting?
Didi, look at your inbox, please. Your messenger, just to you read. I send you the headline of the topic. Remember, just read that one, and then I will come in after that. Thank you. Greetings, guys, in Facebook. Just hold on with us, okay, until we get uh, done over here. Thank you.
Alliances of some Equatorians legitimize a continuous occupation and genocide on Equatorian citizens. Thus, the questionable alliances in the midst of the political struggle legitimize the land occupation in Equatoria. That's a question mark here too. That's second question. And are all the Equatorians in an agreement for these questionable alliances? This is question 3. I don't know why I keep hearing myself. Looking around, I can't see the. So that's question number 3. Could this be described as a forced relationship? That's number 5. If somebody's writing these questions down, could these alliances strengthen on expanding the demographic change in Equatoria along with the with the genocide war against us, greater Equatorians? That's question number 6. Plus, why force fake relationship? Sorry, why fake forced relations when clearly we are not related and will never be? These are the questions. This is, I think, number 7. These are the questions that we've been questioning ourselves, and we thought that we come out and also we ask Equatorians these questions and also project it to other people, that ask yourself these questions. In the face of the tyranny and hegemony that we're facing in Equatoria, the bullying that we're facing in Clubhouse and in Facebook and down there, how our people are being bullied for their lands, the genocide that is happening in Equatoria. What saddens me is the language that I hear people we used to blame that is the Dinka is the one only speaking. Today it's not only Dinka who's speaking this language. I hear a lot of people speaking these languages, and also people who are like calling themselves opposition parties. They're speaking the same language. There is no difference nowadays in South Sudan, and this is why in the beginning I changed my profile right now into Equatoria. But usually when we come out, because we're working for Equatoria, a new dream, we're not working backwards. We're looking for towards the future. That's why you see us always carrying the the Equatorian map, to fulfill the dream that um, we're working towards. To mature it, you have to have it in your mind. You have to think it. You have to carry it through. So earlier I had something different that says, do not trust them. You know, they're all liars. They had nothing in mind but tribal, and they're just liars. All liars like their fathers. You know, they have nothing really better to offer. If you look at everybody that comes, that they are the rescue plan, or if you see them that they're the savior for South Sudan, to change the situation that is happening in South Sudan. Have you ever seen their or heard their policies or how they're going to go about? Or they come in, they do the same behavior of this domination. They dominate the conversation, they harass you, even they belittle you, and as legitimate people who are coming to bring.
Sorry about that.
Those people who are doing these things, you know, the same people who were running the game before, the same people who are really working with the regime over there. So you see this, and then they put themselves as the better option, and then they want to tell us, that it should be their way, not the way of us, especially Equatorians, or your way. If you are not an Equatorian, it's not going to be your way. It's going to be their way, what they want. They come out with program on top of you. So what's the difference between when you say that you got someone who's a regime that is oppressive over you, but then you got an opposition that is oppressive to over you, and this is just on the air. Imagine if they hit their feet on the ground. At least my cuts are clear. I'm clear. I'm not happy with the situation that is happening. I'm not happy with what has been done to me. I'm not happy with the land occupation. But my cuts are clear. My motives are clear. I don't want my people to be killed. I don't want my people to be homeless. I don't have any secret agenda against you. I don't want to dominate you. I don't want to kill you. I don't want to fight you. But my agenda is clear. I want my home free of occupation. I want genocide upon my people to stop. I want everybody to return back home. That's all I want. I want to free my people, free my land. But what about the other people? Question yourself very well. Ask yourself very well. That's why often when I used to speak, I used to say nobody should trust anyone. So I was just covering up, and I hope Odysseus, if you're ready. Welcome, CJ. I just wanted to welcome you. I was just introducing the topic, and I hope Odysseus is ready, and I hope you're ready too. So
Yes, I'm ready. Hold on. Okay, just a second. Uh, yes, I'm ready. You hear me, guys? All right. Thank you so much, Miss Didi. Welcome, Mr. CJ, and welcome to the others who are here. I know Didi have read the topic that we're going to discuss, and what we're going to start is first. Let me give you our greetings as usual. Equatorial Salvation Council Diaspora. Greetings to you guys, my fellow Equatorian brothers and sisters. As we know, this is not an easy task for all of us here who are working, either behind the scene or in front um, in the media, like public relation. We're speaking out for the voices of Equatorian to be heard. And we know our voices are getting there to the internationals and to our local people and even to our enemies. Our enemies are also watching. And I say greetings to them too because, let me tell you, even our enemies will be interested to hear. So when you see enemies, they're not going to be far away. They want to know what exactly are you saying, so they can put all their thoughts on it and try to react upon it. But regardless of that, we're not worried because our mission is bigger than worrying about what our enemies are going to do. So I'll give my greetings to you guys. Let me start with greetings to you all, our beloved great Equatorians, brothers and sisters, and also our friends. Just a second. And members, audiences, and also our gracious and great Equatorian family, and not to forget also our enemies or our confused foes and troubled foes who cannot fathom great Equatoria call for sovereignty. All in all, we shall build, like I always believe, and we always believe in that our Equatoria shall be built not through the hands and might of warlords or tribal anarchists, greed for power, but it shall be through genuine righteous idea of well-built utopian nation. And we believe our desired nation of Great Equatoria shall be a nation that shall trust not in any form of tribal anarchy, but in the form of law and order, which shall be supported by the unbreakable golden rods of true freedom and equality for all. Again, our beloved Great Equatorian, Equatorial Salvation Council in Diaspora would like to say, to take this moment and to salute you all, and also to reflect with pride and honor to all our fellow great Equatorians, revolutionary brothers, sisters, home and abroad, and in particular those who are suffering in the hardship, and those who are living in the camps, and those who are injured, those who are being abused and homeless at this moment, and those who have families have lost. Some people lost their families. We salute you and we greet you with love and compassion for our people, and we say we are with you as long as wherever you are, remember your brothers over here in diaspora, always thinking about you and always trying their best to find a way and a solution to end this conflict as soon as possible. I know the task is big, but nothing is big when the will, you know, is there. We will surely overcome our tragedy and we will become victorious in God's name. I say this with great honor to all our great Equatorian revolutionary brothers and sisters, home and abroad, we salute you. In the name of justice, accountability, and equal right, we salute you in the name of greater Equatorial nationalism. We salute you in the name of greater Equatorial unity, the true unity of our people's struggle. And we salute you in the name of hope and brighter future for our suffering people. And we also salute you in the spirit of true, genuine love, bond that ties us all together with one another as great Equatorians. We must remember the sacred bond we share with each other as great Equatorian people. The great Equatorial unity is not solely focused on a baseless slogan of unfounded and fragile unity. The great Equatorial unity must be noted it wasn't born out of political or geographical necessities. Our passion for each other, to lift up and protect each other, it is what made us as great Equatorians. But now, of course, as we all know, under this
All right. I think in the clubhouse, your voice kept disappearing.
oh, unfortunately, oh yeah, sorry. Um, okay. I hope you, if okay, I'll try my best.
Yeah,
But
it comes and goes in the clubhouse. Just if you
okay,
could try that
I
again.
have a problem. Yeah.
Mm. Or
Well,
unless you disconnect the
yeah, I'm
mm,
just I can't disconnect it, but if they can hear me, that'll be great. But can you hear me right now over there clearly?
yes, I can hear you from here, but yeah, in on Facebook it's perfectly no problem. But just in the clubhouse, yeah, it cuts
Hmm.
sometimes. So yeah, you try it once more. So
Oh yes. Okay. Then Didi, you open the mic over there. Let them. Can you open the
yeah,
mic over here? Yeah. Thank you.
yeah, my mic is open. Yeah, I just heard your voice over here in
Okay.
clubhouse.
Cool.
So,
Cool.
yeah.
Yeah, so again, I'll say the Great Equatorian Unity is not solely focused on a baseless slogan or unfounded fragile unity. The Great Equatorian Unity must be noted It wasn't born out of political or geographical necessities. Our passion for each other to lift up and protect each other, it is what made us who we are as great Equatorians. But now, of course, under this chaotic time that we are facing and we are going through, we are in those who are wise with us, among us who are working hard to find a better solution for Equatoria and see the essential need for our unity under what have made us as great Equatorians. Again, our great Equatorians, let us remember that Great Equatoria is neither a region nor a piece of land, but it is an immortal idea, an immortal spirit that was left to us by our immortal ancestors. If any foreigner think that they can just define Great Equatoria as a region of many inhabitant tribes alone, we believe they have done us injustice. Because Great Equatoria is who we are. We are more than just the tribes. You know, the pure connection that ties us as Equatorian communities is because the spiritual bond which we share deeply is rooted through our ancestral blood, which is flowing through our veins, and we shall share it to truth that binds us as a great Equatorian people forever. Thus, the great Equatorians are not just native inhabitants of the Equatorian region, is still we prove to all our foes that we are one people, one power against many aggressive adversaries. But if it foreign or domestic who seek our disintegration, disunity, let them know that great Equatoria will rise and stand against those who are trying to disunite us and disintegrate us from our unity that our ancestors have left to us. Our fellow great Equatorian and non-Equatorians, again, I want to say thank you for joining us and taking this opportunity to be with us at this moment and to watch us from Facebook or in Clubhouse. We will start our topic as always. And, thank you, Mr. Yana. Yes, is here. But for the people in Clubhouse, they were not able to listen to me, but that's why. But thank you so much for telling me you can hear me clearly. I appreciate it. So the topic, as let me read it here again. Earlier, Didi have read it, and I'm going to read in Arabic too. Let me start with Arabic. هل تحالفات بعض الاستوائيين تشرع استمرار الاحتلال والإبادة الجماعية لمواطني خط الاستوائية الكبرى؟ هل تلك التحالفات المشكوك فيها التحالفات السياسية المشكوك فيها في خدم الصراع السياسي شرعت احتلال الأراضي؟ هل جميع الاستوائيين في اتفاق في هذا التحالفات المشكوك فيها؟ وهل يمكن وصف هذه بأنها علاقات قسرية؟ هل يمكن تتعزز هذه التحالفات عن التوسع في التوسع والتغيير الديمغرافي في الاستوائية جنبا إلى جنب مع حرب الإبادة الجماعية ضدنا نحن سكان الاستوائية الكبرى؟ بالإضافة لماذا نرفض علاقات وهمية؟ لماذا نحن نرفض علاقات وهمية إن كنا في نفس الوقت لسنا مرتبطين مع هؤلاء الناس الذين ليسوا يتبعوننا من استوائية. For I will read it in English. Sorry, my interpretation is not correct here, but try to understand it. Does the alliance of some Equatorian let me read it again. I just messed it up here. Just give me a second. Okay. That's the alliance of some Equatorians with non-Equatorian legitimized occupation and genocides in Equatorial citizens. Let's start with this first, and then we go to the next one, which says, does those questionable alliance in the midst of the political struggle legitimize land occupation? What do you think, Ms. Didi, in your opinion? I can add one thing before you go ahead. I feel like the idea of alliance at this moment. Let's define alliance, in dictionary. So alliance is something that we can put it here. Just give me a second so you can hear me, because I know over there in Clubhouse they cannot hear me clearly because I'm away from it. So just bear with me, please. Okay. You hear me, Didi, right? Okay. So alliance
Yeah,
is union. Okay, cool. Alliances is union. Of course, this is the definition of it. التحالف. تحالف بمعنى يعني في reason. I mean, maybe CJ better me in Arabic than me on that. It's a union, association formed in mutual benefits, especially between countries, organizations, or etc. etc. A defensive alliance between teams to go against other team. So it's always a relationship based on affinity and interest, and it's natural and it's quality. So these are the things that we know. It's a union, association formed on a mutual benefit. But when we talk about alliance within South Sudan between Equatorians and the non-Equatorians, let's be honest. What are we benefiting in those alliances? Because even the point that we came up and said, Equatorians is better for us to be off, I mean, exit or opt out from this unity, it'd be better than being part of this unholy unity that is now causing us more destruction in our society, more land occupation, more genocidal war on our people. Our women are being abused, raped, murdered. Our children been taken away. Men have been even abused, more worse, as the same as women. So everybody in our land is vulnerable. And this is because we allied ourselves in the idea that we are South Sudanese. This is the first thing. Now again, we are before that we even allied ourselves with SPLM. Our people, naively, few of them who actually joined the SPLM, and we all know the history, what SPLM did. SPLM was enemy against Equatorian, and we all agree that SPLM was created because of Kokora, and that was the reason why SPLM was striving to gain the power, you know, to challenge Equatorians because of what happened in Kokora. And they never forgot it. But Equatorians so easily, because they have a good intention and good heart, they forgot. Because they said, if something happened in the past, we're not going to live in the past. But what happened with these guys over there in SPLM? They say, no, we'll not forget it. So they start striking Equatorians when they went to the bush. The first war, when John Garang went out there, he was targeting the people that they hate. Dinka start looking at Equatorians, starting from Mundari and going forward, and then going to the other people who are in Upper Nile, Bahar Ghazal. Regardless of that, the conflict in Upper Nile, Bahar Ghazal completely differs with us in Equatoria. Equatoria today are living the what do you call the wrath of the Dinkas. And I say this why? Because Dinkas, they have always thought Kokora was something that against them, a genocidal attack against them. And they felt like this is their way to, they have to rise up and do something against Equatorians. And they did it. And then Equatorian naively joined the SPLM uh, without questioning, without looking at the motive behind, and the intention of what SPLM did. Because John Garang, even himself, he switched later his language from anti-Equatorians, anti-Kokora, and to say like, yeah, we are all for the Sudan, the new Sudan. He even deceived the North, because even that thing made the North believe that South will never divide. But if you look at the older ones, they looked at the division of South from North, which is the Anyanya. Anyanya actually believed in protecting all the South Sudanese tribes by saying, let's come together and unite under the idea that we are Africans, we can fight the Arabs. And so that was the first good will and good intention coming from Equatorian, a good gesture, a good hand gesture coming from Equatorian, but never happened from the Upper Nile or Bahar Ghazal toward Equatorian. Up to our time, today we see it, and I'll tell you why. And you can go back in that history and you see that Anyanya was really dedicated to the idea that South Sudanese people have to have their own nation so they can build a better society. But they did not understood that there were some sinister characters within the country, and some of those leaders like Abelaliar and others who did not feel Equatorian need to lead them. Instead, they want to go and, assimilate themselves within Equatoria and dominate Equatoria by any means necessary. And that's what they did. And during that Kokora happened, of course, it happened in process, in progress. It didn't happen immediately. Once the power was given to Abeliar, everything was changed. And that was the first betrayal. And that was all about what? That was all in the circle of unity, in the circle of alliance, in the circle of that we are one people. And the idea that we are one people was people who never even understood the meaning of alliance. So again, SPLM used Equatorians, played the alliance game with them, and then later when we became a nation, what happened? SPLM showed the true color, the true intention that John Garang have built, and today we see a Dinka domination. And when you say this, some Dinka say it's offensive, it's wrong. Why you say that? I'm like, hey, you are the one who are benefiting. You are the one who are in the power. You are the one who are actually, thriving and controlling and maneuvering everything in the country. Even the land occupation that's happening in our territories is because of Dinka. Most of them are the one who are acting as an aggressor on us. And that's all in the name of alliance and unity. Then come over again in the opposition side. When Ayo started their fight, the Ayo also started doing the same thing, using Equatorian by lying to them, say, we're going to make sure federalism will be brought to you guys, and you guys will have good, and everything will be good, and unity will be all right. So a lot of Equatorians allied themselves with Ayo, and they got betrayed. Again, Equatorians did not learn the mistake of alliance. They went again into the next chapter, which is called Sawa, when they were actually, NAS leader, Cirillo, and I have to be frank, he went and joined Sawa as an alliance. And then later he got betrayed. When the time comes in the RCS, whatever the revitalized peace agreement, all the people who are in there betrayed him and left him alone. Again, now we have this new group, and you could see a new group have left and some still there. And those group who left are now with, what's his name? The guy, I forgot his name. Hold on. Paul Molong and Baganamum. All these guys are in there. They cut themselves from an Equatorian, and they even accused him by saying that he's anti-Dinka. There was an article came out that was saying that, like they trying to demonize an Equatorian man, one man. Imagine if there was like majority Equatorian within Soma, what would have been done? One man. And imagine today, if you look at the power of this alliance, only Equatorian are the one who are bleeding, only the one Equatorian are the one who's in the field, while the others talking about alliance, you don't see them. The only alliance they have only political. And I could tell you, if anybody understand how Fox think, the Fox, they think you will be very, very worried as an Equatorian to be in an alliance where you are not in that level of power, in particular, the political power. There is one thing could be changed, but unfortunately, some of our brothers could not understand it. But I'll try to define it here. Alliance must always be, like they said, mutual benefit on both sides. But when one person is taking advantage of my power, my strength, and my capability, and I'm naively thinking he's my friend, that will be my downfall. Any person in this earth, in our 21st century, today world are evolving into a new critical thinking ideas, where people will see things and analyze it before they act on it. What I'm talking about here, there is nothing holier in this unity anymore. The only thing that can benefit is those foxes who knows how to dwell within places of the meek. You know what I mean? Like the meek, because right now, Equatorian, we are the meek ones. We are so naive by our meekness because we always think of the others before we think of ourselves. I'm not saying you have to be selfish. I'm saying you have to be realistic. Realistic in what side? When your people are dying in the ground, when your people are not even respected in the political arena, not even acknowledged, forget respect, acknowledged in the political arena or in the nation as people of their own individualism. But I mean, Equatorian are a separate entity from the other two regions. Equatoria has the right, that's why we say, has the right even to decide for themselves to be a nation. There is nothing here to hold us hostage. But some of us are naively enough, they cannot see that. They want to mingle themselves with the chaos without understanding that chaos cannot get you anywhere. Go back to the incident of what happened in Sawa. Sawa, they took advantage of Cirillo, because if you understand Sawa, you understand Soma. And I'm not attacking them. I'm just being frank. This is eye-opening to all our Equatorian people. I know the truth hurts and people don't like what we say, but we say it anyway, because we are focused on Equatoria. We Equatorian nationalists. We're not going to hear sweet talk anyone. We're not here to make you happy. We're not here to make you angry. If you're angry, that's your problem. If you hate me, that's your problem. I will not hate you. You can hate me until kingdom come. I will not hate you because it's not my problem here. My problem is I want to see my people's, the suffering ends. So for Equatorians, let's understand this. First, they did that to us in Ayo. Ayo issues between SPLM was clear. It was a tribal issue. And then they used it as a political issue to cover up, the embarrassment, because they feel like it will be perceived as those people are not capable to lead because they're primitive in mindset to think of their tribe more than to think of the nation welfare. Well, Salva Kiir committed atrocity against Nuer. That's for sure. He committed genocide. And then the Ayo also did not stop their people from revenge. They did the revenge the same. So this thing is all, everybody have watched it. Bor was burned, Malakal was burned, Juba was destroyed. They killed civilians of Nuer in Juba by thousands. That was a genocide, total genocide. Up to date, Dinka will not accept this is genocide. It's almost like, remind me like the Turks, the Ottoman Turk, when they killed the Armenians and they denounced, they say, oh, there's no genocide. Until recently, when President, I think Biden is the one who acknowledged that, yes, this is genocide, and Turkey was upset because that was a crime against humanity. When you kill thousands of people, even few numbers of people, that's according genocide. Of course, there's a definition to it, but genocide is you kill a mass number of people and they are defenseless and they have no any weapon to defend themselves. That's called genocide. Innocent people who have been murdered. That was not people carrying arms. That was not people you can call them what do you call them? You cannot call them militia or they're trying to make a coup. So this thing happened, and then the same thing was returned back by Ayo, the White Army, committing also atrocities against other people within Upper Nile areas. And this also can be considered genocide. Let's be honest with ourselves. Okay, Equatorians here are the victims in all this because Equatorian naively, with our weak leaders, and I have to call them weak leaders because those leaders did not assess the situation carefully, and they just jumped on the bus, the first bus they see. And the first bus came up was Ayo. They jumped in, they say, let's make alliance with Ayo, let's go and fight this regime, without even putting themselves away from the issue that has nothing to do with us. Because that would have been their great power if they stood aside and watched until two of them or one of them will come and say, you know what, we need some resolution to this. Then Equatoria will come up and decide what type of resolution would be. But unfortunately, they just jump up on the first ship they see or the first bus they see, and they went down and the bus went to crash. It crashed back to Juba. Right now, that's why they call it Peace Vitalized Agreement. Those things happen for one reason, because we have always forgotten to learn the lessons we have been taught many times and times again. Our alliance is always in a weak basis. But those people, when they ally themselves with us, they ally themselves with intention and purpose. They have a reason why they want to ally themselves with us. But we don't see that. We always think like, oh, who Junubi is okay. We forget that they don't see you like that. Even they have denounced us that we are part of that country. They call us, we're coming for Uganda. Well, okay, we have land in Uganda, but that land that you call it Equatoria, Great Equatoria, those from Juba up to wherever those areas, East, West, and Central, those belong to Equatoria. Does not belong to anybody from Upper Nile or Bahar Gaza. This belong to us. We, the native of that land, and we will take it by any means necessary, because nobody can stop us. Nobody can take it from us. And this is the greatest thing that gives us all the power here. We don't even know how strategic and how powerful our people, our region is. Every time you see by itself the map of Equatoria, you know how strategic it is. Every time you see the people of Equatoria, you know how important are we. But we never see that because we are so immersed with the idea we are South Sudanese, we're trying to be polite. Yes, be polite, but do not be foolish. Politeness must not make you fool or meek. I mean, be meek, but don't be an ignorant. Don't be naive, because meekness does not give you that power to be naive. You're supposed to be wise. Be meek like the dove, and be wise like the serpent. The serpent is very wise. Even that thing is written in the Bible for people who knows when Jesus told his disciples And I don't want to talk here, I'm preaching or anything, but Jesus told his disciples when he sent them out, say, be humble and meek like the dove, and be very wise like the serpent or the snake, because the snake is the wisest of all these creatures. If it wasn't wise, if it wasn't that smart, it wouldn't have brought us into the earth. Remember, it's the same character, the same creature that brought humanity to the ground. Now we are suffering because of a snake. But that's how it is. It's very smart and dangerous. But he said, be meek. Don't have the heart of a snake, but be kind and be wise like the snake, because the snake always know his surrounding. He does not act without, understanding the area that it goes through. So let me get back to my point here. Those IOs have used Equatorian and played the card of federalism, because every day they hear Equatorian talk about federalism, federalism, federalism. So federalism became a song in our mouths that everybody knew about it. And everybody in Upper Nile didn't like it, the word federalism, because they always think about Equatoria would separate. And you could see how strategic and important our area is. And the more they are looking at that kind of way, the more it even now proved that Equatoria have given them the chance and they failed to acknowledge it. So now Equatoria is going to take that decision that they are always afraid of, which is separation. But when these things happen, Equatorians ignored the past and they went with Riek Machar. Riek Machar, the same guy who have also never been a man of his own word. He always switch, flip flop. One day he's with the North, he goes back to Khartoum, then come back again, join the militia, and even he caused chaos among his people by letting a conflict to escalate into tribal. And yes, he acknowledged that he made a mistake when he came to South Sudan to be a vice president, but does not mean he actually corrected his mistake. He apologized, but he never corrected it. What he did, he continued committing the corruption, the mistakes after time and time. So Equatorian was betrayed by Riek Machar. And in the same time, we were even used within Juba, where our territories began to get taken away from us. And because of our weak leaders, I don't call them meek, weak leaders who were sitting there as puppets, getting paid, doing nothing, they have sat there, seeing their lands taken slowly, step by step, until it reached to now land occupation. It was land grabbing. Now we are evolved to land occupation. This is a pure land occupation now is happening within Greater Equatoria. But before that, they did that because they saw minerals. And yet they talk about the minerals in Upper Nile belong to the tribes over there. They never talk about this as a national treasure. Yet now when they see Equatoria with their resources, now they want to say this national treasure belonged to the people, it belonged to the country, it belonged to the government. Even the land of Equatoria belonged to the government. Imagine the audacity. But yet over there, it belonged to Dinka, it belonged to Nuer, it belonged to Shul, it belonged to this, but it doesn't belong to the whole country. But our lands belong to everyone. This is exactly what they have spoken to us. Again, coming to later after 2016 incident, we see SAWA was formed. SAWA was formed. There was many prominent, famous, well-known politicians joined, and then Cirillo was out there also. Later became, of course, he didn't exit in 2016, but I'm saying after the incident of 2016, just to clarify it for people who want to say, I made a mistake on when Cirillo got out. It's not important that when he got out or he stepped out of Juba, but what I'm saying is the time after the incident of 2016, where Riek almost got killed, that's when a new opposition rose up, stronger than IO, and then it was SAWA. And SAWA have formed this strong alliance, and they came up with a manifesto and all that. Then suddenly, when the agreements were worked in Khartoum, everybody went there. Then suddenly we see SAWA have collapsed. And what happened? We see Cirillo has been left behind. And that was the beginning of it. And yet, we'll see him. And up to this moment, Cirillo is now the most popular. Up to this moment, he's the most popular person within Equatoria. Yes, he talks about nationalism, but I just want to make every Equatorian understand this, that our national heroes must also listen to the people, regardless you like it or not. Our people have been always used. So they used him and they left him behind. They left him behind without any explanation. They went back there, everybody signed a peace paper and say, we are making peace, going to progress, and people in. They left him around. Suddenly, Cirillo still continue fighting alone. Now we see people say they're allying with him. But where are those people in the ground? Okay, politically, I see they are the same the invitation to what happened in Sawa, because Sawa, most of them are politicians sitting with him, while Cirillo is the only military guy with his military force standing in their ground, and it's a strong force that can be, challenging to the regime. But what about the others? Even now today, we hear, uh, before we used to hear like people in Upper Nile, like the Kid Guang and Aguelec. Now they made a peace treaty. So where are they now? Equatorians are the only one fighting in the ground. Let's just ask ourselves: this is the alliance that we're looking for. If we have an alliance, it have to be equally militarily and equally politically. It cannot be two. It cannot be one and a half. It cannot be one leg short than the other, because this alliance cannot go forward. And I could see it, because even now people on the alliances are most focused on negotiation with the regime. They're not focused on to go and discuss the topics that really need to be discussed, or to tackle the issues that need to be tackled. That means to remove the regime. Now one group in the ground is fighting. We have Kenyelo Borong over there. He belonged to NAS. We know that. But what are we doing? How long our young men is going to just waste it in this ground? For how long are we going to see our people getting chased from their houses? Is this the way we wanted it? I know some people will not like what we say, but is this the way we want our people to die? Is it enough for us? For how many years our young men will be wasted? These people have future. They can go to university, they can go to schools, they can be the next, Bill Gates, or next engineers, next whatever you want to call him. They can make a lot of impact in the nation, but we are wasting them either in camps, either in war, or either in famine, or either in some nonsense that is happening. And you could see even the young ones within Juba who are suffering alcoholism, prostitution, bad things happening. People are just destroyed. Some people committing suicide. All these for what? How long we see our young people, our women, children, and the old and the young dying prematurely when they have the right to stand up. So those unity that we're talking about, though, alliances, because alliance also resembles unity. It's equal to unity, because once you have an alliance, that you are united for a cause, for a benefit. But are we really in equal alliances and equal unity? Because those unity need to be questioned. So I will stop here for the moment, but I want us to kind of like reflect and think about what I'm saying, because we cannot see our people be used all the time. And we cannot have unity based on, you hear me, Didi?
I can hear you, but it's just that you disappeared from Clubhouse. You're only here,
Oh,
but I'm
okay.
just putting the voice over there. I think it'll be okay if you come in.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm here. I appreciate it. Yes, I'm back. So what I'm saying is that we have a lot of things going on, and unfortunately, I know some of our Equatorian brothers and sisters, they have these issues, especially those who are living in the circle, or in the bubble of political parties and acknowledgement. Like those people, I don't know what to call them. It's really sad, because most of them, they live outside. If they live back home, I don't think they will ever look for a political party. Instead, they will look for somebody to come and save them, because these guys are so much uh, intermingled with the idea that if we join, because this is the same people who join IO. And I'll be honest with you, majority of the people now who are in Soma used to be part of IO, and I'll bet you on that. Majority of them either IO or either SPLM in the past, because none of them actually, I can have confidence on them that they actually spoke for the people. And I'll be honest with you why. Because these guys never even acknowledged the mistakes from the beginning when SPLM was committing it. Instead, some of them either joined it. They joined it without even question, they didn't even feel embarrassed to do it. They went in there and embraced the SPLM. Even up to this moment, you could hear them even praising John Garang as if John Garang was a hero. The man is a villain. The man is a monster. The man have committed crime against humanity. The only time now he is facing his real judge there is God himself. Because this man, he was going to be prosecuted according to his evil. And I'm telling you, he's not going to heaven. Anybody think John Garang is going to heaven? Well, that's a dream. Because the man have committed crime against humanity, against even his friends. This man even recruited children, for God's sake. Children who were supposed to go to schools, he took them by force, kidnapping them, doing things that God will not even accept or forgive. And yet the man now, some people still call him hero. And I'll be shocked when I hear some of the oppositions calling him hero. And even some of the people, I know the others who are diehard John Garang believers, they will say he's a hero, he had a vision. I don't think his vision only is held to us, because what happened, today South Sudan is living his vision. That's the true vision of John Garang. It's so hellish and destructive to the point that we Equatorians need to really wake up and take a decision and get out of this unholy union. Because if we are evolving ourselves with a failed organization like SPLM, IO, or any other who are still embracing the legacy and the power of John Garang, who have left only chaos, then good luck with that. So I will leave it for now. But these are the things that Equatorians need to ask themselves. And I wish our brothers who are living still in the bubble of political parties, who are not getting anywhere for many years, they will be out there. If they cannot learn from the first mistake happened to them in Sawa, I wonder if they will ever learn the next mistake is coming, or the one that already have happened. Because this is really shameful. Just don't look at us, the one we speak, but look at the people on the ground, those who are suffering, those who are bleeding, those young men who are there carrying, small arm weapons, believing that they'll be making a change. Yes, they don't have schools, they don't have education, they are poor. They come from a family, where they lost something. They lost their families. Somebody lost their brothers. I've even seen some pictures, graphic picture of people, young men who have been butchered, burned. Some of them are amputees now. They cannot walk anymore. Some of them have been disfigured. Some of them have burns and scars in their bodies for life. And those are young men, their crime just because they're Equatorian and they're poor and they're illiterate. They don't have any schools, and they are vulnerable by wolves who are taking advantage of them. I want every Equatorian who are focusing on the idea of political party, let them have a conscience and be man enough to say enough is enough, and let's take a real decision. Let's make a right decision and save our people. Every day we are hearing reports of our people getting killed, chased away, murdered, raped. Isn't that shameful? And yet we say, oh, we have this, it's power. We have this, it's Gua. How long are we going to say we are Gua and we can't even make any impact in our territories? We can't even take Juba in one day. How long? What is power to us if we can't use it? And they say power, respect power. What is that power? Power is negotiation. I'll be ashamed if this is how we call ourselves oppositions. I don't believe in opposition. I believe in revolution. Opposition are always going to oppose everything comes to them. Even if it's true, it will go against them. And then they find out at the end, they even oppose the judgment day, or whatever they call the end of the world, because opposition will live in that nightmare. They will not even know what is right and what is wrong. That's why you could see them confused. But for us Equatorian nationalists, we are one thing for us only. We want our land, our people, and our freedom. We want to see our young men get a chance in their life, to get a family, because some young men never even got married. They're dead. They've been buried in the ground for some political ideals that doesn't even have any ground in Equatoria. Some of them have been injured, disfigured because of this political ideal. And some of us out here in the West want to sit down, carry paper, talk about, oh yeah, we are this group, we are this political party, we believe in it. How many years are you going to believe in it? Because some people down there, they don't have time anymore. They're desperate. Those people are now there. They are so broken, you don't even imagine. They want something to be solid and real, not something to be told about slogans and political language, and somebody want to be smart and the other want to look like they can talk better in politics. We don't care. We want to see our people safe. If this alliance cannot get us anywhere, let's focus on Equatoria. And I call it bluntly, Mr. Cirillo, it's time for you to think carefully and make your decision right, because Equatorians need action, not discussion, not negotiation. The land of Greater Equatoria right now is burning, is under genocide. People are dying. There's no hope. Only one thing: use your soldiers right and take Juba, and let the people of Equatoria decide, instead wasting your time in a table that where you see alliance broken just for a piece of paper. You have seen it before. You have seen it in the time when Sawa was with you. You have seen it when John Garang had betrayed Equatorians, when Salva Kiir had betrayed Equatorian in Juba, when you were there. You have seen it when Ayo betrayed Equatorians. How long are we going to be treated that way? And you guys are calling yourself leaders, then act like leaders. Don't sit down and wonder what need to be done, and don't listen to opinion of people who are just coming around you only to gain popularity and notoriety based on because of your history as a commander in the past. Because some people would join you not because they actually believe in what you're doing. They're just joining you just because they want to be known that they have done something, that they've been part of this organization, just to jump on your back, and tomorrow they will be, oh yeah, I was in this organization. And now that's why you see people always changing their alliance so quick. You see them running around, going to the next group and say, oh yeah, I was with this guy, now I left because I no longer believe in him. He doesn't even have this idea about revolution. That's why you see all of them. You have seen even your colleague have left you. What's his name? I forgot his name. His name is Laco or something. He went out there and he's tried to create his own political party, and there's many more. Even there's soldiers. Why are we doing this? Equatorians are better than that. We don't have to be like the others who are always looking for their bellies. We're looking for a solution, not to feed our bellies. Let's feed our brothers first, and then we can eat later, if that's what you want. So my brothers and sisters, really, we need action. Our people are dying, as I say. The international community are watching. Don't say they don't. They understand everything. But it only takes from us an action. We Equatorians are more stronger to make it happen. That time comes now for Equatorian to take the right decision. There is this alliance, it doesn't make anything, only wasting time and taking more life of our Equatorians. How many years, how many days we're going to hear every time in the news? Yesterday, they burned Lobonok, they burned KGKG, they killed and raped people in other territories in East, West, Central. And how long? East, West, and Central, how long is going to be burning? And then when over there in Upper Nile, they kill each other, they will make it as big news as if almost like Taliban came and bombed that area, or Iran came and destroyed them, or Russia came and bombed them. It's not us. It's them by themselves killing themselves because they don't understand the meaning of coming together and be one people. How can you be among a people who cannot even understand the meaning of civility, the meaning of human right, the meaning of we are brothers, we are one people? They will call themselves a cousin today. Tomorrow they will fight and kill each other like they are enemies of they have never known each other forever. This is what they call themselves, cousin, brother, and then tomorrow they kill each other. Are you willing to stay around people like that? If they can do that to themselves, do you think their alliance with them is going to be even not jeopardized soon? I'm just trying to put this question to your mind to understand it. I'm not trying to create fear or doubt here. I'm trying to create the reality to you. The reality says to you, time is ticking against you. How long you're going to be in diaspora? How long are people going to be in camp? It's too much. I don't want to go far. I want to give a chance to Ms. Didi, and then later I'll come back and talk about other things. So the main question is the alliance, as we all know. And Ms. Didi, Mr. CJ, I don't know what's your thoughts in this, but yeah, please go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
I think you're echoing over there. You're echoing.
You gotta mute yourself in the Facebook.
Yeah, I am mute over here on the Facebook. So I was just letting you know that if CJ can take over. I don't know if you have heard me.
Good, good. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr.
Go ahead,
CJ.
Mr.
Unmute yourself,
Unmute
please.
yourself. Unmute.
Sorry, guys, I have issues.
Yeah, CJ is ready. I think.
Didi, I think maybe your computer needed to turn it down a little bit because I hear echo from your side. Because I turn off everything here. The only thing is on is the computer with me and the mic. So I don't know.
Okay. Can you hear me from here? I muted myself over here on my computer, and
Cool.
I even put the volume down. So let's try it. CJ, I think is ready. His microphone is open. Thank you.
Mr. CJ, you need to hold on. Let me turn this on. Sorry, guys. Sometime. Mr. CJ.
Mr. C.
Oh shoot. Hello. Yeah, Mr. CJ, please can you take whatever microphone out of your cell phone because I cannot hear you. Because this is the many times I've seen that every time you put your mic, it's not going to work. So please try it. It'd be great. Hello, Mr. CJ. Take your mic out and then use it. Oh, that moment. All right, Didi, go ahead until CJ figure out what's going on. So because I also have time limit, I want to make sure I don't stay here longer. Yeah, now I hear you. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for the opportunity. Hello, Didi.
There's an echo. There's an echo. There's an echo in your. I don't know what are you putting in your device. You need to remove it out because it's like a what do you call a static kind of fee. I don't know how to describe. Okay, Didi, go ahead, please. Well, CJ figure out his issues with the phone.
Echoing. I was listening to myself earlier as I talked.
And it was creating confusion. Thank you for your for what you have talked and what you have said, and welcome CJ if you're coming when you come back. And I just wanted to thank you guys over here and the Facebook as well. So what I wanted to say here is it's true indeed. Like it's really sad, with watching Equatorians acting as if like they're confused, especially when I say Equatoria. I mean, Equatorians, I'm talking about some individual Equatorians who are acting very confused. They don't even know like the state of the condition that we are going through right now in Equatoria. The purpose of alliance is, in reality, when you alliance with somebody, it's like to secure each person to secure themselves. You're going in alliance, you're fighting this battle in knowing that you're saving yourself and you're saving, your regions, and each then go back to their region and carry on with the programming or carry on with the planning or carry on with anything that you have long to do. But here in the alliances with South Sudan that we have seen over the decades, you have stated it very well, like since the history of what do you call it, the Sawa, the Nadafa, and the rest, and even we can stretch it furthermore back to the 50s, to this I mean the 83 and stuff like that, you can see that certain people, they have no loyalty. Loyalty in them is not there. The grips of planning, it's not there. Action in them is not there. Or a proper planning, even for the a constructive planning for their regions, it's not there. These people have no dream, have no plan, to live in their places. All they want is already built place, and then they like to piggy, what do you call it? Is it a piggy ride, or they like to hop on somebody's back? If you're fighting for something, they will jump on your back, carry me as well. But then while you carry them, they want to be on top of your head. They want to be the voice talking over your head. I want this to be like this. I want it should be like that. It should be like this. But in reality, they don't have any plan. We have seen here for many years, many opposition, some opposition, they have plans for South Sudan. But the only plans that they were talking about before was what we call the root causes and like for example, even Juba there, لأن مشينا في جوبا ده لأن عملنا كده. لكن the saddest thing that really saddens me, that these people cannot even begin to envision themselves in Upper Nile or in Bahr al Ghazal. They lost the sensitivity of envisioning themselves in their home, the brightness of their own home, because they've gotten used to submission. They have gotten used to being a refugee in Sudan. They have gotten used to living under the Arab. That's why they could not envision themselves. If they envision themselves right now as South Sudanese, they envision themselves as Equatorians. So they talk about Equatoria right now. I had wanted so badly to see in these alliances that is happening, somebody to envision themselves from their region to talk about. For example, in Malakal, for example, in what do you call it? In what's the Bahr al Ghazal capital city supposed to be? If anybody know,
Wow. It's called Wow.
I don't know. Is it? What is the capital city? Bahr al Ghazal is it?
Malakal, yes.
That's Upper Nile, and then there's Bahr al Ghazal.
Oh, wow, Bahr al Ghazal, wow.
Wow, yeah. I've never seen them envision themselves as like, in wow, this is what we're gonna do, or in Malakal, this is what we're gonna do. You don't hear them saying these things. When you hear them talking about the vision for South Sudan, they're only talking about Equatoria, Juba, Equatoria. That's all they do, and this is really saddening me, because Equatorians are sitting and they are listening, and they are very submissive to hearing all these lies that these people are talking. You ask yourself this question, ya Jama. Nazalo kanu andam plan min zaman. Why they don't do this plan in their home? Right now, I want the opposition to come up, those opposition to come up. Some of them who are saying that they are alliance. Okay. I want them to say that these are the plans that we wanted to do. These are the plans that we wanted to carry on. Go and stabilize Upper Nile. Go and stabilize Bahr al Ghazal. This is how you solve the issue. As the Nasser fighting down in Equatoria, let them go and fight from Upper Nile. Let them go and fight from Bahr al Ghazal. But they will never do that, of course, because they have no agenda. They have no plan. There are people who are swinging from left to right all the time. You have seen them. And then you got some tribes, like in Bahr al Ghazal or in Upper Nile, who are fighting, Like, for example, you see the Nuer are fighting, the Murle are fighting, but they are the middle ground here, people. What are they doing? This is the question. What is the middle ground people doing? They're sitting up here talking, just big mouth talking. But they are not found down there. They're not found even empowering their people. Like go down there and show your presence in these alliances. They're not doing that. But then they wanted to sit here and they wanted to divide Equatorians. They wanted to beat Equatorians with their words, and they wanted to challenge you. We know that we have our enemies now. We're fighting is the Kir plus the Gen Council plus the Dinka. We know that they are occupying our land. But it does not stop there, period. We have the Upper Nile and the Bahr al Ghazal behaving the same. They're having the same behavior. They have no plan for tomorrow. I've seen the Nuer having their own plan for tomorrow. They're thinking about, for example, if we decided to opt out, We separate ourselves up. They have a generation that is thinking for separation. I've seen them sat down even with their general, talking in language. I don't know what they're saying. I don't know. This is politics, you know. In politics, you don't always sit in one side. So I don't know. But at least they've got something they're drawing down on the plan, something that they want to, they want to work on and improve themselves. But the middle ground people, what is your plan A? What is your plan B? In plan A, you're not found. In plan B, you're not found. What is your plan? You can't just ride on somebody's back for the rest of your life. You cannot ride on Equatoria for the rest of your life. Equatoria cannot be, the home that have always been, receiving people, hosting people while their people are in the camp. It's really shameful today for me to hear that, especially some of the opposition parties today. They came out only to wage war, to only intimidate South Sudanese, to only abuse them, to only belittle them, but with no plans. And yet, for me to hear that their plans is Juba, if they go there to Juba, if they go there to Equatoria, and he dare not to speak about Malakal, or he dare not to speak about, what do you call it, that Bahar Ghazal capital city. I challenge these people to begin to work on their people, really. This is my challenge to them. And especially in this topic that we're talking about, the alliances. Does that mean that, my land has to be occupied? Does that has to mean that, people have to run shows and say that, Wallahi, Equatoria, they must be separate? When you sign the CPA, it means that, you're a South Sudanese and give me the right to live in Equatoria. Defia to Dola, defia to Dunia. Girl, you sign a CPA with people, and then people leave their homeland. And then they occupied one region just because you signed a CPA with them. So they've got the right to live in your region, all of them. They've got the right to occupy Equatoria. They have the right to strengthen the regime. The presence of every, the people from Bahar al-Ghazal, the presence of people from Upper Nile is really actually creating the absolute genocide of Equatorians, is absolutely creating the land occupation in Equatoria and the displacement of the people of Equatoria, because they came over to take over, because they are not doing their jobs in their places, and they are not interested to do their jobs in their places. And this is the question coming to Equatorian, really, to you who's an Equatorian. Are you still lining up hearing these people? This question goes to you and goes to you people back home. Are you still lining up hearing these people? Because we got some Equatorians who they are just like the lost sheep. At the hearing of any altar word, they believe it. But why would I believe somebody that has never even talked about his home? Somebody that his entire home is in the refugee camp. If you talk about this opposition people who are talking about that they're the leaders, starting from Lamakol to Ajawin to Edward to Munu, all these people, their people are in the refugee camp. Their king is a refugee in Khartoum. And now they're talking to us, telling us that I will occupy Equatoria. Equatoria will never separate. This is what is happening. The reality that Equatorians do not want to speak in this line because Equatorians are afraid. Some Equatorians are afraid. And what hurts me the most, this has been said, and the people who are allies with these people, they are comfortable. They are sitting there hearing these people saying these words. They are very, very comfortable. How could you be an alliance with me and you come up and say that Equatoria, they might be separate, I have the right? Somebody will step in and say that you signed the CPA with me, that legitimized me to occupy the Equatoria. Another one will come up and say, I have houses in Equatoria, not a house, but houses in Equatoria. So why do we expect our people to return back home too? In reality, if our people are returning home, where are they returning home to? The people in Juba, that the capital city has been stretched even to the villages. If the rest of the people who are in exile from Juba, if they return back home, where are they going to live? The people of what do you call it? Of Madiland. Now you got East Equatoria is getting attacked. Central Equatoria has gone down. Equatoria have nothing left. And you still stand here and you say you wanted to ally with the same people who are occupying your land. It's almost like you're saying that you're fighting with somebody, but you're shooting your feet. You're shooting your feet, but then you're saying that you're aiming it towards your enemy. Why must we lie to ourselves? Why should you be afraid from a man like you? In question, if we ask this question, okay, these people who say that, for example, the real SPLM or something, what do they have in common with the Soma? Why would they be working together when they have become enemies in Rome? They have divided in Rome. If this is not another, what is this word? I just forgot this word. If it's not another family affair that is running, people are just doing the same thing that we are crying that the Dinkas are doing. This is the same example. People just deceiving you that they are different political organization, but you see the same relatives want to run people, want to rule people, and want to tell me that they have the right to say whatever they want to say towards Equatorians. Want to bring me somebody from the north to insult Equatorians, that Equatorians are cockroaches. This is somebody that is of a political figure. And coming up, bring someone from the north to insult Equatorians, that, Equatorians are cockroaches in our own home. Upon the blood of our people that has been slain. There are people that are in the grave. Are people that are just carcasses out there. Some of them are not even buried. This is the reality that the Equatorians today are living through. And must we even be afraid of Kalamnas? Kalam Takashim Sakit, are you going to be afraid of Equatorians? Al-Wahid bas bidugak bekashim, and then you get afraid. Wahid comes along my program store. Very stupid program, very stupid speeches, and rolling it over you. And Equatorians be submit, be call them on the lords. Ye address them with titles that they don't even have. Today, if we begin to address people with title or addressing people as like such ambassadors and munmunu, what about the people who are occupying these offices? What about them? What do you call them really? Kandama ignorance, South Sudanese really. Gali ignorance is bliss really. Then if we begin to call people such titles, that means they're still part of the government. They're still working for the government. So why are they opposition? Because you can't have such titles if you don't have hands over there. These are for the people who are there working with the regime. The only thing that I will not see eye to eye with these people, because these people are liars like their fathers to begin with. You see what happened in the 80s when we went down for decentralization. These people have gone home. They have never gone home. Have they? Most of them have run to Khartoum and lived in Khartoum with their fathers, with their leaders, with their kings. They have never thought of developing their place. They've never even fought in their places to secure their homes. And they are not doing it right now. If you see some of their people who have said that they were fighting for their land, what have they done? They returned with their guns all the way to Kir. These are enablers, these people. They are confusers, these people. They are in just to confuse the game. But at the end of the day, they are the same people. The same birds of the same feathers. They fly together and they will forever fly together. They're just in to confuse you. My message to Equatorians back home is not to buy these lies. Ask yourself, people at home. Equatorians asa nefuskun kwais. Al-Gema nasal bigishulita konfogo. They keep fire. Keep fire. Juba has become a stumbling block for all Equatorians. Keep fire. This has been done upon us. Keep fire. And has become a gateway of all Equatorians has been occupied. The whole of Equatoria. Come on again, the same mistake. The same mistake I see Nas is doing. The same mistake. How could you ally yourself with Nas al-Aslan Mendo plan? And Nas al-Mas Saboto Nufusum from the beginning. And up to now, Equatoria, like Etika, what you say, Equatoria is bleeding so badly. But yet it's still, they're stiff-necked. NAS is still looking at it like there's nothing. Equatoria is the one only suffering, and then they're still forcing our people to fight. And these are people who are living abroad, forcing our people to fight. Our young children, our young brothers. Just in the name of the alliance, our people of Equatoria are fighting for the entire South Sudan, ya Jama. We are losing our brothers back home so badly. We are losing our children. We're losing our young brothers and sisters. We are losing our people, our fathers, our mothers, our grandfathers, and our grandmothers. But yet still, Equatorians must fight. This is really breaking my heart down and creating really so much raw sorrow and a deeper wound in my heart that you just don't know how to heal it. And some people will be accountable for my people that have gone down to the grave, just for the ego of alliance, for the ego of intermarriages. You want to sacrifice all Equatorians down. I've never seen the better use, in reality, I've never seen the better use of Nas Al-Kanu, Galu Huma ya commanders, the Equatorians, who can be just there. I've never seen them benefit the Equatorian in any way or the other. You've never seen this knowledge they translated down into Equatoria. Never. Some of them died with it like dogs, kept it to themselves. Some of them have never empowered the Equatorians until they died. Some of them, their mouth were closed. The things that happen in the bush, they never want to share. And until today, those who are alive, they continue to sacrifice the Equatorians, and they just never want to talk. Everybody is just affiliating themselves by, I want to be leader, but not worried about what is happening to us today. This is what is happening right now. Everybody either want to be close to the leader, either want to carry the leader's photo around. It's just become like a worship of a leader, but not the ideology, not the freedom that we are fighting for. And then we forget ourselves. We put yourself under the losers of the Upper Nile, the betrayers, the enablers of Upper Nile, the snakes of Upper Nile, who are nobody in their places. Dinka are ruling them in their places. But in Equatoria see them as men. In their places, it's all empty. If you go to Upper Nile, all these people are in the camp. And then who dare are they to come here and speak the languages that they're speaking? Who dare are they to come here just because of the alliances that we have to legitimize the occupation of the land of Equatoria and telling me that you will never separate yourself? Who dare are they? I will challenge them that if you're a man and you wanna talk about changing in South Sudan, turn around and started making the change in Upper Nile and in Bahar al-Ghazal. That's what I want to see. And this is what every South Sudanese should start thinking. Think about your home. Start liberating yourself from your own home. Forget about Equatoria. Forget about your thoughts of Equatoria. Forget about running over there to enable Equatoria. Stop being a blocker. Stop being an enabler. Stop being an agent of Satan. Stop being hateful towards Equatorians. Bel agul kida sahi. You said you have the same issue in your place. Do you then run to Equatoria and create the same issue that you said you have over there in Equatoria? نفس حاجة أنت كنت تجرد من فوق من هناك. أنت جارح في Equatoria هنا. You come and occupy lands. You come and kill people. You come and insult Equatorians. ما تقول لي ياك بالليل لما أنا حايم ناس بيسبيكوا تندينك ولا منو. قول لي ياك في ملكال. قول لي ياك في بقولوا شنو ده كان نسيت هاسي في capital city تا Upper Nile. قول لي ياك اديني مسألة ما محلك محل أبوك محل أمك اديني له مسألة محل ذاك. Stop talking to me about Equatoria. We're already advocating and talking our issues of Equatoria. I do not see why the reason the people from Upper Nile and Bahar al-Ghazal want to talk about Equatoria, want to fight for Equatoria, while we, the people of Equatoria, are fighting for our land already. We want to be free. And we want to free ourselves. إحنا ما دار ناس تانيين يجوا في راسنا بكرة to tell us that we free you, we fought for you, we die in this land. Go and die in your motherland. The root cause is to be kalam umada, go talk it over there. alliances or intermarriages might be calling us, girl, you forget your hinan. You harbor yourself somewhere, living very comfortably, sacrificing the children of Equatoria. Watching people over there from Bahr al Ghazal and from Upper Nile taking lands over in Equatoria silently. So when you get rid of the Dinka, then you got another group of Upper Nile you're fighting. You got another group of Bahr al Ghazal you're fighting. So this thing is going to be layer upon a layer that you're going to peel forever peeling, just layer upon a layer. So yeah, Jama, miten Equatoria be build of freedom. Miten Equatoria be continue with their plans of advancing Equatoria. How could we even advance ourselves when you have another enabler here, another burden here? I feel like for me is enough. I can't take this anymore. I don't want to lie. I'm not a coward. I'm a woman, but I'm not a coward. My relatives, my fathers have worked in this Equatoria so hard and have helped to build it. They have worked hard. They have built it so much. What is right now that is being seen as the capital city, most of them have worked so hard. I'm never going to be a coward. I'm never going to be submitting. I'm a woman. I'm not a man, but I'll never submit to any man that is a coward, could not even stabilize his own place. And Gal, you know, the only example he will talk about is Juba, is Equatoria. Any man there be Gal, he want to create a revolution, let him go face Kir in his own home. Matogod to Jirulebe, King Hagwa Kunkulla kon be leaders Haga Kunkulla kon refugee, he come. You want to come and, gotta be a man here upon Equatoria. When over there, Kir is rapping every man. All the Dinkas are rapping every man. Yala teji hina to stand here, girl. You want to pull a trouser upon me? You want to bring Zolta North, you insult me? Girl, I'm a cockroach. What kind of opposition party is this? What kind of opposition party is this? I will just leave it here for you, CJ, so that I don't take very long. But I just want Equatorians people to wake up, not to agree upon these things that is happening, these alliances that is happening in Equatoria. It has never been fair, whether with SPLA, whether with this movement that is happening, has never been fair on Equatorians. It has been these alliances have been burden on Equatorians. They have been so much burden. Zemana guta yomdaka na guta lo haside. If NASA JCE wale kan NASA kire, if they have to open their mouths, finas fadia biam sukum. Finas min Upper Nile and Bahar al Ghazal de fadia biam sukum. Huma bigder bitok tani mara. Nobody's playing game in between anymore. As long as we are alive is still in this earth, nobody's playing a game. Equatoria will never be a comfortable zone. Very soon, Equatoria will become a terror for people. Will never be a place whereby people will live. Let Equatoria be like a Somalia. Let Equatoria be like any other place. As long as we are alive here, very soon Equatoria de wahid bijuru min dulu. Min dulu sakit de. From your own shadow, you'll be running very, very soon. I am now an angry person, and I will remain an angry person for the blood of my people who has been shed. My people who died for no good reason. The people of Upper Nile could have stopped there and defended themselves. The people of Bahr al Ghazal could have stopped there and defended themselves. And after today, I did not see any change from anybody who called themselves that they are opposition. They're just using Equatorians. I do not see anything, especially like today. I've seen they even tear down their own people. They lost some of their people even today. I've seen it. They tear down most of their people upon asking questions. So, tomorrow to Gini to Jiblay Zoltani, min Apana, min Khartoum, you shetim nagal Equatorians are cockroaches. And you call yourself that you have a future to live in Equatoria. No, very soon you never even have one plot in Equatoria. Very soon, you will never. You run upon it. Mafi alliance ba molu ba on depending on Gal because I am mixed Dinka on and Equatorian. Mafi alliance bamulu because I'm married from Upper Nile, from Shuluk, from Munu. Mafi. Mafi Belet nobody built their country upon that. Or Mafi alliance bamulu because I signed CPA with you, and then you want to tell me that I have the rights to live here. This is cheating. This is cheating upon Equatorians. I will not take it further. I'm sorry, CJ, I took longer. Thank you so much for your patience.
Oh, you're great, girl. Thank you very much. Well, excuse me, this is CJ. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, those who are listening to us. Yeah, I'm proud of you, man. As you don't have to say you're a woman. A woman has been there over the history. Women have lived. They have, liberate more many people around the world. As we're talking, women are all over the world. You could see them countries who have assigned a woman to take the higher office. So there's no difference between you and the others. Most of the time, they saying that, not all people are together first, are the same. There are those who are men, but they're almost a shadow of a woman. So indeed, the topic is sexual, perfectly correct. You've just put it correct, guys. About dual alliance, legitimize forces, relations, occupation, genocide, and all that. Yeah, indeed, this issue is really a very, very sensitive issue. You just brought it up, and it's something that indeed, we need people. People need to come to their sense and understand what does alliance means. An alliance is a treaty. It can be a treaty, it can be such as a marriage also. But it's unfortunate. What we are looking at today, what so-called opposition alliance, or what is SOMA, or if it is what and all that, it is really a joke, a kind of joke. We kept on listening to those guys day after the other, years after years. They're the same. Today as yesterday, there's no change. It has become a point of opportunity. Others used to take advantage of the others. So looking at Equatoria today, as you have said, indeed, people are still using Equatoria wherever they are for their advantage. Now, if indeed, we have agreed that every area in that country, what's so-called South Sudan and Equatoria, is burning. So why wouldn't you stand in your area, as you have said, man? Why wouldn't everyone stand on his area, then come from there and then kick out what is the regime of Kir and Bashar? Yeah, the most sensitive points that you have just mentioned, something that really touched me, is whether or not, I remember with those young council of elders under the leadership of Kir today and his allies, indirect allies, or direct allies as well, alliance. Now we have come to realize that, those people are playing with the Equatorians. One point is that, of course, the idea of saying, you bring an ally, then tomorrow he will turn up against you and says, okay, I'm the one who liberate this area. So that is the kind of thing that, as Equatoria, we need to be careful about it. Those are the most serious areas that, as Equatoria, we need to come to our sense and understand that this is not something, that is not a joke. It is a tactics. So the way how this alliance is today going on in Equatoria is something that, nobody should take it very serious. Because as you can see, people are shifting. Today you can see all this opposition with us. The next day is in. So the main point, this tells you that those people have a plan against the people of Equatoria. As we have said, South Sudan is not Equatoria, and Equatoria is not South Sudan. Indeed, day after the other, these facts kept coming up. telling us Equatoria is not. Equatorial people need to stand because, as you have said, many poor people are now dying. It is Equatoria who is now still, ever since 1983 to this day, Equatoria are being used as scapegoats, as the victims. All this, we have been victimized, our land have been taken, and yet you could see people powering in, try to deceive others among us, who are really out of touch and who have no sense of understanding, who could not come to their sense and understand that, what those people are doing are so dangerous when you look to the future. So people like, for instance, Soma, the alliance, Soma Alliance. Now, what did we benefit from it to this day since its establishment? Nothing. It is just one individual who's fighting in the grounds, while the others are just watching, try to amaze them, making some entertainments that, okay, we will do that and we will fight that. When you look to any one of them, you wouldn't have find anyone who have something. A guy can call him general, but without army, depending on Equatoria. That is wrong, guys. You who's listening out there, if indeed you are with Soma, please come to your sense and understand that this is not the way how things has to work. If indeed we wanted to overthrow and change that country, if indeed everyone wanted to have his right fulfilled, that is not the way how we have to stand. Every one of us are supposed to stand in this area, and we have ever said this several times, that it is for the people of Upper Nile to stand for themselves, fight from their areas as well. Those of Bahar Ghazal, they should also fight from their areas. As we're looking to the elephants, if the aim is to get rid of the elephants in the house, then we have seen the elephants. Everyone needs to organize himself in a proper manner. Show us who you are, not keep on moving up around as a refugee and then claiming that I'm opposition. The worst part was that actually one of them is that you get people who say, though they are in oppositions, when they once asked, I remember when one of them was asked and whether or not you are with the government, he says, yes, I'm with the government. When at the same time pretending that he's in opposition. Is that the way? Having a big title, that is all nonsense. That is not fair. A man should take one direction. He should either be with the government or against the government. But what we've seen time and time again, it proves to us beyond reasonable doubt that most of those people are just people who just wanted to opportunist, not other than opportunist. They wanted to gain chance so that the next day they will get there. As you have said, Didi, yeah, they are after title. They have to ally with somebody who have a name, then ally with them for a period of time, then move out. So we kept on saying all these things. Yet it's Equatoria who's paying the receipts of all this suffering. So why do we have to be that way? So people of Equatoria, wherever you are, please, if you're in Ayo, if you're with Kidwang or whatsoever it is, please stand for yourself. You're better off than the other guys. Remember, the following day, when we get to Togo, that is going to be another issue. So you don't want that. In order to avoid the future, what is the conflicts, the future conflicts, when we're living another one today, then you need to be wise enough to stand for yourself, guys. Equatoria is capable to stand for itself. Like I've said, I used to say time and time again that this is the year that we need to make a difference. So let everyone go back to his respective area, start mobilizing their people, move from there instead of claiming that alliance. An alliance, we don't need alliance. We just need coordination. There should be a coordination, as you can see. Alliance can be a title, but you need to show me who you are. Because after all, at the end of the day, whoever stands is my friend. Not everyone is your friend. Don't expect that everyone has to be your friend. The building of alliance shouldn't be the way how it is. It should be in a brotherhood way, in a perfect way, where you will have to fight. I have to be your partner, but we have to stand side by side. If indeed we are for the right of all. Today, Equatoria is bleeding terribly. We wouldn't have seen, if you go to Upper Niles, there is a tribal conflicts, intercommunal conflicts. People are killing each other in the state of aiming their guns to the bad guy and removing him. So this is something that is not going to work. Let us not deceive ourselves and kept on saying, oh, okay, as a opposition, we would have alliance together and then get rid of the government. Yeah, show me who you are, and then we'll stand and get rid of the bad guy. So that's the best, we can do. So this matter is very serious, guys. If indeed we are for the country, for that country. That's why, as Equatorians, we kept on calling. But the only way for Equatoria is to exit, to have its own self-determinations. And we're coming for it. Soon enough, we're coming for it. It's a matter of time. The clock is ticking. There is no way out. That Equatoria will have to hold on the way how it is for somebody to say that, well, I am for liberation of South Sudan. When his home is burning. No, you need to serve your home first, then you move up to the next level. That is how things works. Even this bad guy, Garang, the way how he did it, he started with his hometown, then moving around. Later on, over the time, then he gathered all those people around him. Though he played dirty games, as I understand. It shouldn't have been that way. But guys, let us see the truth. Let us come to our facts, to our sense, and work side by side if indeed we are for what is for South Sudan and Equatoria. Because every one of us has his own, let's say, intentions or will. So it's a matter of time. We need you all, guys, to look into this very seriously. As you Equatorians, you don't have to allow yourself to get deceived so people can take you wherever they want. No, you stand for yourself, guys. Believe me or not, if we stand for ourselves, we're better off than getting someone in who's already in your territory. They don't want to move out. They're always there. Every time when they, as you can see, when they're traveling, they go, I'm going to Juba. From Juba, they're not only limited to Juba, they kept on moving around the areas. As you can see, the cattle riders, they are all over. So Equatoria, wake up, please. And for those who are still under some kind of hope that, the alliance will serve us the way how they have organized it and structured it. No, that is not the way how you have to serve yourself. In order to serve ourselves, you need to have some kind of a different tactics. You need different kind of a treaty where you have to ally and tell the rest also to work side by side with you. Other than that, this thing is not going to work. After all, Equatoria, it seems to be the target at the meantime. So Equatoria people, I urge you to wake up and stand for yourself and never look back. You need to bring your people back. It is you only, Equatoria, who will bring those people in the refugee camp back. It is you, Equatoria, who will do everything in your power to let your area, your place be stable. The others have got defeated. They have been defeated already. Perhaps, some of them even, they are now an allies. Those Dinkas have named them, giving them some names and all that, well, that is there. So you shouldn't have looked, don't look to a failure. You better look for somebody who was successful. If indeed you wanted to be a successful guy. So Equatoria, I'll leave you there. Until then, if there is any questions, Didi or dishes, I'll be more than happy to answer it. And thanks a lot, guys.
Odysseus is he has trouble, I think, with this network kicking. Yeah, this is it's really what you say is true. I agree with you. DJ, do you see what I'm seeing here, or I don't know if you see the same way, or if South Sudanese could see this, or Equatorians themselves, even who are the most even fragile, the most even being trampled over, they have dead, or the what do you call it, the dry bones, which are the Equatorians. I don't know if they see this. Do you see that with this, especially with this opposition people, do you see something as a nepotism going on there, over there? You see people playing games?
I do, definitely. I do that. I do. There are more many. Nepotism is already there. As you can see, people are aligned with each other. In the clubhouse, we saw how people are always gathering. As you can see also as well, they are there. Each of them in just aligned with the others. So as in the tribal manner, just only to support them. So as try to give them names and all that, hold them up, so they are somebody. At the end of the day, even trying to take over, despite they are not even so active to an extent that they can make a difference. Yet they're using it that way. So when they open a clubhouse, you can see how many numbers. When you look to all around them, they're all one tribe, of course. Try to ally with each other. So nepotism is there. So that is the way how things are going to be shaped in the years to come. If indeed we are to succeed, that will always be the way. Imagine we're a tribal country. There's no doubt on that. So if we're not well prepared, the future will be dim for us. There won't be any bright future.
May I say something? Hello? Yeah, after you finish, I want to say something on that too. Go ahead. Yeah.
And that is happening. It's been piggyback or been right in the back of Cirillo right now. Cirillo has been used so much. You see these people just running from room to room, making room. They have agendas of words to say. They want to be there up here talking, but they've got nothing in the ground to show. Nothing, absolutely nothing in the ground to show. But Equatorians are the one dying now for South Sudan. Equatorians are fighting for South Sudan. Right now, our sons, our brothers, my own relatives are fighting for South Sudan. While the rest of the people just put their hands together and all they have are words. From room to room, they just like to talk. Today, they run and ally with this when they hear the separatists, the Equatorian nationalists are saying this, they run and say disagree with them. Yes, the Dinka, the Muno. Tomorrow, they run that side, the Murle, the Muno. They think Yao will ally with them, But Yao knows these people better. These coward people, he knows them better. That's why Yao stood as a man, stood the ground for himself, And they want to use the Equatorians. They like to use Equatorians, which their ears were itching, to hear the sound of somebody making, just speeches, nice speeches. And then they think, decorating themselves in finer suits and sit up there. And in finer languages, Arabic and English, and people think, that these are the leaders. But yet go to their home, Equatorians. These people are all in refugee with their kings, with their leaders. What you don't know What the Equatorians don't know, these people are all refugees in the camp. Our cards are open. We don't lie. We are not lying. We want separation because we are angry. Why this happen again? This should not happen. We had this happen in the 80s. Why this happen again? Why always must we start again? Why? Why should you bring us to this situation whereby the rest of you do nothing? And then you want to come up and you want to deceive people by words? And then yet we come together to only start again over. To start again over. And where do people harbor themselves? In Equatoria. Where does this war always been dragged to? In Equatoria. This is why Equatoria is angry. Equatoria wants out. Out, and this time for good. And I'm glad that Equatoria are not found in other people's land. People are found in Equatoria. And those people who are beating their march so strong, like rats in this clubhouse, they're the one in Equatoria. How ya jama itakan mara nesia, itakan rajil nesia? How could you sit down and talk with people who have no plans for themselves? People talk about root causes of the issues in South Sudan, but have no answer for the root causes for years now. They have no answer. They dare even to start to defend their home. Girl, charity begins at home, period. Just like Equatoria is doing. The Equatorian nationalists are cleaning their home first, and then they will begin to think about South Sudan. Even David Yao Yao is fighting for himself, for his own people, Murle, before he fight for anybody, before he fight for Equatoria, before he fight for the rest of the people. Even the Nuer who are fighting for themselves right now. They are fighting for themselves, even separation for themselves, first to rescue themselves. And I will really respect someone like that, because you cannot clean somebody's house before you clean yourself. You cannot be a savior to someone without being a savior to yourself. You ought to solve the issues that you're facing first, and then you can extend yourself ahead. But alela nas tanin بيتكلموا بيجوا هنا بفلسفة. But where are they found? لو حاجة بحصل بالقوم هناك في نسكير. حاجة بحصل بسيط كده they in Khartoum. I've always said that the only solution for Upper Nile, for Bahr al-Ghazal, is for these people, Gadini Duk Kashumum Hina, go with it. This opposition party is stop riding on the back of Nas. Go back home. Start doing change home. This is where you begin. Clean your home first. Clean Upper Nile and Bahr al-Ghazal first. ما تجي تقول لنا هنا ما أعرف منو تجي تجرب لي بجي تجيب لي زول يشتمني Equatorians are cockroaches. إنت يا هو cockroach في إيه محل. إنت يا هو cockroach وغيرك يا هو cockroach بي leaders تاكي كله cockroach بي منو حقك كله cockroach. لأن إنت لو ما cockroach في راسك إنت كان بكون عندك فضيحة عشان تتكلم قال شنو لو you know لو مشينا في جوبا هسه في جوبا لو كده في جوبا إنت ما بتقدر تليف بالليل. انت مالك ما تليف بالليل وما تليف بالليل في جوبا. اتكلم عن محلك انت جاي من فوق انت بتليف هناك بالليل. انت في هناك في home. Your people at home هم دي بيقدر بيليفوا بالليل. Alliances that has become a problem for us. Every time we alliance with people, it has always let Equatorians down. Equatorians بنسيتوا قسم تاتوما, you know, and they begin to focus on other people, which is not working. And we're going to be working hard, and we're going to go back to even to Equatoria Free Forum, and we're going to continue work hard on our people. I'll give it back to you, Edika. Sorry, I hijacked your time. Sorry. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I hope you hear me well. I know I have issues with my network, but I'll try my best. You know, there is something that Mr. CJ mentioned. Is truly there is nepotism, and this nepotism is something serious on that matter. You know, when it comes to our people, like what CJ, I think the idea just left me, but I know Mr. CJ was correct on that point. Nepotism is there, and we could see it, and they are trying to teach us.
The question was, it was a question that I asked him that is, do you see, like, for example, okay, you can answer the question that, do you see in this opposition party that is happening, do you see nepotism there? That was the question that he
Yes,
answered.
and I agree with him. He said absolutely true. Absolutely right. He agreed that yes, there is nepotism. Nepotism is there. You could see it even the way how I mean, look at the last time we have seen in Clubhouse how they hosted their so-called leaders. Those some of them who are inside with the regime, eating with the regime, and some of them who are calling themselves outside opposition, and they're preparing to even go back and sign a treaty with them. And you could tell the hypocrisy and the game of flip flop where they would try to manipulate. And then the worst thing of it, the worst thing in all that, I feel sad and ashamed of the Equatorians who are outside in diaspora who could not fathom and understand this. Because how could you accept to be paraded like a fool every time? And do you know those people, if you look at them today who are, and I'm sorry I have to say it because sometimes we have to be frank. It's not an attack on any person, but it's the fact that they don't know that their action is actually causing life to be taken away in Equatoria. Because every time they do their craziness and their foolishness, one life in Equatoria or maybe 10 life in Equatoria is lost. Why? Because they don't understand that their behavior, it doesn't help. They think it's only like they just go and sing some slogans and say, yes, إحنا قوة وكده. No. You need to understand what is your job. Participate on that manner. In particular, نازل هسه اللي جوا هناك ده, like the reports that we see and the people that are crying, it's really hard. Like you can't even take it anymore. You just like, what is going on? We need to really assess everything.
I think you kept cutting. Maybe try to move to where your network has the strength.
I'm sorry.
And where you can find the strength of your network. That's all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'll leave it here. Just like, yeah. Well, it's too much. I'll just leave it that it's true. Like what Mr. just said, I'll just agree with it. And I could tell you right now, as we're speaking here, look at the conspiracy they're doing. They're making sure that our Equatorian must not follow what we're saying because they want to divert our Equatorian. And some of our Equatorian who are in diaspora, they're very much almost like children. They can be persuaded so easily. Just with some people, like, I could give you this example. Like the Huma bitmanu yani zol tani biji bikum boss bitam. They would love to see other person to boss them around, a foreigner to boss them around. They're okay with it. They're so comfortable, like earlier you mentioned. They're so comfortable on that manner. And you could look at the way how they are so ridiculed, lifting up a person who's not. Where is their leader then? I know some of them, they are political parties. Let them lift the leader up more than lifting the other person who doesn't even benefit them. The person who actually play nepotism and play tribalism in front of them, and yet they try to cover their ears and eyes and mouth and say, no, we don't see, we don't hear, we don't speak on this. And this is exactly what like the monkeys. You remember those 3 monkeys? I don't see, I don't hear, I don't, I don't talk. That's exactly what some of the Equatorians, especially those Equatorians who are always aligning themselves in political parties, they're so ridiculous. They're so shameful. And yet they call themselves, they're very educated, they're well educated, they're intellectual. I don't know what intellectual are they. If they're intellectual, they're supposed to tell our leaders what next to be done instead of embarrassing us. Naman biga bugulu Equatorian jabanin, Equatorian ma bishaklu, Equatorian best nasta kalam, Equatorian best nasta followers, and that's what they do. Today they are proving it by their ignorance. وشغل حسادة لازم يوقفوا. The one thing I want to give advice to our Equatorian, شغل حسادة لازم يوقف. شفتها؟ غيرة وحسادة وحاجات ده ما بدينا قدام. Because Equatorians, أنا seen this and I've seen this. This is why they are downfall. Because في حاجات كتير قاعد يحصل. Our enemies are uniting while إحنا هنا قاعدين divide ourselves. Our enemies are breaking us down. لما هم بيقدروا manipulate our minds. تلقى بناسنا بيقى زي دراويش بيشيلون من left and right. Today I'm so saddened to know that هم بيمشوا في برنامج حاجات اللي ما عنده فايدة لإيكاتوريا. بيغنوا ليل ونهار زي ما انت قلت. ناس بيقوا هناك قادرين يعملوا شيء. هسه ده قول صراحة ناس اللي قاعدين يقولوا هم قال ناس loyal to political party ده. هسه هم إنه سروا لي أبراو قاعد يشاكل في الغابة هناك. وينو باقي ناس تا سوما. I would dare them, those are رجال لسه قاعدين يعملوا نفسهم مثقفين تا إيكاتوريا اللي قاعدين في حزب بتاع الناس. Let them talk to Soma. كان ما في جيش جاي من Upper Nile بحر غزال ويجوين عشان اللي remove this regime. Dema alliance itu nas bukunu ajhan nas fi dunya. And I have to say it because it's make me sick to my stomach. Because how could you be an ally واحد تاني بيجي بيعمل نفسه boss بتاعك politically يلا عسكريا حتى انت ما قادر تتعامل ما قادر تستند بس قاعد use you. And then people say as attack كله قاعد يجي في
Sorry,
Equatoria.
معلش, I don't want to cut your words. Sorry, thank you. That's the word, boss. هم boss upon Equatorians that حاسد علينا في نهاية في
They bossing us around like
Clubhouse.
yeah.
Thank you for the word.
واحد بيجي هنا.
Can I interject?
Yeah, اتفضل. Sorry.
Yeah. The main point is here. إنه المسألة هو لعبة. It is a tactics.
Those people are playing tactics. I know, based on what they are saying, I know, no, that Genocide, that is an army faction, and we are politicians. That's what they are pretending, and we're not a politicians. Now, when you look to the arena, when you look to the area of where those politicians are, Equatoria, they don't have any proper, position in that particular area. Where you could see those of Bahar Ghazal in numbers, holding all this, and Upper Nile as well. Is that the way how it should be? That is the point. The reason why I'm just asking whether or not any of you guys have come across this treaty, or what is the alliance treaty that they have drawn. If we get to أيام الوثيقة بتاعت التحالف, what was the language of الوثيقة دي? ماذا يدل هذه الوثيقة? Is it out or they just kept it as a secret document? The annual alliance, these guidelines, when you come to draw an alliance, some kind of agreement or treaty, it has to be, there has to be some guidelines that you have to follow. If any one of you are out of that, it shouldn't be considered. It is unfortunate. النازل في نهاية المطاف هم لما يجوا at the end of the day. Of course, the game is this. أنه لما يوصلوا لمركز السلطة بعدين في النهاية هم يبقون الأغلبية. تيجي تلقاهم هم they are the majority and elements اللي بيكون عسكريين القيادات العسكرية اللي بيقولوا يا أخي step aside. This is politics. We have to play the politics. You have nothing to do. You better go to your barracks and that's it. That will be the language. So when you look to Equatoria are not well prepared in this particular arena. This part. They are not well prepared, in terms of Soma. If you were to look at Soma, for instance, as you can see, those of Malum who propaganda, like I've said, هؤلاء الناس لعبوا لعبة. الليلة still, بدون خجل, بدون عيب. They were begging to get in similar way like the others. All of a sudden, لما ده قال يا أخي, there's no way out for you guys. Stay out. Now, then they come and shift. قالوا أنه لأنما we're for opposition. Now, yesterday you seems to be you have an intention of getting in. أنت عندك نية أنك عاوز تخش جوا. بعد شوية كده يتحول. Such kind of individuals. What will you say about them? And you could see that government is now playing that role. هسه شنو بيجيبوك بدخلوك جوا بخطوك مع فلان مع Equatorian. ويجي يقول انه لما يجي ناس فقانا مون وجماعه دي لما يدخلوهم جوا بكره يقول يا اخي زول ده يا راسه قوي بس يا ولد نازل كان كله معارضه. So here there is mistrust, guys. بالنسبه لنا there is mistrust between us and those people. That is what we are saying as Equatorian Civil Association, that mistrust is difficult عشان تعمل resolve عشان تحل المشكله بتاعت النزول ده فاقد فيه الثقه عدم الثقه. الراجل ده زي ما قال يقول دي اولا هو في بلده وفي موقع بتاعه مش في إكواتوريا العاصمه بس وموزعين في المخيمات. شيء غريب جدا انا بضحك لما القى دينكاوي موجود لاجئ في يوغندا. لما يجي يشوف دينكاوي يقوم من بور مسافه بتاعه قدر يمشي باللواري لحد نامولي عشان عاوز ياخذ نامولي. So this is ridiculous. مش الدينكاوي براو ما في ناس كمان معاه هنا الجماهير ماشيين معه. So that's the question mark. So with all this question mark لسه إكواتوريا ما قادر يجور الدانا بتاعه ما قادر يفهم. بيقول انا عاوز اناضل عشان احرر جنوب السودان. نعم انت عاوز تحرر جنوب السودان يا اخي انطلق من وين؟ you can start from Equatoria. There's no different of that. ابدا من إكواتوريا زي ما قال ديدي نظف بيتك you know charity began from home. تنظف بيتك، عزز موقفك في بيتك، طمئن على امك ومرتك وزوجك، وبعدها امشي لقدام. That is how things should work. فالتكتيك واضح جدا جدا من النازيه، والنقطه اللي زي ما قلتها حساسه جدا جدا، وهذه بالضروره الناس اللي عندهم عقول المفروض يسمعوا الكلام ده ويتابعوا. فانا بقول شنو؟ So it's not to make it for long guys. عندك ضيوف بتاعك هنا probably. I need to put it in the form of questions, question and answers. That will go better than presentation. Thank you. Didi, we can take it from there. Thank you.
I didn't finish my point, but yeah, Mr. CJ. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Yeah, I think you said it all, but well, I'm gonna get welcome to those who came up, Mr. Gatluk and Mr. McCartney, Mr. Harun, Miss Nina. I can't pronounce Nienyor, and Mr. John, and those who are down there, and also on those in Facebook. Well, Semana Kulta, like Equatorial need to wake up really. We really need to wake up. السياسيين بتاعنا زي ما انت قلت في حاجه واحده انا كنت عايز اركز عشان ادي فرصه للاخوه اللي جو والاخوات. موضوع بتاع استوائيه حاسه احنا صراحه يعني كاننا في معارضه احنا خسرانين، كاحنا في النظام احنا خسرانين، كاحنا في دوله جنوب السودان احنا خسرانين. خلي يكون حاجه واقع. انا ما اعرف 200 اخواننا الاستوائيين بيلاحظوا حاجه ده اللي احنا قاعدين نلاحظوه. انا ما اعرف هل هم عمات بدون مؤاخذه، لانه الزول العميان حتى هو بيحس كان مكان ده في مويه هناك، قال له في نهر هناك انت كان مشيت في بير انت بتقع فوقه. يعني كان واحد وراه عنده حاسه البصر وراه له، وعنده حاسه الحس يعني اللمس. مفترض هو ياخذ توخي شديد، يعني ياخذ very big cautious on that matter, that there is something there dangerous and I have to be really revise my movement. Wherever I move I have to be very careful from now on. But الناس بتاعنا ما عاوزين يحسوا. احنا اتلعبوا فوقنا عدة مرات. ياهو انيانيا example كلام انت قاعد تقول له مستر سي جي باك انيانيا، مش انيانيا قالوا لي جوزيف لاجو خد يونيفورم تحت وامشي ادخل سياسه، في النهايه منو قبل رجع توك اوفر and destroyed everything and جابوا برنامج تام تا جين كانسل ياهو قاعد يمشي هسه في البلد. So الفيلم بتاع او المسلسله المسلسله لسه ما انتهى، فعشان كده توخي الحذر هو افضل من انك تمشي على الايموشنال just because او the feeling اللي مثلا واحد مرات بيزرعوا فوقك بس احساس كده ضعيف جدا which is ده صاحبي وانا كده وانا قريبه. نو حتى قريبك زاد، حتى اخوك زاد، وانت فيك تختلف معه فكريا معه في الراي، لانه في الدنيا ده في النهايه لما احنا جايين نغادر بحاجه واحد whatever we stood for يا هو بعدين بيكون نهايه بتاعنا ويا هو بيجاجس at the end. So انا ما ذكرت، انا بدي فرصه للاخوه بعدين برجع في الحديث. Didi, Mr. Gatluk, I don't know if you have anything to say on that. Let me see if I can ask question, or you have anything you want to ask or you want to put input, please go ahead. I will hear you, and if I have any question I might just ask you later on that. So you got like 5 minutes to talk, and definitely I don't want to stay longer today because I have some other engagement I'm going to do. But yeah, so go ahead, Mr. Gatluk. Welcome and thank you for joining us.
Yes, thank you so much for giving me a chance. Yes, you know, this issue of alliances is one of the depend on the way that you can look at it. Alela fi Junub, the alliance itself, it's not the same as alliance that we know in other part of the world. In other part of the world, you can see alliances is actually a good thing. But in South Sudan right now, the alliances turn into something that is just a machine of destroying other community or destroying other society. I am really glad that some of us, especially you guys from Equatoria, are seeing this. We realize that our two regions Afanal and Equatoria now become a center for for this, in which, as you can see right now today in Juba, there is this news that is saying self-care now it's time for us to go. But what he's actually doing is to create his own group. Now self-care will have his own group. Again, we hear all this kind of saying that Turkel, ma Inaida, ma Kolkor will have their own group. What will happen in the end? There would be those people from Afanal, from Equatoria, that will have no any idea about why all these kind of people have this kind of group, and then they will just join them. And then Equatoria become a center of all this war. Afanal become a center of all this war. That's exactly what they are doing. And that's exactly what they are doing now in Nairobi as we speak. They call themselves, wherever they are, by saying, come, let's form alliances, just only to make themselves to be there so that they can use other people from other regions. My brother and sister, every time that I see you, even if I don't have a time like today, I will always be there, because our society is being destroyed right now because of these fake alliances. These fake alliances are destroying our country. The same, like for example, in Afana right now, as you guys are speaking on behalf of Equatoria, in Afana right now, most people who are running all these alliances are the people who has nothing to do with the suffering that is going on in South Sudan. I heard this guy called Agot yesterday on the other room. He was talking about election. He was actually talking forcefully at the room that is created by John Usham. He's saying this election must go, whether Equatorian and people of Africa like it or not. We already have a country. We already have a country that is moving forward. Someone asked him, really? What about those people in the refugee camp in Uganda, in Kenya, in Ethiopia, and also what we call now IDP? He said those people, they choose to be a refugee. If you are a refugee, you are not longer. My network is not good. Okay, so if you choose to be a refugee, then it's your choice. Like he's saying, this election must go because the country now is actually moving forward. Equatorian, those people of Apanal who are living in the refugee camp now, they live by choice. They choose to. It is up to them why they don't want to come back to the country. And instead of saying election cannot go because now those people actually were chased out from the country. But because they don't think that anybody who is not part of their community, whether they are in IDP or they are in other part of the East Africa or wherever they go, it doesn't concern them. It doesn't concern them. So that's why you see, to me, unity, the word unity is always a good thing. But when you ally yourself with somebody who doesn't seem you, when you are in this kind of situation, as if you are a human being, then that unity is not a unity. That unity is not unity. It's a unity that is good to be left out. And that's why I do appreciate all of you, my brother and sister from Equatoria. When you see something like this, you stand up the way you are right now. When people say, Intum nas from Israel, no, that's not true. What about Joseph Lago? Joseph Lago wasn't not the person who was the first to make it into number 2 in Sudan. What about Udua? What about all those guys who started in 1960, 1950, 1940? لو في زول هنا في السودان I mean في جنوب هم قال oh ناس Equatoria are like this. No, they don't know what they are talking about. Either they're so young, the only thing that they know is SPLA, or they're just ignorant, in which they don't want to accept the facts of what Equatorian contribute into what we now call South Sudan. When I hear people talking like that, I just ignore them because they don't know nothing, because they are ignorant. So my brother, until we stand up, until we said these fake alliances is not even a real alliances, our people will continue to suffer. But until we stand up together and say, no, enough is enough, then we will be able to get our people out from that problem. And that's why you see every time that South Sudanese is about to come together, then you see them, they see themselves as if they are superior than anybody else. That's exactly what is going on now in Nairobi. They call themselves from Paul Malone, from whoever, and said there is a conference now in Nairobi which is belong to people of South Sudan, when in fact it's just only them. If we don't recognize this, my brother, our people will continue to suffer. But I am really glad that there are people like you guys who stand up for the people of Equatoria. And I hope the people of Great Afanal, in which we are champion about it right now, will see this and join us and join you guys, join in all together and say enough is enough. We have to go to our region in order for us to serve our people, because in Afanal, we know that our people are suffering. In Great Equatoria, you guys, I know that your people are suffering. When we, all of us, put our hand together, then that's the only way that we will be able to solve this problem in South Sudan. I do appreciate you guys, and thank you.
Mr. CJ? Okay, can we hold? I don't know if you can ask him, because we need to also give to Mr. Okay, brief question, no problem. And if you can also brief, Ms. Didi, can you give him like 2 minutes?
McCartney was saying that he has somewhere to go, so if he was asking if he can say something before it.
Yeah, he said he has a question. Just give him 2 minutes. 2 minutes, if that's okay. If not, we can, because McCartney, if your time is you're extremely busy, we can give you the time. So Mr. Gatluk, you can wait after McCartney. The question can be back to you. You can ask in 2 minutes.
It was something that was there, Attica. It was something that was already there. I'm just trying to refresh it, The point was, whether or not any of us within, any of us today who are here present here, do we have any clue about the treaty, the alliance that took place in Soma, most probably those of Soma? Is there any documentations, what does it say actually? Can somebody brief us on that? Thank you. You can go ahead now.
Okay, I will give a chance to Mr. McCartney, but I think the question is general to all of us, and I will tell you the truth from my understanding. I care less if they even have those manifestos, whatever they have, because to me it doesn't make any difference. What matters to me is the condition that Equatoria is in, and where is Equatorian right now, because Soma have always been crippling Equatorians. Let me be honest with you. You could see they're only stepping on our heads politically, and you could see who's in power of leadership, in particular in the political arena, and then you could see in the military arena, nobody's assisting Equatorians, especially in Soma. Most of them are just talking, but no action. But you see, Equatorians are the one who dying. Young men are wasted, and you could see those guys over there don't even mobilize their people to join Soma. I mean, to join NAS, so they can actually remove. So at least they will have like what Garang did before. Remember, even though I'm not a follower Garang, I don't even support this guy. This guy is a butcher, is a killer. But what I'm saying, like Garang did, like talk to some leaders, and these leaders, when they joined alliance with John Garang, most of them they allied with John Garang, and they had forces. Even Cirillo himself, when he joined Garang, he had military. But what is those militaries from those guys who call themselves alliance? So they're just gonna stay there talking political. They don't even achieve any objective politically. All they do is they want to go negotiate. That's the only thing they have. I mean, isn't that embarrassing for us? Embarrassing even for Equatorian to ally themselves with people who cannot even deliver. And then when you look at those guys who are allying with our Equatorian brothers, I know he said he's nationalist, he believes in the South Sudan, but regardless of that, it's still those men are Equatorians. Those are sons and daughters of Equatorians. Those are not from Upper Nile. Those are not from Bahar Gaza. Those are Equatorians down there. Even their commander is Equatorian. So it's a very much, it's more an insult to us when we see such thing going on, even if we are not agreeing on ideas of where he stand nationally or Equatorian side as an Equatorian nationalist, but they need to think, those politicians in that side, they need to think really careful and assess their situation and their place in this so-called Soma. And I have a guest also with me here, Mr. Paul Ojilo, but I'll give a chance to McCartney. And Mr. Paul, thank you for joining us. We'll give you a chance later to speak. So, Mr. McCartney, please go ahead. You have your chance.
Can I say one minute based on that?
Can you give the next person? I'm doing something.
Okay, I'll give it to Godlook then. 1 minute he said he wanted to take, and then later, once you don't have, if you get a chance, if not, then we give it to maybe Mr. Paul Ojilo. I hope I pronounce your name right, brother, Ojilo. So we'll give you a chance in a minute, but go ahead, Mr. Godlook, and then later from Paul, then to Mr. Harun. Welcome, brother Godlook. Go ahead.
Yeah. So based on the question, I think it was what is the manifesto that they are actually trying to pursue? I mean, Soma. So Soma actually has any agenda for South Sudan. Soma mostly it was a group of people who just try to see how they can negotiate themselves back, because I mean to SPLM party. If you can see them, including Thomas Cirillo, majority of them, they just find themselves that they are being left out by the current system. So for them to go back into the system, they have to find a way, and that's how they connect themselves with this thing called room negotiation or whatever they call it. And that's the only thing. It has nothing to do with people of South Sudan. It's just only them. It's just only them that they want to see if they can negotiate themselves in directly with the SPLM party, not with South Sudan. I don't know if I can make that clear, because I know all of them. I even tried to talk to some of them. When at first they actually invited me and said, "Can we try to do this?" And then I said, "Okay, what is the objective for you guys? What is it that we want to achieve?" After I find out that what they actually want is try to see to negotiate themselves in, then I said, "No, call me out of this. This is little I know about them. Unless if they have another objective by now, after I learn about them, then that's something that I don't know."
Thank you. Just sorry, guys, I have to give a chance to Mr. Paul, and then from there I go to, if McCartney is able to, and Mr. Paul, let me unmute you if I can. If not, you have to unmute yourself. Okay, I unmute you. Welcome, Mr. Paul. Is this your first time in Facebook? Yes, Mr. CJ. Hold on. Yes, sir.
Yeah, 1 minute. I just wanted to make a follow up with that look. Yeah, that look. Does this tell us that you could be a member of one party? You say when you get to them, all of a sudden
he is not.
Does it tell us that you are a member of a party? Thank you.
He's not with Soma.
So I'm sorry, I didn't get the question. Are you asking me whether I am one of the party?
Yeah, based on what you have said. Let you have said, you had to get to them. Then when you get them, there seems to be twisting. You ask them about the objectives.
and then he was not satisfied by then. So does it tell me that you went on as an individual or a party?
No, Yumdad. No, last time I think by now you already know about Nadafa. So last time we were campaigning, as you know, about Afanal. So what they tried to do at the time, they said all opposition groups within South Sudan can be united. Then that's how they approached me. So they approached me based on my campaign that we are doing in Afanal. So I did not have a party that has any connection with the other thing that they are doing about South Sudan. I only have this campaign about Afanal, but in the end, when they actually approach us through Nadafa, we already have an agreement with Nadafa at the time.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello?
Yes. Yes. Mr. John, hold on a second. Let me give a chance to Mr. Paul, and then you get on your turn after Miss Nina, if I'm not mistaken. But let's give a chance to Mr. Paul, who are with me here in studio. So, Mr. Paul, welcome. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Thank you.
Welcome,
Sorry, I had a call. Sorry, excuse me, I had a call.
You're good.
Yeah, thank you.
What's your thoughts on what we were speaking earlier? And give us your input. You got 5 minutes, and then I will be listening to you, and the people also in Clubhouse will listen to you. So guys, give us your input. If anybody have a question, maybe they can interject later on that. But please go ahead, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for having me. Thank you for a Equatorian platform to have it the first time to be there. Yeah, but what you guys have been discussing that I think I hear some of them. I just hear some of them. But before I get to that, I think I have a question that to ask. If Equatoria, they're talking about marginalization, that which is happening in Equatoria, and collude and occupation, land grabbing, and all that. So what about other people who are an Apanal also who has been marginalized? Why the Equatoria could not raise that issue to those who are marginalized? Also, the land also have been grabbed. Because when you talk about Apanal, not everybody in Apanal is a grabber land in Equatoria. And the same thing also, there is something also what is happening in Equatoria is happening also part of Apanal reason too. So my question is that if we are talking about coalition and concern of this marginalization people in the South Sudan, why the Equatorial cannot reach to other people also who are marginalized in targeting the issue that what the cause, if that what Equatorial is standing for. So if that is what Equatorial is standing for, this, I think Equatorial have to search for the political, who are these people that marginalized, to identify these people that who have been marginalized, especially in particular in Upper Nile, because one of my brother pointed out some of already that not everybody in Upper Nile is happy in what is happening in Southern Sudan government. So instead, the Equatoria focusing on only Equatoria, I think it's better if they could reach out to other people also, if they want to their political to be spent outside of Equatoria and then include. So yes, I heard what you were saying, that there is some political who are aligned with the Equatorian who don't have forces. Well, that should be addressed too, because if I want to be a political, to join other party, to join other political, I have to have my own too, because that's what I also have been thinking of. Why only thing is focusing in Equatoria and not other part of the country? So it seemed to me that this movement is only belong to Equatoria, or there are other people of the other part of the country join Equatoria. If they have, why this war cannot be spent somewhere else? No, it's only focusing in Equatoria. So somebody like me, I don't know what exactly this political is all about. What I know is that occupation, land grabbing, and marginalization. This is the thing that I'm hearing. But in terms of these people, when they stand up because of what happened to them. The aggression of other Southern Sudanese moved into Equatoria with their animal and cattle and all those kind of thing, without also respecting the law, the rule of law. So everybody is just because I'm SPLM, but we all SPLM. Nobody did not fight. But it did not mean if you're a majority is that fighting the war, it did not mean the minority did not fight. We all profited in that war. So in terms of Anyanya one also was I believe it was a minority who fought that war. Do you know? It was a majority who fought that war. Minority who fought that war. It was Equatoria and some minority in Upper Nile. When there is a book that was written by one young man that said, Joseph Oteakon said, if young come up with that number, this war will be over. So because that time Young did not prepare with that number, you know. So in terms of this, we all need, if we want to change a political in South Sudan, we need to unite. You know, we need to unite. Not every Young also is happy with the government there too. You know, like I said before, the brother who speak, there are people who are suffering in Upper Nile. You know, but why Equatoria cannot reach to these people? Yes, we know that there is a marginalization in Equatoria. There is a land grabbing. But how are we going to solve it? We have to solve it at all the country. Do you know? So these are the things that those political, whether you are from Upper Nile, you have to join Equatoria. Also, you have to have a military wing. You know, you cannot just go as a political, but go with one military wing. You know, so in that way, there is a war in Upper Nile, there is a war in Equatoria, there is a war in Baragazal, and that way you can weaken the government. Otherwise, there is no way. Equatoria alone cannot do it. So now the Equatorians are the one passing the problem, and the rest is not. They are fighting alone themselves there, you know. So that's the point that I'm watched to ask. So thank you for having me. If there is question, I'm here.
Yes, I will answer you, and I think maybe some people will interject later on that. But Mr. Paul, thank you for your uh, courageous and daring question, and I love that because I like when people come up here, they have to be honest with themselves. They don't have to be here sweet talk me and act like they like us, because it doesn't matter if you like me or not. It's good to hear from every side. And you asked a simple and honest question, and I can answer you simply and honest question on that. I mean, answer. Um, my brother, I don't deny that Anyanya brought all South Sudanese together. That's something, is a factual. Some people, even Joseph Lago is still alive. God bless him and let God prolong his life. He stood up and spoke for South Sudanese. He's a Pan-Africanist. That's the true Pan-African, not like John Gering. John Gering, I'm sorry to say, he was a butcher, he was a killer. With all respect, if you believe in him or not, but to me, he made a lot of horrible things that caused this country to destruction. It's him who founded this SPLM and caused it. Let me get to my answer to you. You talk about why Equatorian don't want to join with other people in Upper Nile. Well, Equatorian have been always doing it. I mean, I don't know if I don't know where you've been, but Equatorians have always been talking about the South Sudanese in general. When Equatorian is not one tribe, just to define it, that, or to limit it to the say, oh, Equatorial cannot do it by themselves. Do you know how many tribe in Equatorial is? And do you know what a combination of tribe means compared to one tribe want to say that I am born to rule, I am the one who liberated this country, I'm the one who died in this war? Compared to us, my friend, Equatoria done more than you could ever imagine, or one tribe in South Sudan could ever do. Equatorian tribes have done it all, but they never bragged about it. That's why you see them today. They come to a conclusion that it's better for us to get out of this unholy union for one reason, because we can never see anything eye to eye, no appreciation, and we don't even look for appreciation, but we look for the genuine honesty from the other side when we talk about issues that serves us all. We don't see that. All we see is that tribalism, greed. We want to be the bang. I want to lead. Today, look at Salva Kiir. Look at the way how even the military is built. Look at the way how politically he dominate the whole country on one tribe, and then the other so-called intellectual of Dinka, they don't want to speak on that. When they speak, they always say, "Don't generalize us. We are all not the same. We are suffering too." Then the suffering that you're suffering, did Equatorian cost it? Because you want to tell us like it's almost like it's our fault for you to suffer. If Salva Kiir is your own son and you can't handle him, then don't come and blame me. He came to my house and violated everything in my house. So I have the right to say, exit. You know, exit is the best way. So if you know what is at stake, I cannot go and defend your wife. I have my wife in my house. Do I have to always run after first I protect your wife? Then I have to have an affair with her, right? Because if this is how the way it's gonna work. Because when you say, "Oh, why don't you defend my wife? I have wife too," and now are we not friends? That doesn't make any logical sense. So you know where you are. You know what's your territory. Look at Murle today. Look at Nuer today. When they stand up on their land. They don't go and ask people to come and help me or let's do that. The same thing Equatorian not asking, but Equatorian was thinking in the mindset of Equatorian that we are one people. We are Africans. Let's come together and fight for the dignity and honor of Africa to come together. Today, when we even describe ourselves Equatorian, we don't even talk about our tribe. Do you know how many tribes we have? Even our tribe will be more than what you are imagining in Upper Nile or Bahr Ghazal, but we never brag about it because Equatorians are not in that mood of bragging or trying to say, I have more number. What does it make? It doesn't make anything. Okay, you have majority. Do you make any difference? Do you conquer the world? Did you make any difference? Did you write the book, the Bible, or anything? No. Your tribe is just a number. Your tribe is just something that you know, that's, where your parents come from. But what you make is you as a person. You make your own self and you build your society around you. But if that society is corrupt, then you have to exit. You have to find I cannot live with people who are mentally are not able to understand what I'm thinking, what I'm trying to. I want to live in a place where I can progress, not, decrease in my knowledge. So that's why I can give you my answer here, my brother. So you have to understand it's not our fault for causing a problem in Upper Nile. It's yours. Your people right now, even
some correction.
Today, you have not Bahar Gaza, what's name? Abiy, Denka Angok, and Denka other group are fighting each other, killing each other.
Okay, some correction.
Yeah, go ahead.
Some correction. Okay, what we are talking here, we are talking about political. Okay,
yes,
we are talking about political issue. So now,
society,
okay,
right?
okay, hold on. All right, just listen to me. I listen to you.
Yes, sir. I'm listening to you carefully.
Yeah, if we are talking about political, the thing that you're mentioning, some of them it don't relate it to me, because when you said, well, I cannot tell you to what is happening in your house and to do it, or that is your son, you have to talk. Salva Kiir is not a son of South Sudanese. Possible. You are intellectual.
What is South Sudan?
He's a South Sudanese. He's not a son of Denga. He's not a son. He's a leader of South Sudan. He's a leader of South Sudan. He did not call us a leader of tribe.
I think his volume's on over there.
Sorry, yeah. My voice, yeah, my bad.
He's a leader of South Sudan. He's not a leader of son of Apanal or Baragazal or where. He's a son of South Sudan. So for you, if you talk about political to have wins, is that you could not say, well, it is to you, Apanal, you don't wait for me to come for you. It is you who fell. One person idea. One person idea, it could spread and bring people together. And that's what people have to join. I cannot join you if I don't know your political.
You're running around. You're giving me the run around. Just let me ask
you. No, don't run around. Hold on. My battery is low.
No, because you're trying to kind of listen. We're not here wasting time on.
No. Listen. You have to listen. You have to listen to people. People listen to you. And people.
Does he have does he belong? When I ask you what's Sudan mean to you and what's South Sudan, it's not our name. Did you name yourself? Did we all agree to name ourselves South Sudanese? First of all, I could see, like for us, we know our region, we call ourselves Equatorian. We agree on that name.
There's no such
area that
there's no such a thing. There's no such a thing, my friend. There's no such a thing. That ignorance. There's no such a thing called Equatorian. You call yourself
okay,
a
the
South
same thing to you.
Sudanese.
Then there is no such thing called South Sudan. We're not here to argue.
Who say that? Who say that?
Listen, my
Who
friend.
say that?
North Sudan don't even acknowledge you. You call yourself South
Who?
Sudan, they call themselves
Well, it
Sudan.
is up
They
to
don't call
them.
themselves North Sudan.
It is up to them.
Listen. This is not an argument between me and you about some baseless thing. What we want, you want to talk. I said politically, I cannot come and support you. First of all, Equatoria have done a lot for you guys, and you never even done
what? Okay, okay.
So
all right. What did Equatoria do? What did Equatoria did? What did Equatoria did? What did Equatoria did?
If you don't get it, you are. Oh my God, my friend, are you really not able to comprehend what you said? Did you talk about Joseph?
No, that's myself. You yourself. You yourself. Don't make sense what you're saying. You deny yourself. You're not. There is no country called Equatoria. That's what my argument.
Mr. I think you are trying to. Yeah.
We get you. Thank you.
Yeah, we get you. Let's give a chance to other people, but we'll give you if you wait. But this is not the way how it's making any point. Because I want to put my point before I can.
Order, please.
Yeah, hold on, Mr.
Just 1 second. This is the issue of the alliance. When people want to come to alliance, they want to impose themselves on other people. I don't know who is this food lover making noise.
No, he's not. I mean, he's. Hold on a second, just a second. His name is Paul. Julie. I don't know. I think you're not.
That is Paul Ujulo, not Paul Ajolo. Paul Ujulo.
Ojulo, okay. You're not from Equatoria for sure because you're talking to me.
No, I am not. I'm not.
Okay, Anwak. Okay, thank you. And one thing I want to say, just to put a point here, Mr. Ojulo, first of all, you have to understand that Equatorians have done a lot. You said where? Well, if you don't understand, you earlier mentioned Joseph Lago. Now you're ignoring him. You're denying that Equatorian did not. That's exactly
it was not only him. It was not only him. Joseph Lago also. If you had Joseph Lago was supported by Anuak.
I'm talking
by Anuak too.
Listen, when I say Joseph Lago, understand this. He comes from Equatoria region, but he mobilized all South Sudanese to fight against the North to separate. But what happened when all the people in Equatoria, did you hear about the Tariq mutiny, or were you living in another? I'm sorry to say it, because you're talking to me as if like you never lived in South Sudan to understand or comprehend the history of what happened.
So why you don't do the same thing? Why you don't do the same thing? What you did?
You guys are betraying us right now. So why are we what we have for you to get? You don't own me anything. I don't own you anything. So for you to tell me I have to be with you. If you can't save your wife, don't come to me. And
you're not going anywhere with that.
I have to save your wife. Okay, that's a threat.
You're not going anywhere with that.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, thank you for your. That's if you're coming to talk on this kind of basis, it's a waste of time.
No, not business. It is you because you don't make any sense. What are you saying,
sir? Have a good day. I don't want to argue. I give you respect. Thank you. This is the mindset that we're dealing with, a mindset where people they are just. Listen, Equatorial doesn't belong to you. You belong in Upper Nile. Go fix your home. Why are you running after me? It's almost like somebody sees my beautiful wife. You want to say, no, I need to also sleep with your wife. Are you serious? That don't make sense, please, man. Go ahead. Let's give it. This is like mentally disabled personality, my friend. Good luck.
But that is I think that is something that he didn't know too. When you said Equatoria had never been a country, did he actually know that there is something called Lago country?
Thank you.
Did he actually know that? These people, they need to be educated. I don't think that he actually knows. Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you so much, Mr. Good luck. Good look. Yeah, the man don't know about the Equatorian. Like he want to force himself with us when we were not even part of his community. But go ahead. Yes, Mr. CJ. So we can give a chance to Mr. Harun. Yes.
No, hold it. Moses was about to comment. Please go ahead, Moses.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Moses. Yeah.
It's my turn or Moses?
Moses, and then after that, you. Yes, Moses wanted to comment.
Brief point he wanted to say, and then we'll come to him back again.
Yes.
Moses,
go ahead, Mr. Moses.
2 minutes, please. Briefly about the guy. Thank you.
Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Mr. Moses, are you there? Hold on, John, please.
I think he might be in a distance. So yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, he's here.
good morning. Good afternoon, good morning. Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, thank you. I'll begin with the just a small comment on the last speaker. You know, the issue of alliances. When you enter into alliances, you have to have a clear role, what each person is bringing into the alliance, because you have to come with your terms and the other person come with the terms, and then you reach an alliance. But this alliance that I come, I bring everything and somebody brings nothing, this is not alliance. This is domination, occupation, or assimilation. This is what we people got to be very careful about. The last speaker is squeezed between a rock and a hard place, because the Anuak land, the Anuak in Upper Nile have totally lost their land. Akobo is gone. Pachala is almost gone, annexed to Pibor, to the Murle. And then these are people supposed to be their allies, but because they've entered into an alliance that is not well studied, that's why they lost everything. They lost their land, and then now he thinks people are going to follow the same route. It's very disgracing, to hear someone like Garang calling the king of Banyak Sultan. Sultan is not a king. Sultan is a chief. A king is a king. So when your own king is called Sultan, that means you are not even recognized. You are totally downgraded to something locally, something traditional, not just like the kingdom. The people who talk of Equatoria to make alliances, I for one, I don't subscribe into that, because what I know is Equatoria is an alliance by itself. Equatoria is more than 40 ethnicities who are in a solid alliance that no other part of this mess called South Sudan has ever seen. The Fertit alliance is not as solid as the Equatorial alliance. The Cholo and Nuer alliance of Kitguan, the divide line is very clear. That's not alliance. That is a kind of, I don't know what it is. Just a partnership. Come, we stay. We are not married. We don't have a legitimate relation, but we can partner. We can have children. We don't care who they go. This is just come, we stay marriage. What is happening in those areas? Because with those come, we stay marriage, there is no certificate, there is no commitment, there is no blessing from the devil or the church. So if something happens, each person goes their way. In Scandinavia, they have this they call Sambur. Sambur is this come, we stay. There is no time frame. There is no commitment. The commitment is done verbally, orally. So when time comes, but the only thing they do, you go and they register that we are living together under the same roof. They don't ask even the conditions, the terms of your living. It's only between you two and the devil. So when that time comes to separate, you go there, we say we want to terminate the Sambur. They just terminate it right away, not asking,
You have children. Who owns what? Who is going to pay for what? There is nothing. You just go your separate ways the way you came together. And that's not the alliance we're looking for. We're looking for commitment. We're looking for legally marriage alliance where you come with full conditions and each person respects your condition. And then you don't make alliance with someone who cannot rescue you in the time of the need. Your neighbor, the next person to you, would have been your right alliance. You cannot go 5 and 10 blocks to make an alliance there. So this type of alliance is either they want to blow your unity from within, or they want to ride on your back to achieve their own alliance. Some of those people calling for alliance, they're not even alliance in their own. They've not even united in their own family. They've not united in their own community, in their own ethnic group, in their own neighborhood. Why should somebody come all the way to ally with you 5 blocks away, and the next block he has no alliance there? What I'm saying is, why, for example, the Cholo cannot make alliance with the Maban who are being targeted in the same way as the Cholo in Upper Nile, than to go and look alliance in Equatoria? Why then where they don't first make alliance with the Maban and the Anuak and the Murle, and they want to come and make alliance in Equatoria? Because the enemy, your enemy is a friend. The enemy of your friend is your friend. The enemy of your friend is your friend. You see? So this is the situation. What is happening in this system now in Juba? Alliance, not election, not election. Because they know, come 23, the international community is going to lift its hand. The region is going to lift its hand, because the system will now be officially a legitimate system that cannot be allowed to run the system. You're talking of alliance. I asked them in one of the rooms, who is the candidate? I mean, election, sorry. Who is the candidate? The candidate is Salva Kiir Mayardit. When you go into election, especially as an incumbent, you run on your record. As somebody who is coming fresh, you run on your program. I will promises. I will do 1, 2, 3. I will pay the salary every month. I will pay the salary twice in a week. I will build the road, hospital, 1, 2, 3. And you put it up there for sale. But someone who is an incumbent has a more difficult task, because you run on your record. Now, these same people who are pushing for election, who is the only man in Jerusalem who does not know the record of Salva Kiir Mayardit? 17 plus 20 years of nothingness. 2 decades of corruption. 2 decades of insecurity. 2 decades of nepotism. 2 decades of drinking whiskey. Is this the record we are going to vote for? 2 decades of scattering people left and right. Yes, one speaker talked about the people in refuge. A goat is sniffing everywhere in the rooms. About the refugee who really can vote are those who are from Uganda and this. But for the young refugee who are in Kakuma, they're saying they should not come. Is is because they go there by choice. When the refugee who went to refuge by choice are the Jenge refugee in Kakuma, not the people who are forced from their land to go to the refugee camps in Uganda. The Equatorians. The Equatorians are willing to come home. The refugees in Kakuma are the ones who are not willing to come home. As we speak right now, the Jenge are still trooping into Kakuma to become refugees. Because why? Because to them, Kakuma is a lot better than Bor, is a lot better than Warab. And indeed, Kakuma is a lot better than Warab to those people. That's why they go there. They don't want to come back. They don't give a damn. So for them, they don't care whether those refugees in Kakuma camps or not, because this is an election that the result is already known. Nimeri used to conduct such an election. There's only one box of Nimeri. You go there, the box is only one. There's no other box. You vote, the president gets 100%. So this is what is going to happen. Because if you see, the only tribe, if you go really in a level playground, like we did last night, of the night before. Of course, I support Liverpool because we don't walk alone. When we went and beat the Italians in their own home, that is football. If we have a level playground like that for 90 minutes, everybody's watching. The more than 60 plus tribes against one tribe. Do you think one tribe can win if they've not cooked the result of this election? No, they will never win. In every forum, it is the Jenge pushing for election. It is the Jenge pushing for the legitimacy. Why? Because they're afraid. How can you push for a rotten record? By God, Yani, rotten record. The record of this guy, everybody knows. God knows. You are defaulting everywhere. You are not paying your subscription to IGAD. You are not paying your subscription to East African Community, to African Union, to the UN, and then you said this is the guy we want to go for election so that we can elect legitimate leaders. Are we joking? If you want to go for election, of course, let Mr. Keir not let if you want to go for election next year, let Mr. Keir declare that I am not running for election, and every Jenge who has ambition to run should be ashamed and say, I'm not running for election because of the record of Keir, because Keir is a representative sample of the Jenge mentality. So the only thing, if they want to run for the election, they humble themselves and say, we are opting out because our best of the best spoiled the water for us. Let him go and let somebody different run for election. Maybe people will accept there is election, but the level ground is not there for the election. The refugees are not there. Insecurity, no one can be allowed to campaign. If I go to campaign in Rumbek, they will not allow me to campaign there. If I go to campaign in Warrap like they did to Lama Kwal the other time, they will not allow. So the elders who are coming here, it's trying to confuse people. Oh, let us ally. Oh, it is not the right time. Oh, Equatoria will not go. Equatoria is a tribe. No one can say Equatoria will not go. Equatoria has all the right to get out of this mess. And Equatoria can get out of this mess without an alliance. Because the alliance is already there. It is just a matter of time. And not everything is solved by violence, like these other brothers are saying. Not everything is solved by killings, by spilling blood. There are so many ways out there of doing business. You cannot only do business barter. You cannot do business money. You can do business electronic transaction. It is the same business. That's why we're not carrying sacks of money and coins in our bag when we go to the market. We go to the screen and they just use our card and you do whatever. So that people should not go to that ancient, primitive way of carrying spears and arrows on the guns that you are strong. This is not a strength. This is physical strength. This is not intellectual strength. We are in intellectual world. digital world where we use 21st century skills, not using 18th century skills of the Roman Empire, where people go with armors and spears, people just kill themselves like nobody's business. You first ally with your neighbors, Cholo. Then where ally with your neighbors? Don't look for alliance very far. We don't need your support. We don't need your advice, because your advice is of the 17th century, but we are living in the 21st century. We're using digital and modern skills. Thank you. I'm done. I don't know whether someone is hearing me. Etika, CJ, and the people up there. Am I speaking to myself?
No, you're not.
No, we hear you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, so we have to really, nobody should belittle Equatoria as a little brother in an alliance. No, we are not little brothers. We are all adults. We're the same. We come with the same conditions. And then you benefit from me, symbiotic. I benefit from you. But if you want to come with a parasitic alliance, no, parasitic alliance does not work with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. I think we exceeded time, but it's no problem. Thank you so much, Brother Moses, for your input. Let me give a chance to Mr. Harun, and then later Mr. John. I think there was a lady earlier, but she's left. If she's back, give her a chance later. Mr. Harun, please go ahead, put your input. Of course, the topic is like, do alliance legitimize forced relation and occupation and genocidal war within Greater Equatoria? Of course, as you know, and I really appreciate you, because you know where we stand, and I've talked to you even in person, that we have to fight for our people. And in regard of what is South Sudan right now, everybody have to go back and stand on their ground. So this is where we start. Like earlier Mr. CJ said, we have to start from point zero or point A to Z. We can't just jump to Z and say we're going to B and then go to C and then go to A and go to F. It doesn't make any sense, because that's what some of these alliances are trying to confuse Equatorians. And so you understand it very well, and I would love to hear your input and your thought. And if you have any question also, you're very welcome, my brother. Please go ahead. You have your time. And thank you so much for your patience also. Go ahead, brother.
Thank you guys all. So, thank you. This is a wonderful topic. My encouragement, I would start with Equatoria first. My encouragement to Equatoria, you guys have to stand up together for the land issue. The land issue, you guys have to work hard. It's not something that should be joke. To save your civilian life and to save your property from Denka. I know that 100% the genocide will happen. It will come in South Sudan very soon. Especially Upper Niles. I sure have a problem with the land issue. There's only just pure community. The pure community that in Upper Nile. There are 3 communities that was confusing in Upper Nile State. They are the one who causing all this issue. And then followed by Baragazal. Malut County and Poloch and Godit and people of Rang. Those areas, that's the area that's causing a lot of problems. Many years ago, we used to live. We never heard any names that called Padang, a Padang community. We don't know that name. The only 2 names that we knew since we was young until we grew up. That was Denkongok and Dongyal. That's the only 2 names that we knew from many years ago. And in second to that, if we ask Denka, special Denka Ngok, I was asked one of them earlier, if he can tell me the border between Nil community and Maban community. Actually, he said that I don't know the border. Okay, if you don't know the border, why you want to talk about Upper Nile? And I'll let it go. The issue of Upper Nile State, I will comparing that issue, the same scenario they do to Upper Nile State, the same scenario they do to Equatoria. For the land issue, they're going taking their cattle into the city. The cattle shouldn't be in the city. It's supposed to be far away. And I was always wonder why Denka moving in the Equatorian land with their cattle. Where is their places? Why they can't stay their places where they their homelands or even the villages that they were staying? Why they can't stay there with the cattle? And all these conflict, all these issues caused by regime, caused by Kir Mayardit. Kir is supporting this. Kir know exactly. Kir is not stupid. Kir know exactly what is all these propagandas and all this. Kir knows. He don't want to allow these people to move in and bring their cattle inside the city. And Kir knows that. The only way that we can do it, only the action of the war. If somebody is stepping his feet in your land, you have a knife, cut his leg off. You have a gun, shoot him. That's a done deal. Upper Nile State, even my homeland, that where the oil field is, they can want that land. Nowhere of Nasir, they want that land. Even our people, they're innocent people. Our people got killed in 2018. 8 people got killed and buried in the same hole. It was painful to me. And also the people who actually, some of majority or few of the people from Maban, the MPs who work in Juba, they're against the will of Maban. They're against Maban because they got paid by Jing Nomto. They're working with Stephen Dew and Harun Lwal Run. They're working with these people. 2014, one of the commissioners, his name Luke Sadala, he sold this land out. He given our people of Maban of Darsagian our lands. He given that land to Denka Ngok. He said this land is belong to Denka Ngok. 2017, our people declared war with them. In an oil field there, we fought with them. And then soon later, on July 26, James Wane Egan came, went all the way to Maban area in an oil field. When he did the investigation, actually said this land is belong to Maban. Period. And the border was real far away. The border was approximately, it's like 3 hours away from Maban. If you're driving from that area all the way to Godi, it's 3 hours far away. And Kir, he knew this, and Kir don't want to even say nothing. Said, listen, enough is enough. This land is belong to this person. Let the person leave them. Let them live just the way that they want it. But Kir, he don't want to correct all this. But I believe when you try to take somebody's land by force, you will get what you're looking for. That land is belongs to that owner. You try to take it, the war will come out. Even though if I don't have any weapon to fight you, I will fight you in the spirit of God. I will fight you. You want to take the land. It started raping people. It started raping the girls. And what kind of president is this? The Upper Niles, even these three community, we living side by side, really serious, side by side. I went around. That was 1989. Before Nyanya one. Nyanya one also caused by who? Caused by Riek Machar itself. He came all the way to Maban area, and he came there with his troops, with all these heavy weapons. There's a place called Nurusin. He burned all those villages down. We still not even forgiving them for coming to our territory and taking, try to take advantage of our people. Our people, we've all supported during the liberation, the Australian liberation movement. Without Maban and Nuba Mountain and Blue Nile, Malagagari, and Yusuf Kuwa, South Sudan will never have an independent of South Sudan we call today. That is the fact that we have to say it. And thank you. I will stop from here and I will yell mic back to you. Thank you. Are you there?
Yes.
Itaka?
Yes.
Yes, I think he might.
No, yes, I am. I'm just trying to shut the volume down so I can able to speak to you. You hear me, guys?
From here and go ahead.
Thank you.
If you have anything, I will raise my case.
I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. Well, I just want to say this because we didn't want to take time. Yeah, Mr. CJ.
Yeah, my brother, it seems to have mixed, it says Anyanya one Mashar. Can you put it clear, Can you clarify that, please? Because there's something wrong here.
That was World War One. In English, World War One. Nyanya one, yeah. That was the English in World War One.
But Mashar wasn't there.
That was Nowhere White Army. Nowhere White Army. They came from Nasser.
You mean Anyanya 2, not Anyanya 1? Nigat, is it?
When they came, that was 1989. 1989.
Okay, I don't know about that.
No,
Mr. Gatluk.
Can I clear?
Yeah,
can I
please.
clear that?
Yeah,
I
please,
think I will
Gatluk.
do it.
Thank you.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I believe 1991. 1991, that was when the war that they fought in a war. They came and killed.
Gatluk knows a lot about this in that matter. Go ahead, Mr. Gatluk.
1989. That's correct. I get it.
Yeah, let Gatluk clear it also. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was 1989, but Riek Machar was coming from Bilfarm as a soldier of SPLA, was not a Nyanyawan, when he actually fought in Maban area.
Thank you.
So, so he came as a Jammus. I think he came as a Jammus. And when he fought in that area, I think he was there for more than a year, I think. But it was under John Grant.
So what the government is saying, that look, what the government is saying, is that correct? Is it correct or wrong? Because it says, the two tribes, Dinka and Nuer, they went on riding the areas and burning it down. Is that perfect or wrong? Thank you.
Yeah, no. I think what he's saying, I'm not really sure about both Nuer and Dinka, joining and trying to do something like that. Unless because I know a lot of people from Aban, Even Gabriel too. Gabriel will actually correct this himself because he was one of the soldiers.
Uh,
But in the reality, I know that
yeah,
Mabanese people from east actually did have some quarrel with the Nuer, but it's the same as like those tribal clan to clan kind of war, like we can see in South Sudan in many areas. It was never been a major war where Nuer actually went to Maban and fight with Maban. That has never happened. I am from
Galwak,
the
Galwak, that was happened in 2018. That was SPLM-IO. They killed our civilian in that area. And even though you disagree with me, there's Adam
Oh,
Mabanese.
I thought you said it was a long time
Yeah,
ago.
that before that, 1989. That was that happened in the place called Nuresin. That was caused by Riang Mashar. Nuresin, the place called Nuresin in its village, and then that was caused by Riang Mashar.
Yes,
When we, yeah,
and I'm not denying that. What I'm saying,
yes,
it was not at the time. In 1980s, Wyoming actually still not even exist. So Riek Machar was a zonal commander. At the time, they called them zonal commanders. He was a zonal commander actually who actually came as a Jamus directly from Bilfam to that area. That's what I'm trying to clarify. What they did there, uh, may I'm not saying that they didn't do anything. I'm just saying if they did at the time, they did it under a command of Riek Machar, who is belonged to SPLM, SPLA. It was not under Nuer because at the time there was no Y Army at the time.
Thank you very much.
But in 2018, I know there is an incident.
1 hour.
Yeah, in 2018, I know there was an incident where a group of six UN workers who are belong to Nuer was actually killed in Maban. I think that was a rebellion that was done later on. We all know that.
no,
Like,
that Golok, that's not that one is not a revenge. That was the SPLM-IO. They
oh,
used,
okay,
yeah,
okay.
that was the SPLM-IO. Actually,
Oh, okay,
yeah.
okay. So if it is a film, I will then brother Odisi, I cannot argue with that because of course there is a lot of things that did happen. But when our brother say 1989, that's what I was trying to correct. Yeah, thank you.
I get it. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. CJ. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, brother Harun and brother Katluk, for your input. And I know it's tragic what happened over there in Upper Nile. And I wish it was a better way to be solved. And I'll be honest with you, the more I hear those stories from Upper Nile, especially from a civilian, and I really appreciate you, brother Harun, so much, and also brother Katluk, for what you're saying, because you guys are coming here as um, truth tellers. You're not coming here as a propagandist or as people who come up to, just to say, oh, I stand with this because, I want to make sure that I stand with my political group or organization, whatever. You speak on facts of what you know, and you don't sugarcoat it, and you don't add more, or you don't add less, because in less is division. So you don't put less, you put fully as it is, and then you let the people begin to see the reality of what happened. And again, it's really, this is why this bloodshed could have been avoided. But one thing also I have to say to you guys, when I see people like Riek Machar, Salva Kiir, or even those people now in group like oppositions, Soma or Sawa or Ayo, you could notice one thing on them. They're all trying hard to play politicians, but what they're doing, they're escalating the whole, you know, it's like it could have been solved easily through our elders in the communities, and I could tell you this why, because in Equatoria, our communities, they will not allow such issues to escalate into becoming a tribe and tribe issues. They will diffuse it by bringing the culprits or the people who committed the offense, and they will be prosecuted, even executed for their crime. But they will not go far to the point of creating a mass war, a mass genocide, a mass displacement, a mass, marginalization of people. We don't, and our elders, they had that wisdom, and I don't know how they got it, but of course, wisdom comes from God at the end. But one thing they did not allow that, because they seen the future of what will happen if they allowed these things to escalate, and especially if they bring somebody like, a favorite son of the group or the tribe, and then especially like, SPLM really created a chaos. I will tell you the truth. SPLM, I hope they hear me, guys. Hold on. Yeah, SPLM created a chaos. Do you hear me, guys?
Repeat it again, please. Yeah, we miss you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this problem is my phone. أنا بشكرهم كتير يعني. I thank brother Harun and brother Gatluk for their sincerity and honest, plain words. They don't sugarcoat things. They don't come up with any propaganda, or they don't even put themselves affiliated into any political party, because they speak on facts, on something happened. They don't add more and they don't put less. They put as it is and let people judge it based on the reality and based on the facts that they see. And the reason why this is good, because this is where people need to know, because what's happening in South Sudan, it went to a chaotic situation, because I see some of these elders, the unwise elders, have politicized things into making a genocidal war. And now we could see in Dinka, let's be honest, Dinka now everybody talk about Dinka because Dinka have caused this problem. People have all forgot the past. 2011 was a new chapter, wiped clean. People have to come together, work together, and live together. Even Riek Machar apologized for some things he did wrong. He said it. Salva Kiir never even cared. Others that now in the Jing Council and all these, they didn't even apologize. The crime they committed against Equatoria, even the crime they did before we became a nation, even after we became a nation, they did not admit it. They said they ignored it, like land grabbing. They start land grabbing, then they went to land occupation, killing people. We have victims. I have myself. I have my family who fell victim for this land occupation, and they were murdered for their lands. Even my grandparents, who are resting place, have been desecrated, and they threw them away. Imagine, this is an insult. How could I live with people like that again? And this is why I say, Dinka, let them understand this. Equatorians are no longer going to tolerate this. And think if they think peace process will end what we call for independent, well, they're dreaming, because our independence is not going to be based on peace agreement. You've done so much horrible things. It's almost like the Nazis were done to the Jews. And you have done it to many people, not only us. You've done it to Maban people. You have done it to the Nuer people. You have done to the Sholo people. You have done to a lot of people in Bahar Ghazan, Upper Nile. Everybody complain about you. And yet you still have the audacity and the arrogance. You do not want to change. And yet when we talk about the alliance, this is the main focus. We're focused here, because even we notice begin there is a shift of double standard. Where people will try to pretend, because Equatorians have been seen so meek, they begin to call us fools. And I'll be honest, even I experienced this in my life in a time ago, that you can be nice to people. Sometimes people think you're foolish just because you're nice. But being nice does not mean I'm a stupid. Being kind does not mean I am coward. Being loving, it doesn't mean I'm so stupid that I don't know what's going on in front of me. I can love, I can hate, I can do that. But what I will always do is I will not turn to evil. This is what we want, never to turn to evil. And for us not to turn to evil, we have to go to the independence, because we can live among ourselves in harmony, and we can build a law that will govern everyone. When we worked in these things of Equatoria to be independent, it took us time. People insulted us. People mocked us. Say, "Who you guys? You don't even have army." It's like, it's not about arm. And let me tell you one thing, just to give you this message to those who still doubt us. And I'll tell you this with all conviction. I believe in it. You know, David, when he came to Goliath, right? Everybody in Israel was scared to fight Goliath, even the king, King Saul. You know, King Saul was so scared, he was disturbed. Every night they wake up, this guy taunting them. Goliath come out and say, "Where is your toughest Israeli man to come out and fight? We are waiting for you. You know, we want the toughest one." Every day for almost a month, they said. And nobody came up until David just came in. One young man just walked in and saw this guy taunting. It's like, and then he told the king, "Who's this guy? This, imagine he called him like, who's this dog, this uncircumcised Philistine to come and taunt our people, the people who worship the living God?" They say, "Listen, you guys can fight." It's like, "No, we tried. Nobody want to go." So they say, "Okay, if nobody want to go, I will go." He volunteered. Not saying that we are David, but just the spirit that they believed in, because David had this faith in God. If you believe you're doing right and you are with God, nothing is impossible. He saw this guy as a giant. He's an experienced warrior. He had all these skills, this experience. But what he did, David went and met him, and then he stoned him with one stone, small, tiny stone, not even big. And he put the guy down, and then he cut his head. Imagine, the man himself, David said, "I don't come up with any sword, and I come in the name of the living God. And today you're going to be the food of the birds, for the fowl of the air." So he did. He cut his head and he left them there. And then Philistinians panicked just because they saw their giant fall. That means for those people who doubt what we're doing and mock us, what we have one thing more greater than anyone, more greater than the United States, more greater than even any nation in this earth that call themselves mighty. We have the living God of Israel who's behind us, and he's going to let Equatoria become a nation, because we did not kill people in their land. We did not rape people in their land like what Dinka have done to us, and we did not desecrate any grave of people in their land. And because the resting place of our ancestors, let them remember this is a broken covenant, because we do not do that to them. If you desecrate our ancestors' grave, make sure the unity of South Sudan that we people dreamt about, it's over, because there is one thing that they did not notice. Dinka thought that they can laugh at us and take the grave of our ancestors and build hotel on top of it. And let every tribe in South Sudan, let them think about their ancestral land, because when that's the place where your ancestors' grave have been buried, you need to take honor and pride that this is where your fathers have been resting. You cannot let somebody else to throw you and take the ancestors' bones over there. Dinka said they belong to North Khartoum. Khartoum is their name, their country's name. Why they don't fight over there? Why they come up and take the land of Equatorian who are far away from Dinka? And Dinka, I don't see them in one place. They're left, right, south, north. I don't get it. And this is not an insult. This is the facts. They have to find their place. But again, alliance have to be based on mutual ground. But we don't only see mutual ground. We see people are using us. Right now, we see the opposition in Soma. Let's be clear. Opposition of Soma are using Equatorians. You could see one hand over here with Bagana Mum, and one hand with Lamakol, and one hand is with like Ajawin, and one hand here was like who, and you can't tell who. Okay, if you guys disagree politically, why are you guys always joining together and act like you guys are fighting for South Sudan as a revolutionaries when you're not? Most of you playing hypocrisy in front of us, and you think we're foolish. If others are cowards to speak, we're going to speak out loud for them and for those who are dying in our land. Because our brothers who are over there who are dying in that camp, those are people. Those young men who are dying over there, those are brothers. Our sisters are being raped. If you don't care about your people dying in camps, we care about people. We're not here to be lifted up as heroes. We're not here to be lifted up and be say, "Oh, you guys are very smart guys, intellectual." You don't even know what we did in our life, and we are okay with it. We don't care if you praise me or not, because you're not here. When I die, you're not going to be with me in the last minute of my life. But what I want you to do the right thing. And for Equatorians, instead becoming followers, be leaders. Instead of becoming followers and always trying to say, praising people just to people to like you. When you want people to like you, you will never find them. They will mock you. Be proud of yourself. Be men. You are fathers. Some of you are fathers. I'm not a father yet. But if I have a child, I'll make sure my child have to understand, that I will not let him be a coward. I want him to stand for himself. I don't want him to follow people just because people, he like these people and people have to like him. No, be yourself. If it's a girl or a boy. But shamefully, I see some men, they are fathers and they are husbands, and they can't stand up for their women. They can't stand up for their people. Because when you stand up for women, it's not because you're feeding her, you can have a roof in her house. You tell, oh, this is my wife, I take care of her. No, that means you got to take care of everyone in your community. Then why are you sitting in the community and say, oh, I'm an Equatorian? Then it's better for you to say I'm from other place, Khartoum, because you're born there or you live there. Just stay there. Or call yourself Canadian or American or Australian. But don't come and sing about Equatoria. You can't even do anything for Equatoria. Only just want to be a follower and say, let me follow this political party, and we get there. You get there how? By singing Kumbaya, my lord? Please. The revolution is not about negotiation. The revolution is to take it out, to remove everything that is wrong. We take out the wrong. We don't let the good, we don't let the wrong to stay and say, let's negotiate with the wrong. Somebody steal from you, beat him up until you take your stuff. And that's why I say those young men are dying. Let's not waste their life. Let's take Juba. If you guys are real men and you say you believe in the understanding of revolution and strength, like you say, we are Gua, then pressure yourself, take Juba. That's not an insult. Excuse me. So I won't take too much. I'll give a chance to Mr. John, and then later we will conclude. So thank you. Mr. John, please go ahead. Unmute yourself, sir. Sorry it took your time because we're going to end here. So, Mr. John, are you there? Unmute yourself. John Modi. I see you there, but I don't see you unmuting yourself. Please, can you unmute? After Sama. Do you hear me, guys? Hello?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, I don't know what's wrong with Mr. John. Excuse me. Anyway, anybody want to add something until Mr. John figure out what's going on with his mic?
Yes, I would love to add something. If CJ, I can get the you.
No, go ahead. Yeah, it's good to get it.
All right, thank you, CJ, for allowing me. Sorry, guys, fixing my earphones. The saddest part here in Equatoria, whereby you allow the outsider people to come and be your bosses. You're putting on the hard yaka on the ground. You're sacrificing your children on the ground. The damn the Equatorians, the poor for South Sudan, dying for South Sudanese. And then the rest of the South Sudanese are sitting there quietly, running from room to room, running their mouth to Kobur Fegisimo, doing nepotism in their parties, breaking from party to party, pretending, girl, the 2 different parties or 3 different parties when it's the same thing. And Hajere, Gatluk even put it in the perfect sense that, these people are not fighting for, for the revolution of South Sudan or to free South Sudanese. These opposition leaders are fighting to get back to their positions because Kir is closing them. So they have no option. That's why they're saying that, every opposition can alliance themselves together. You alliance yourself together as opposition, and then you broke up. Okay? You become enemies to each other. And then how do you still work together, really? I don't understand. When the other one broke from you saying that the reason why they broke from you because you're against Dinka. And then this alliance that has been right in the back of Equatorians, using Equatorians, as if they're telling Equatorians that you have never fought, like they've been insulting Equatorians. You have never fought now. This time is for you to fight for us. We sit and fold our hands and you fight for us. And Al-Darawish guiding Hinak and then sacrificing their children to Bel. Let their children die for the sake of South Sudan. While you are comfortable with your kids, you're looking every day in the eye of your kids. You're comfortably sitting happy in the West, in the Europe. You're comfortable with your wife. Yet Iyalta Equatorians will be moved to Tahet Hinak. And then you think Equatorians will just be happy and let it go, Zere. Leaders the Equatorians alfi SPL de Anamar al-Kanma SPL de Anamar Mukhom Shakal Kef. The same way the got us in trouble, Yande Hinama SPL de Equatoria is the occupied. The same nas wahid the gado tani jarona behnak bawara South Sudan. Instead of freeing your people, native betak awal and then tempt to decide jarana door by door. Galalala, I will sacrifice my kids. We be sacrifice kids taki against Zol. Talata iyal fi gaba. Unazal jaini go in your area. They're doing land occupation. Jama Equatorians, does that make sense? Right now, South Sudanese are not fighting for their freedom. What they're doing is occupying Equatoria. Opposition parties that they are occupying Equatoria. They're coming here very proudly saying that I have lands في جوبا. وفي جوبا نعمل كده. ولو مشينا جوبا نعمل كده. قول لي ياك لو مشيت مالكالو واو أنا بعمل كده أنا بعمل كده ولا في مالكالو واو كده قاعد يحصل. لكن أنت بتسمع الكلام ده في كشومهم خالص. Anything that is about Equatoria, they're in there. لكن هو بقدر بيقولوا unity لكن you don't see unity in their homes. لكن أي كونة فوق بس تدقيت باج فوق هناك إيكواتوريا ولا جوبا تلقاه جوا هناك ودر يكون سيدو كمان ودر يكون سيدة وهناك ناس بيجروا من كير بيجروا من دينكات هناك عشان كده let دينكات occupy the rest of the place لحد إيكواتوريا ما يفرق جسم نشوفوا إنتوا راجين وين let دينكات occupy these places إنتوا كليتوا بيوتكم جريتوا في كام وتجي تحديتنا هنا أكير أنا قاعد زجيبين ما كلامي أنا قلت ياو وقف راجل واحد ياو ما در له زول Nuera fighting for themselves now they are fighting for separation. What are the rest doing? This is my big question mark. And the Nuer who are confused, who are enablers, what are you doing? You who did not want to stand for your sons, you see your sons has been sacrificed door to door. Utabiteji against your brother who is fighting for the liberty of Nuer, for the sons of Nuer. Bitterly fighting for the people who were killed door to door.
Hello?
Ita the hypocrite, ita bugul is okay. It's just nas yake kalina zay mutu, it's okay. As long as I be clean to Kiri, as long as I be clean to unity. Well, in Equatoria, we don't want to accept that really. Even though we have such numb people in Equatoria who are having the same behavior. But the rest of us in Equatoria will not accept this. That's why Nagadigul and Nasal, they're harboring people in Equatoria, are trying to make Equatoria as to be occupied, and Nasal support Equatoria to be outside in the refugee camp. And Nasal be continue still to benefit and be happy with the genocide that will happen to Equatoria. Iyalta Equatoria will be mutu hasi bishakolo finance. We will not forgive this. These people need to know that. الناس البرجوا هاسي من بيطلعوا برجوا ورا تاني في كير where are they going ما كير بيشيل ناس عشان يشاكلوا ضد ناس وبيشاكلوا ضد ناس even ناس leaders ناس اللي بيقولوا leaders الناس ده هم في وين هم في وest في يوروب في وين ما يالهم وده يالنا هناك يا بيموت ده فوجلو هناك يا بيشردو ده ناسنا ده كاكوا هناك يا بيشردو last time يامبيو وداخل الجوبة في ناس قاعدين مرتاحين في ناس في كينيا قاعدين مرتاحين ولا ذات نزلوا تحت هناك ناس كينيا لبرون يا بيشاكلوا هناك برام Then what is the meaning of this Equatoria magi get this here? What is the meaning of this? نتكلموا زي ناس كبار نتكلموا الحقيقة صراحة وقدام ناس مفتوح نتكلموا زي رجال كبار زي نسوان كبار حاجة دي حياة الزول إنسان كان يتجرد فات ما برجع تاني أنت بتقدر تصحي إنسان ده من موت أنا ما بقدر بصحي أكون تيال فاتو في ناس بكلمت سات السودان أنا ما بقدر بقوم نسوين الماتو حاسي ما بكلمت هنا ناس قاعد يفايت في سات السودان وسات السودان واحد ده قتلهم الناس اللي برجع رياك مشان رجع ورا أساكر رياك مشان شالوا عشان fight against ناس and this are our sons who are fighting for South Sudan. Look at this logic يا جماعة. Make a logic out of this. أي زول اللي تحرب برجع ورا لكير they use them to fight our sons. Forget about this ناس which are ناس and their leaders which are living outside abroad. Forget them. ناس كنيلو برونغ أنا بتكلم مام دي يهو رجال دي يهو ناس. Forget about these people. These are desensitized people. These are non-robotic people. لما هم بيتكلموا كل يوم بيتكلم زي robot because they are all programmed robot. بيتكلموا the same way. لما أنا بسألهم سؤال هم ما بيقدر بيجاوبني لما اقول لهم انت ما جاوبت السؤال ده they throw tantrum and they cry they leave the room. يعني هو بيجي بيتكلم لي كلام تا program robot and somebody who's been programmed to say this to say this to say that to say that. لكن what about إيالا الميتين هناك ده مكانين لبرون ده الناس التعبانين هناك ده يالتا إيكواتوريا South Sudanese اللي going to fight against them. There's so much too they can راجع هناك كير بيعمل experience ده وين ما ناس تمالون ده قول له أمشي شكل أولاد ده المكانين لبرون هناك دي أولادنا يهو قاعدين يموتوا دي بناتنا يهو قاعدين يموتوا كلام ده ما بيوجد زول صحيح make logic كان في زول كبير هنا في زول في عمر understand في زول عنده understanding here make logic out of this يا جماعة أي زول الطلع برا برجع جوا here be use you to go fight this man down there and this young boys down there they has the إيال تنسمونه ولسه قاعدين fight against the regime for South Sudan or South Sudanese don't want to fight. هم بس بيقعد هنا running from room to room especially كان لقى رجالهم تا upper Nile ده كان جاء تا شلوك ده هم بيجا متردين ورام زي النساوين تا عندايات يلهم belittle themselves كانوا هم ما رجال وعارفين الناس ده كذابين أكبر كذابين ساي بيتهم كله في جوا كامب يلا يجي دكة سمهم هنا ملك في جوا في أجر في جي حياته كله يجي يقول لنا أنا بكرة لو درنا نتقسم ما تتقسم هاسي ياكي ما تتقسم تجي تجيب لي واحد يجي ينادينا كوكريت من شمال دوموني هو كوكريت هناك في شمال هناك ده ما ملككم فالسودان ده حاجة كده annoying بالدرجة ذاته is a curse upon us Equatorians. أنا ما أعرف what has our people done really. I pray day and night for forgiveness. لأنه the curse that has fallen upon us that we were joined to South Sudan there is a burden and is a curse upon us. حتى لو في ناس تانيين be wake up to fight, some people don't want to fight for themselves.
True.
Everybody's getting the understanding. Everybody here has spoken. The understanding of this war of the alliances. People have been explaining it. لكن في ناس act like they don't understand it. انت بتجي alliance حقك ويا manhood عند راجل تاني كيف؟ الراجل الكذاب ولا أبوه عمل حاجة ولا أبوه stabilize upper Nile ولا بحر الغزال تجي تقول لي أنا بيفولو أنا بقعد أنه I do not respect anybody that could not even create a man that could not face a man in his home, cannot make a peace in his home, and I will never respect you, and you will never have peace in my home. Then you do not deserve a respect. يلا شتايم حاجة كده بتشتم ده ولا بيمسكني لأنه I have a dignity. I come from I'm a daughter of people who are intellectual, people who are builders, leaders who build Equatoria. عشان كده إنتكم كلكم في ذاك الجوبة ماشي وين ماشي إيكواتوريا ماشي وين ماشي South Sudan ده وين إيكواتوريا. Who dare are you to speak? Who dare are you to speak? تفتح قدومكم. Who dare are you? Who dare are you? I dare you to كن رجال أجيبهم رجال في upper Nile hasti they are fighting to free themselves. إتلو من upper Nile. إتكن من بحر الغزال يجيب ما ناس هناك قادرين free themselves. ما تقول to confuse ناس هي ساكت إنت مورس ساكت. I'm really so hard it up to here. لما أنت بتيجي تسمع واحد يقول هم ورده وما بيعرف ذاته قاعد يشكل في شنو زي كلام تقتلوكا قال أصلا في ناس منافسة تومن ذاته ما عنده أي برنامج عشان تلقى تاني في useless رجال تانيين ما عندهم برنامج. طبعا هم عاملين politics زي بس محل تاع سالقة وما تعرف شنو يتلموا هنا يقعدوا هنا يفلسفوا يليفوا من روم لروم. عشان كده هم مبارين ورا حاجات دل هم بيهيبوا كذب في كذب. عشان كده هم مبارين ورا حاجات دل تكبروا في nothing. You don't have a dignity. You don't have a home. Your home is not well built. You don't have a dignity. سالك أنت قلت عندك سحادة قدر شنو rubbish. The scripture says a man without the knowledge of God, without the wisdom of God, is an ignorant. Is an ignorant. Al false prophet بتاعكم ولا كان شنو بتاعكم تقرأوا Bible مقلوب ده up and down ده ما بيجي كالس. الزول الراجل بيته ما منظم ما انت ما بده احترام ساكت ده احترام ما في له. عشان كده I don't really respect these people, and I'll never respect them until they stabilize their places one by one. وكلام ده قاعد يوجعني لأن أنت إنسان، أنت ربنا أداك عقل، you know, أداك everything. A man is like a horsepower. You have really strong muscles. You have brain. You're a cornerstone. A cornerstone. You're somebody that a woman can lean on. لكن أنت بتقعد تشوف بيتك يبرجله، أنت تبرجل بيتك برا، تيجي تقول لي حاسس الزول ده قاعد يتكلم ده. Why Equatoria is fighting for Equatoria should be fighting for someone. أنا هكون سيبيتك كيف لو أنت قاعد تقتل، أنت قاعد تشرد ناس، أنت مشيت كلفت يدينك. أنا نقول لنفسي نطلع كير، تقول لا كير مستي. يلا تيجي تقول أنا save you كيف يعني؟ I tried it with you for years, 16 years. أنت ما داير. You acting as an enabler. You acting as a burden. يلا لما الناس بيجي خلاص, you know what? Let me start with my own, from my own home. Then هناك you refuse. يلا تيجي تقول لي why you fighting for yourself. لكن في ما أقول في كلام بقوله إنه if I want to free myself تيجي تقول لي كان زري I'm turning against you. ياو واحد ده واقف ياو معلوم ما في رجال في ما قادر ما ياو. يلا أبقى Equatoria, a nation by itself. You come and threaten Equatoria, أعمل كسمك كبير ده. Try it. I see this one of this opposition Gary Amor revolution. Just when we came here, we find him running an agenda, a revolution on Kokora, trying to unite the Upper Nile, the Bahar Ghazal, in the name of Equatoria, sacrificing Equatoria. We know what now. ولسه قاعدين شي قاعد يحدد Equatoria. If Equatoria قال they're separate, but كان زي باقي ناس بيجي you know against Equatoria. Try it. يا واحد ده, واحد راجل واحد ده مر لك قبيله صغير ده, ما في زول قاعد يربوه. يلا تيجي تبقى انت راجل, انت قلت انت تقدر مع Equatoria ولا يشيلوا معاكم الناس تاكم ده القاعد يديكم يفتح لكم باب عشان يديكم ثغره انتوا تبليتوا Equatorians, تبليتوا رجال Equatorians every day تبشتموا في Equatoria. you know تبي تجيب ناس الشمال يشتموا Equatoria هم you know cockroaches, and then لسه في رجال Equatoria بيقعد معاكم هناك بيسمعوا listening to you belittling them. بيك هذا حقهم كله. وقال ده alliance حقهم كمان. alliance شنو بيجي بيشتم إيالك وبيديفايد إيالك في بيت. alliance شنو? just because you married from them? We have beautiful women in Equatoria. هلا لما أنا ما ناس ياك. عشان كده أي Equatorian teach your child to marry from your home. Equatoria is big. Every rajil, every man started teaching your children to marry from home. I think that's why God used to tell Israel not to marry from outside. God used to be the one who divides people. He's the one who created these tribes. He's the one who created nations. The one who be divided between the evil, the wicked, and the righteous. And nas al wickedness, or nas al righteous al mabik nas who can amal galat, who ready to repent, who ready to frustrate this into before God. Acknowledging mistake too, like in the wicked al demonic al maybe acknowledge next to Torah. That's why he divides people into tribes, into nations. He divides people between the righteous and the unrighteous. God put us together. Mafi God put people with people of wickedness. I know how hard it colors. Every time I speak, I find myself getting angry because every time I'm getting more angry, really. You know, and I might forgive this thing, kulu. And I might forgive, and I will continue to talk. We will continue, even though Equatoria is separate, we will continue to talk to the generations of Equatoria. We will not that our fathers have done back, our ancestors have done back. We will continue to tell our young generation to come. We will continue to talk these things, these events that had happened, to make sure that Equatorians generation to come do not do this mistake again. That's why Equatorians should dare never trust anybody. الناس الأهلهم كله في camp, ملكهم كله في camp, بيوتهم كله فاضي, يلا بيجي بيحدد ناس. تانيين جبال يا قال كمان قلب في ناسهم يا ناس تلار جبال أحرجته قلت تلار كان ما ظلم. دي ناس يا أخي, ده ناس Equatorians بيقعد وراهم. ده Equatorians دل خايفين الورام دل, لأن هم خايفين ما يحرجهم زي تلار تجبال ده. لكن تلار جبال كان راجل, هو كان راجل. أنا برespect تلار أحسن من أنا برespect Equatorians اللي بي bow down their allegiance to people who ما برespect them, حرامية اللي ما برespect them. people اللي لسه شغالين مع الرجيم ده. Homeless people. رجال إيكواتوريا بيجي بقعد بيحنسهم بنادم يا منو منو يا منو منو وما واثق في نفوسهم ما شايفين نفوسهم رجال enough. Soriako really. I said what I said and I meant what I meant. في واحد ده يزعل كده يزعل. Because it's enough. When people begin to واحد begin يسكر ناس تانيين, you know, you begin to do sutra لناس تانيين, ناس تانيين دير يركبوا في راسك دير يشتمك. مين ما إننا قاعدين نتكلم كلام إيكواتوريا بيشتمونا بيقولوا لنا ناس والله في وشنا إنت homeless يا أخي تيجي تقول لي أنا منو إنت قاعد في بيتي. إنت لما تقول تكلم بيتكلم عن بيتي. ليه جبالك إنت بتكلم من دي هنا قريب سبا إنت بتكلم إنه example تا my own city. كده اتكلم لي ملكال اتكلم لي بيقولوا شنو داك بهناك city تا هنا تا بغادي بهناك ده إنت من هناك من بحر الغزال قول لي يا أخي هناك في الدنكا أنا ما بقدر بدور دنكا هناك بركب في راسي بنوم معي أنا راجل وفي ملكال هناك قول لي بيعمل زره ما تيجي تقول لي يا أخي example أنا ما بقدر ناس ناس ما بقدر بدور في جوبا ده يا ساد السودان إيكواتوريا بس يا هو ساد السودان. This is cheating really. You're getting cheated before your eyes. Itu nas kubar, you're getting cheated ya Equatorians ya kasara ya rujal kubar. You're getting cheated. Ya kasara layal kunitu ya rujal. You're getting cheated really. You're getting told Gali because you signed a CPA, now the Indom rights to be on your land. Ya kasara waladokun yake. Ya kasara. You become a enabler for Equatoria to move forward. Just because of Rejalta Upper Nile, they're playing nepotism on people. Nepotism. The whole movement is Ahal. The whole movement Ahal. Bada min tanin jua Juba, tanin jua Khartoum, tanin jua East Africa, tanin Barafi Western Wall. Using women and men of Equatoria, playing holet for them. Magul against your land. Magul, ita تتكيف من راجل تاني. عشان بس يتكلم نفسه كلامات اننا بتقولوا هنا ده. عشان بس عنده كشم كبير. You play holet against your land, against your people. I'll be dying هناك ده. I bet you should see Iyalta Nase how they die horribly. الناس اللي بيرجعوا من ملكال هناك جرم هناك قالوا defending their land ده. كير بيوزوا من ينشي to prove their allegiance to fight against أولاد ده. إنت يا أحبال. إنت ما جايب كبر. إنت في قاعد هنا. They are fighting. Iriak machar raja shalo iyalu ya ayo they be attack iyal de nas kenyilo bro. Ma attack leader tanas ma attack nas afi abroad. Attack iyal de wara hinaka. Alzatu guru shalitu bitlamlumuda huma ma bilgao. Huma tabanin. Gutu itu shakli le South Sudan. Ya rujal Equatoria ya ahbalito. You sit here in the West and in the Europe looking at the faces of your children, happy eating, driving nice, but those boys over there with Kenyilo Brong, South Sudan is killing them. They're living in a very poverty place. Umbari, I saw how Yei look like. Very sad, beautiful place, but my legal chance to develop. And this really kills me to the end of me. Ahbal Rojalta Equatoria, Ahbalitio, Ahbal. You sit here worshiping other men just because your leader have intermarriages with other people. Just because you want to go back for position, you sacrifice the children of Equatoria. And then you follow this kind of useless, homeless thief all the way to useless rules wherever he goes. Nasawin, Equatoria, Urujal Equatoria, follow after him, up and down, follow after them. You play holy just because of your land. Really? Really? You think tomorrow you're not going to feel disgrace, really? You think that our eyes is looking, but we are blind? Really? You think we screen up stuff that you say around these people and to these people? You think we don't really transfer this data? We don't. And we don't compare it to our children who are dying over there, killed by these people. These people who be gather money, be rasulul nasum hinak limlim asliha. And then Bashir Humbijiriba actually had a war to the regime. And then the regime sent them to go and fight against Kenyilo Borong. De iyalna, Yahubi Mutu. Iyale kan iyal Fojulu de iyalna. Iyale kan iyal Kakwa de iyalna. De iyalta Equatoria. Kan iyalda min Upper Nile, min Lotuko. Sorry, min East Equatoria, min Lotuko. Min Gabalta East Equatoria de Kulu. Min Madi, min Acholi, de iyalna. Kan huma min West Equatoria de iyalna. Kan min Muru min Zanda de iyalna. Kan huma min Gabal de Kulu nyang bara mundari wen de iyalna. Dehna ya hukulu Equatoria dehna ya wahid ahal wahid the same ahal with the same gabail with the same dom wahid with the same ehna been keep our languages, our tribe, but simultaneously we are still it's like tribes and relatives at the same time. Itule bitamal kalam they say, why do you take the long road? Why, when you can save Equatoria first and then help to save the other places? ما في زول قال لك ما تhelp زول تاني, لكن help your people first. Help your people first. بلد ما بتsacrifice, you don't sacrifice your people, you don't sacrifice your land because of mara, because of rajil, just because it's a زوجة من محل ده, because it's a قاعدة نوم زول ده من محل تاني, just because you breathe kids ما زول ده من محل تاني, you sacrifice your people, you turn your deaf ears to your people. That's not how you build a country, that's not how you run a country. Alliances manas does not say that you sacrifice your country. Does not say that you be at the wicked side. Does not mean gali ita kalas bukun taib nihaya. Ya jama, I will just leave it here on my last word here, saying that your mata ya jama Juba zamanik kawajadal jo saudunas built Juba. Kawajada was there having organization, the UN, UNDP, UNICEF, Munu, all this organization. And they were living there. They were building, they were helping. Equatoria was moving ahead. Equatorians, they were very bright people. They were working. They were building Equatoria. But Kalam the Kulu, the advancement of Equatoria was going well. All of a sudden, Equatoria dropped everything in the name of SPLA. Everything Equatoria left there, imagine. All the development, everything just stopped. Equatoria left it and went to the bush, joining SPLA. They say here nas in the mukh. Ashen kida, these people know you read your books. Itu ya nas kubarta Equatoria, wake up. They read your wicked. Your weakness. They read your weakness. Ashen kida, up to today they're playing you. They're playing you. Help me, help me. I can't help myself. And they know what they're doing. Kida, you go back. Itu alkano general lat alkano guto Victoria nas munu itu what are you doing? What are you doing? You not be accept colonization over them and happy about colonization. Yes, it's okay. Just like the West colonized the native people, let us be colonized. It's fine. There's no problem with it. Ita btaqbal rajil tani يكون راجل فوق كيف كان دينك راجله ita كمان يلو هو بيجي راجل تاكي كيف يزول accept gay يكون راجل تو يا جماعة. They gave the lowest of the lowest right now. Equatorial is acting. I'll just leave it here. I'm sorry it took a long time, but I'm really burning fire right now about Equatoria. I'm just
Don't worry.
burning fire.
Didi, you're good. Let's give a chance to Mr. John and then later Mr. James at the moment. So also my time because I have to make sure I get better. I know your message is rich. Just want to tell you guys. Yeah, I'm proud of you. Yeah.
Yeah, Didi, that's a wonderful point, To those who are not listening, to those who have not ears, let them listen to what is going on, what we are talking about. All we are saying is that, this alliance that people are dreaming about is not any longer. As says Didi, we better get the short way rather than long way. So let's not waste time, causing blood and loss of our people, our children and all that, What will be our future? Marriage is not an issue that would have tied us down. I may marry anyone's, could it be white or anything, any race, but this shouldn't, you know, beg me back, you know, bring me back, you know, it means prevent me of doing my rights. You know, every one of us have a role to do, guys. What this lady is talking about is not something easy. It's not something that we would ignore. Let us come to our sense. Let us come to a reality. The facts, that is the facts. What we're saying is that this alliance is not any longer. We can't take it. You know, there's no time for that. Remember, there were some many mistakes. We kept on repeating mistakes after mistakes. So we need to get out of this. And I'm proud of this. Maybe what he has spoken from her heart, you know, he spoke it out. Hopefully, you who are listening to us, wherever you are, home or in Equatoria, anywhere in the world, you know, don't be blind, you know, having all these things around when you're in Western countries and all that. We're now under existential threat, guys, as Equatoria. So it is our time. It is the time that we have to stand as one people. Look to your house, clean your house, do everything in your power, you know. As says the brother who was also from Upper Nile, he says, you know, from experience, he says they have gone through all those people. That is their way. So we have to stand. Whatever it takes, you know, we must. That is very important. You may get annoyed, but the fact has to be said. So today, hopefully you listen to what is the truth. You know, we're proud of people like Kanye Laboron, those who are in the field, you know, are fighting in the grounds, doing all their best, expecting us to make the difference. It's unfortunate. Some of us seems to be coward. So let us not be, don't fear, you know, we shouldn't fear any guys around us. We know those people. Those people are now more stronger because of our resources. So why wouldn't we just go after them in a way or another? Yeah, that's what we should do. So to this, thank you, Atika, and thanks, Didi. You know, we're with you. You know, we're one people. We will strong. We will stand for Equatoria. Equatoria will rise. The day will come when we kick out the bad guys. Those are not brothers. Those are conspirators who have come to Equatoria, and they are collaborators. They should keep out of doing the bad and dirty things against their people. We know we have more money today in Equatoria trying to twist when it comes to reality. You need to stand, guys. It is time. Time is not to our side. Thank you very much. All right, bye. Go ahead, Atika. Sorry. Hello, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Mr. John, can you unmute yourself, please?
Let's go to James.
No, John before James, because he was here. I wanted to give him a chance. John, unmute yourself. We're going to shut the raising hand because there is another topic going on with Mr. Forgot his name, Richard. Lady has a topic, but so I want to give a chance to Mr. John. John, Mr. John, hello.
تفضل James. ماشي James.
Hold on. I think John, do you know how to unmute yourself from there? Let me drop him in and bring him up again. Hold on. Something wrong with his. He wanted to talk for a long time earlier. Like, you know, I have to give him a chance. Okay. John, اتفضل دورك. Yeah. أنا الظاهر عندك مشكلة في الميوتينج so أنا نزلتك.
I'm tuning on. I'm watching you guys. Thank you.
Okay, you want to say your point? You got like let me give you 5 minutes because عشان عاوزين ننتهي ونقدر ندي فرصة للباقيين اللي ما تكلموا يلا بعد كده نفاينلايز.
Itaka, I want to appreciate I want to appreciate you guys. I just want to remove myself down to the audience, but I really appreciate it that, you know, we came together and, you know, to bring all the thought together, and I really appreciate it. No,
thank you, brother Hamid.
Don't give up and just keep fighting. You know, the freedom is not, it's not easy, but you have to fight for it. So I
Yes, sir.
yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much, brother. Mr. John, go ahead. تفضل. عندك كلام ده تقوله؟ اتفضل.
Yes. شكرا يا أخي إديكا من أخي صغير. My greeting to you and to Didi, CJ. These are people I've been watching throughout. I'm not a young guy. I'm almost in my late 40s, going to 50s. And then I want to thank also Obi and James. I mean, this is a guy, I keep on watching all the time on Arabic part of the discussions. And then Robert Ohide, my in-law, he might not know me, but and then to Dominic, who's my nephew. Thank you very much. شكرا خالص يا جماعة. أنا قد نشهد أجل تتكلم فوق اليوم ده. It's very good. And there's one thing is that sometimes يا جماعة this is an open discussion here whereby it's not inclusive. And we think here Equatorians, there are people from different parts of Southern Sudan. And some of the words being said by the separatists, Jama, it's not going to help our cause. Because this thing is not entirely for Equatorians here. There are people from different parts of Southern Sudan watching what we are saying here. And we have to be very careful with whatever we say, Jama. And then I'm being watching you guys all the time and consistently, especially the condemnation toward NAS is not helping our cause. Because not everybody in NAS there is just a NAS. We have to put that in the account, Jama. You're hurting a lot of people. Whatever you guys say here is not helping our cause. Because the independent of Equatoria will not be fight by only a few people now. That's inclusive things. All of us Equatorians are concerned about that, wherever we are, regardless of our political differences. But we have to be very careful in whatever we talk about those issues. Even there's an Equatorians in Iowa, Equatorian in the government, they know what they want. But let us be very careful in addressing political issues. Be mindful of how you're hurting other people. And things like that, our inter-Equatorian things should be discussed in our inclusive Equatorian things, not openly like that, whereby we are selling our things. Like, I feel very disappointed when a person like, I respect him highly, a person like Thomas Rilo being insulted. It pains me a lot because of where his love happened to take him. And then he's being belittled. That's not good for our cause, Jama. We have to be very mindful of that because love is blind. My brother Robert is from Eastern Equatoria. I'm from Eastern Equatoria, but I know where he got married to, and then he knows where I'm from because that's what binds me. He doesn't know me, but my wife is very active in Ayoma TV. So because of our love affair should not be categorized as a failure. Like now, how our brother Thomas is being categorized, married to other people from different parts of Southern Sudan, is not helpful, Jama. Let us be very mindful.
Excuse me, man. Can I interject, please?
I'm busy a little bit, Adiga. I should have joined you, but I'm busy. Sorry.
No problem, Mr. Jacob.
Excuse me. Can I get in? Hello,
Yeah, Mr. CJ, عشان نقدر نخلص لأنه time قاعد go against me.
أوريك أنا ما عملنا إهانة لأي زول، ما في أي إهانة اديناه لأي زول. بقدر إحنا ما قاعدين إحنا بنتكلم إنه what we are talking is the alliance is not any longer. It's useless. لأنه we're losing people day after the other. That's what we are talking about. We're not talking. There are more many people who have got married. There is intermarriage. Hold it, my friend.
There's some personal issues. You don't have to bring it to
a minute. Excuse me.
Mr. John, Mr. CJ, hold on a second, Jama. Mr. John, please, we do not go to personal stuff. We don't care about personal issues or
marriages.
Yeah, marriages is not our issues.
Thank you. I'm just that's
Let's get to the point. Do agree in the alliance legitimacy? Do you think the alliance legitimized forced nation occupation?
Soma. That's what we're talking about.
دقيقة hold on. ما موضوع سوما ذاته، موضوع بتاع alliance ده الأحزاب السياسية الموجودة عشان نقدر نفسرها بالعربي الواضح لباقي جنوبين أخواننا مهم اللي ما فاهمين الوضع ده، نتكلمها بإنجليزي بعربي. Legitimization هو تشريع على أساس إن هم يقدر يحتلوا أراضينا ويجبرونا نحن نعيش معهم ونكون جزء منهم. ده حاجة اللي هم عاوزيننا نكون، ونقبل الاضطهاد، نقبل المجازر اللي قاعد يحصل في استوائية، ونقبل الاحتلال. هل ده بيعقل لأي إنسان طبيعي، إنسان ذو عقل فاهم، إنسان ذو فكرة، إنسان ذو فهم على إنه هو إنسان في القرن 21 بيقبل أشياء زي ده عشان يقدر يكون في وحدة أو في بقول شنو منظمة؟ أنا ما أعرف طبعا alliance، إذا أنا ما غلطان. تحالف. شكرا. تحالف اللي ما بيديك حقوقك، لكن تحالف اللي بيغصب عنك إنك أنت تقبل إن أنت تكون خادم وتكون عبد وتكون زول بس بيكون كراكوز ودرويش لهم. هل ده معقول؟ ناس وين قاعدين كورك، رجالنا هناك قاعدين بقى ما بيحترمهم حتى بيغتصبوهم. كان نسأل ياتو، كان نسأل هل في نوير اغتصبوهم زي اللي قاعدين يغتصبوا استوائيين في جوجوبا؟ لما بقى احنا بنتكلم عنه احنا كان رجال صحيح، وانا بعرف احنا رجال، لكن انا قاعد نسأل الناس اللي دايرين يتحالفوا مع الناس اللي ما قاعد يديك اي فائده، اللي تحالف بتاعهم هم بيستغلوا اكتر منك ما انت تكون معاهم في قوه متساوي. يعني هسه انا قاعد نسال السؤال ده، والسؤال ده لازم هم يسالوا انفسهم، لانه احنا كمواطنين احنا يا هو كبش الفداء، احنا ابناء استوائيه، ابنائنا واخواننا هم قاعدين يموتوا في مجازر، هم ماشيين في مقابر. عمليه ذاته ما فاهمه.
Okay, you're back.
انا قلت بيجيبوا لكم ناس بيجي بيشتم شخصيات، بيجي بيشتم من شماليات ديل، بيقول يا اخي انتوا حشرات، الناس اللي دايرين انفصال من استوائيه ديل حشرات. تخيل الجراءه. وفي نفس الوقت نفس الناس ديل هم بيقعدوا مع بعض وهم قالوا هم اختلفوا مع الحزب الثاني. يعني خلينا نكون واضحين، انا ما جاي نتجامل هنا. اوكي بقى انا مو دي خلاص خاصم الصومه اللي من فوق وناس جوينه هناك، نيجي نلقاهم بيجي بيقعدوا في ترابيزه واحد بيتكلموا كمعارضات سياسيه. انت زاد بتسال نفسك، انت كان سير زول فاهم تسال نفسك تقول شنو؟ كده بس اسال نفسك، هل انت سير زول واعي؟ لما تلقى شخصيتين هم الناس ماشيين زي قبلك سؤال سالوا ديدي، قال هل الناس اللي عندهم النبتزم؟ يس، نبتزم موجود، حتى اخونا قتلوك قال كلام نبتزم موجود، حتى وضحوا بتفاصيل على ادله ان هو كان جزء من الناس القدام في وقت ده لما هم كانوا في نظافه. يعني الناس دي سوابق واستوائيه لسه ده نجروا يباروا ورا هؤلاء اشخاص اللي بيجي بيدمرنا وبيدمر فرص الاستواء عشان يكونوا عندهم قيمه وعندهم مكانه. العالم اليوم قاعد يطنش جنوب السودان لانه العقليه الموجوده في الاحزاب السياسيه والموجود في النظام هم the same, they will never change. ده نفس الناس، نفس الشخصيات اللي ما عندهم الكرامه ولا الجراءه انه هم بيشوفوا انه في ابناء وطنهم قاعدين يموتوا من اجل حاجه اسمه جنوب السودان المزيف. وينه جنوب السودان ده؟ كان نسال انفسنا جنوب السودان ده وينه؟ انت استوائي ما بيدوك اي كرامه، مقبره جدك كبوه برا، اختك قاعدين يغتصبوه قدامك، راجل قاعدين يغتصبوه، انت لسه ده تيجي تقول لي جنوبي؟ تبي انت لين فصلت من شمال السودان كان بقى عندك حب للانسانيه، انت كان سي زول طيب نمن اكثر من مسيح، ما كنت تقعد مع الشمال. الشماليين بيقولوا هناك هم مجاهدين وانت هنا قول يا اخي انا مسيحي. وقال من ضربك على خدك الايمن الايسر الدول اليمين، ليه جريت؟ ليه قلت انا ده ننفصل عشان بترول بتاع الثاني ده قاعد يقول ده بترول بتاع حله بتاعه. احنا عندنا موارد ما قاعد نقول ده بترول، ده موارد بتاع حله بتاعنا. يا عسى في ايست ايكواتوريا جون جارنج ده استفاد من شنو؟ ما استفاد من كابويتا. دينكا هسه هم قاعدين يتكبروا ده كله، ده ما كابويتا الذهب بتاع كابويتا خلاهم نيجي في اوروبا. شالوم كالوس بويز ده قال شنو؟ ما ده كله من معاهدات عملوها مع ناس يوغندا. عندنا ملفات، ده ملف ده انا لقيته وانا عرفت انه في ادله كثير بوري انه جون جارنج ده زول مجرم. عشان كده انا بقول انا بخجل لما نسمع استواء بيجي بيقول جون جارنج كان عنده رؤيه وزول ده كان شخصيه. زول ده مش ده ايفول من اساسه. انتوا مفترض انتوا كاستوائيين ما تخلوا وساخه ده يجي يسيدوا علينا. اي زول فاسد يعرف محله، واي زول عنده كرامه يقدر على كرامته، لكن ما يجي يستولي علينا ويجي يسيدنا. استواء اليوم بقينا مضحكه. ضحكوا فونا في ايو، ضحكوا فونا في اس بي ال ام، وضحكوا فونا في ايام بتاع لما ابل يرجع ادوا الفرصه يا كوكورا جا حصل. لو نازل ما شداد ما قويين والله كان احنا اكواتوريا بقينا عبيد من وقت ده. لكن نشكر ربنا اجدادنا وقفوا، واحنا لسه ده نيجي اسال اليوم بقى ده نيجي نتحالف في حاجات ما عنده. يا اخي تحالف يعني كاننا شفنا المقارنه. القوه الكل يعني كان جينا في الجد. القوه اللي عنده مكانه هو الاستوائيه الهسه. عسكريا عندنا السلطه، سياسيا فكروا صح، ما تجروا تكونوا تبعيه. يعني انتوا بجد ذكرتوني بايام بتاع برابره في حروبات كان في الماضي. يعني انا متذكر في ايام لما ياهو زول اسمه تي اي لورنس بتاع لورنس اوف ارابيا، هو جاب قبيله بتاع بيقولوا شنو انا نسيت اسم بتاعهم، هم قاعدين في جنب يمن هناك. قبيله ده ديل كان بيستخدمون بقروش، هم قويين عندهم نفوذ قوي. يعني هم كان دخلوا في مكانهم بيشيلوا بيعملوا حرب النجاح. اتراك استخدمهم، لكن لما جاء لورنس وحد العرب ديل. انما اليوم بيسموه ليه لورنس في ارابيا ده، لانه زول قال لهم يا جماعه تي اي لورنس قال لهم ورسلوه كان عشان يعمل كمكشف. يعني بيقولوا شنو reconnaissance and يعمل study on these people how can they win the war against. طبعا European كان بيستخدم alliance so alliance اوروبيين حتى فوقوا مصالح، والliance تاعهم دائما هم لازم يكون عندهم السياده مش يكونوا هم التحت. استواء اليوم ده يعمل نفسه هو زول خادع ومسكين. انا اسف انا باخذ كثير، لكن بدي فرصه لاخوي جيمس وبدي الاخ او بي. لكن عاوز اوضح حاجه، لحسن هنا لازم نفكر فكره صحيحه. حان الوقت لانه ناس قاعدين يموتوا. احنا اليوم في 2022، الدنكا اليوم هسه بقى فخورين ب 2023 امين الجاي ده حيكون انتخابات. شايف بس هم قاعدين يضحكوا علينا، والمعارضه هنا بيغني الف ليله وليله ونفس الحاجات دي مردد. كل يوم بغيروا بس كلمات او تعبيرات جديده، بيقول خلاص هم كانوا غيروا الكلمه كله. No, they're the same because what they're doing nothing. عيال تكترني هسه in the ground. وينو ناس على النيل؟ قالوا وين الرجوله بتاعهم يجيبوا شبابهم من على النيل يجي ويخطوهم تحت قياده بتاع الجيش ده؟ كانوا مسوي alliance، كانوا مسوي ally، كانوا مسوي ناس تاع وحده، كانوا مسوي ناس بيقولوا تحالف، مش يجي يستغلوا. ما يهو مولونج ده كان جا مولونج عمل شنو؟ مولونج ولا ضرب تلقى واحد excuse me sorry man I'm sick a little bit. لكن مولونج جاب تحالف ما عمل اي شيء غير قاعد هناك غنى وتجسس وعرف يلقى مش عمل حجاره. قال يا اخي ناس سيريلو ده انت انما بقى يشبهوا سيريلو معانا احنا الانفصاليين على اساس ان احنا كلنا واحد. نو وي ار نوت. الليست اننا بنعرف ان سيريلو اخذ موقف بتاعه، لكن الليست لما ياخذ موقف بتاعه لازم يعرف انه العيال اللي قاعد يحارب في الارض ده عيال استوائيه، والناس اللي قاعدين يكونوا تحالف معهم لازم يحترموا ابناء استوائيه، مش يجي يستهترون يجيبوا لنا الشمالي يجيبوا لنا الانفصاليين ده الحشرات. والله ده ما بيزعلني. طبعا اننا بنعرف اي زول بيقدر يسبك ويشتمك، ما شتمونا ده ما جديد. لكن حاجه اللي بيوجعني الدم بتاع اخواننا ده دمهم اغلى من شتيمه اللي بيقول لنا، لانه الناس اللي قاعدين يموتوا هناك جوعا قهرا مرض حاجات ده كله. حتى الطلقات اللي بيجي من اساس ده دينك عاوز يحتل. احنا كلنا بنتكلم بقى هسه اليوم بقى اغنيه جديد بقى يقولوا اراضي، وامبارح كان جزر المشكله اليوم بقى اراضي. لكن الاراضي ده احنا ابناء استوائنا من القدس ده مقدس. اورشليم نفس الشيء زي اسرائيليين قاعدين يكون في ارضهم. احنا the same thing we cry for our land، لان ده ارض اجدادنا خلوا لنا. ما في زول حرامي بيجي لنا متسول واحد ما عنده اصلي ولا فصل ما معروف كان جاي من شمال ولا من غرب ولا من وين. كان سالته من وين ما بيعرفوه، في غرب في بحر غزال في جنوب ينايت بيي في وين كل مكانات ده ماشي جهه واليمين. احنا استوائي لازم ناخذ موقف. حتى هسه المقاتل المجازر اللي قاعد يحصل ده احنا ما جزء منه، لكن تجي تلقى هنا جنة غني معهم كومبايا عشان يجي يلعبوا في معقولنا. يا اخي ده ما استهتار لنا يا اخي. اخواتنا بيتكلموا هنا بيقول لكم وقفوا الحاجات ده وكونوا رجال ذو عزيمه والشهامه. انا احترمت اعداء بتاعنا ما كنا في حرب امريكان ده شفنا عرب ده لما يقولوا مجاهدين ده قلت لك ده بيقفوا بكل كرامتهم. كان ده ايسيس ولا كان ده القاعده ولا كان ده عراقيين ناس سيناء ده قوات تاع الصدر ولا ده كان قوات ديل واقفين على اساس انه ده ارضهم وهم مسلمين وهم فخورين به. احنا ايكاتوريا عندنا ارض. كان انت مسيحي ولا مسلم انت استوائي ما افتخر. كان شيل بايبل ولا شيل القران وقول يا اخي انا ابن البلد ده انا ما بخلي ارضي، لا ربنا ادانا وصيه ده. وينه حاجه ده؟ يجي نلقى إنه كل نيجي نقعد نيجي نتفق مع المجرم اللي سرق بيتنا يغتصب أخواتنا ويقتلونا. يعني لما نيجي نتكلم الحاجات دي بيوجعهم، يعني بيقولوا نازلت إهانات شتائم، يعني بيحرشوا باقيين قال ما تيجي في أوضة تام ديل جايين يتكلموا كلامات نيجاتيف. اسمع اللي بيبكيك من اللي بيسمع بيضحكك. هؤلاء الناس بيضحكوكم وبيفلسفوا فوقكم لانه عارفينكم انتوا ناس بتاع مجاملات وجبنه. عشان كده لما بيقولوا ايكاتوريين جبانين إن بنبرهن لهم بالجبن بالفعليه لما نقيف معاهم. هم لما بيقيفوا برام هناك الكوميونتي بتاعهم انتوا شفتوه كده، شوف الميات بيجوا منهم بينادوا اهلهم كلهم بيقيفوا. حتى لو كان اخوهم ده عنده اخطاء هم بيقول لا 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 زولنا ده هو صح، لان ده ابننا، ده ابن بتاعنا، ده ابن بلدنا. يلا احنا الاستوائيين ده عندنا حاجه اقوى من اي زول في جنوب السودان. عندنا استوائيه، رمز بتاع وحدتنا، اجدادنا خلوا لنا. انيوان ده ما جا ساكت. ناس جوزيف لاغورنا من طلعوا لانه مبادئ الاجدادهم خلوا لهم وادونا له. اليوم ده قاعدين نكبوا تحت عشان نجي نكونوا خدادين، نجي نورشب ناس ثانيين ما عندهم اي كرامه، لا قاعدين يتكلموا الحق ولا شيء، وعندهم ضمائر خسيسه، يعني ضمير، يعني ما ضمير نظيف. انت شفتهم كثير ما هم بيتكلموا كلام ضدنا لأننا بنقول كلام ده. وأنا بشكر كل استوائي بطل بيقيف معانا بيسمع أصواتنا، واللي بيقول الحق ده بيمشي معانا بيتكلم. في ناس استهترونا قالت ما عندكم جيش، لكن أنا بوجاني أبناء الاستوائي ده هم يا جيش بتاعنا ده، ريجاردلس هم قاعدين يحاربوا لجنوب السودان ولا هم قاعدين يكونوا في أي مكان. ده اللي يالتا استوائي دمهم غالي لنا، ممكن نضيعهم. حان الوقت للقادة بتاعنا اللي قاعدين يقودوا شباب بتاعنا في معركة، لازم يقودوا الشعب ده للنجاح، مش يخلوهم يكونوا خدادين. يلا تاني بيجي يركب في راسنا. جون جيرنج استغل إيكاتوريان، إيالتا إيكاتوريان ماتوا في جوبا، نما خدتهم في البيت الأبيض، قتلوهم في شمال. وين هسه منو قاعد يعود اليوم دينكا بقى يستعمرنا؟ قال انتوا عبيتوا ما موتوا، انتوا ما خدمتوا، انتوا كنتوا يا خدادين بس قاعدين تقعدوا هناك قاعدين تتفرجوا، احنا قاعدين نموت. احنا 200 حنكون لنا كرامه، كان ما في قائد قوي نكب القاده ونبني قائد جديد. عيب علينا احنا نتكلم هنا ان ناس مثقفين متعلمين ما قاعدين نقيف. انا بس بقول حان الوقت يا استوائيه لتقوموا بعملكم. شفت حتى لو تضحيه ده موت ده واحد والحياه باطل زي ما بيقولوا العرب، ولا ده مثل في السودان بيقولوها، لكن في النهايه الحياه ده واحد مره، لكن لازم تموت بشرف وكرامتك. شفت انا شفت ناس في دول العرب ديل ويفوت حتى ناس ثانيين قبضناهم هم مستعدين يموتوا، هم ما خايفين. حتى لما قبضوهم قال لي يا زول انا لقيت فرصه اطلع برا انا بعيد نفس الشيء ده. لما نسالهم سؤال قلت له كان طلعت تعمل شنو؟ قال انا برجع ثاني بكون مجاهد. Just imagine those people they say that. يلا انت استوائي في ارضك ما لازم تتكلم كلام ده. عيب علينا احنا نسكت، وعيب علينا ان نيجي نباري ورا الناس اللي بيستهترونا وبيصغرونا وبيشوفونا احنا ناس كلام فارغ. وقال يا اخي انتوا استوائيتوا، انتوا ناس اقليميين وانتوا ما قبيله واحد وقبائل. يس احنا ما قبيله واحد لكننا فخورين لانه اجدادنا بنوا اساس، وكانت لاحظت دماءنا كله مختلطه. استوائيه ده قال الاستوائيه ده بدا امبارح، استوائيه ما بدا مع حركه الشعبيه، استوائيه ما بدا امبارح في ايام بتاع تكوين تجربه من السودان الجديد لما السودان اتكونت في واحد عبود ولا منو. استوائيه ده بنى من بدايه لما كان بيسمونا لادو كيندوم لادو انكليف وادونا اسامي قسمونا للثلاثه كم دول. and now today we have been minimized and undermined and disrespected بالشخصيات اللي بيجي بيقول لنا يا اخي الناس زعلانين، انت كان حق بس استوائي كده خلاص وبينسى الموضوع. وانا بقول كلام ده، وانا بقول كلام ده لانه this person who said it and I will call his name out, I'm not sorry to say it، لانه هو استهتر شعبي وانا لازم اقول له في وشه وخليه يسمع وناس يقولوا له. زول اللي اسمه سلمان دندراه قال يا اخي انت كان حق بس استوائيين، انت بس كان حضنتهم هم بينسوا كاستهتار. وده نفس الناس اللي هم كورانهم جوا كورانهم برا، مش امبارح كانوا مع ايو ونفس الناس كان قاعدين المعارضات كان قاعد يتخاصم معاه. اليوم ليه يتحالفوا مع بعض لما بقى يجيبوه ضيف الشرف بيخطوا له جرين على اساس شنو؟ ما عشان هم يستهتروا صوت الاستواء اللي قاعد يكورك بحقه، عشان باقيين النايمين بمخدرات بتاع وحده ده يقعدوا فوق يقول وحده وحده لحد ما هم يموتوا بوحده، يجي يلقى اخوانهم كلهم دمروهم. عيب علينا. إيكاتوريا you need to wake up. حاجه دي قاعد يزعل. لما قاعد نقعد هنا ما في قاعد يدفع علينا، لكن قاعد نقول حقيقه. شفتها؟ كان الجهاد ده بيبدا كده let's start جهاد من اجل ارضنا. خليه جوبا ده يكون unsafe for any دينكا هناك قاعد، لانه نازل دمروا استوائيه بطال. ولسه قاعدين يدمرونا، وإن ناس قاعدين نقعد، ممكن جيشنا يقعدوا هناك، شبابنا يقعدوا يموتوا في غابات، ده ما قاعدين يمسكوا جوبا، وده أبناء جوبا. فأنا ما عايز أكتر، أنا بدي فرصة لأخوي جيمس، بعد كده بدي لأو بي. عيب وعيب على أي إنسان اللي يحاول يجامل الموت أخوانه في هناك، لأنه يوم الحساب الدم بتاع الناس كله حيكورك لهم. أنت كان قاعد في أوروبا اتمتع ببرجر بتاعك، اتمتع بماكدونالدز بتاعك، لكن اتأكد الدم بتاع الناس يوم الحساب أنت هتقابل، وممكن هيرجع في عائلة بتاعك، لأن أنت ما قدرت تقول الحقيقة. because these people are dying over there. مش تقول لي أنت قاعد تديهم قروش عشان تساعدهم. You need to do something. You need to pressure these people to take the decision. alliance تا شنو هسه قاعد يودينا؟ واحد ده يجي يخطك تقعد في ترابيزه توقع سريع ويالك هنا قاعد يموتوا، وبكره منو بيعود ناس ده؟ منو بيرجع اراضينا؟ منو بيقدر ينتقم من بقانون من اجل حق بتاع اخواتنا اللي اغتصبوهم واخواننا اللي اغتصبوهم والقتلوهم؟ There is a lot of things that we cannot be part of this country anymore. It's clear. انتوا بس لسه انت ايش مخدراتها وحده، ومخدراتها انه في سياسيين بيتكلموا لانه بدوكم كلمات كده بخليكم تنوموا النوم بتاع كسل وعدم الفهم. عيب عليكم. Go ahead, Mr. James, please. Sorry, I took time.
سيدة تيكا، سيدة ديتي، سيد سي جي مع نوبه، والناس معانا في الغرفة هنا. انت عارف دي الحاجات الحاصلة يا اتيكا في بلدنا اسمه جنوب السودان ده. كل الحاجات فيها ماشية بطريقة يهو باين خالص، ما محتاج الصون احنا ذاته نقوله. لكن يا اخويا تيكا جا الوقت انه الحق ده ما هو حق اصلا. الحق ده حق مهما انت اللسان داير جنب وفر، هو الحقيقة واضحة للزول الداير يقبل انه دي حقيقة. فالمصطلحات السياسية في كلمة ألاينس فوق انت الكاتبة هنا، الألاينس ده معناته انه الاتفاق للحد الادنى لمشتركات معينة لتحقيق هدف، لكن البرنامج مؤكد يكون منفصل، ومشكلة لمشكلة بتختلف من محل لمحل في جنوب السودان حقنا ده. للناس الدايرين يعرفوا الحقيقة طبعا، وكان not force anybody، لكن هي أصلا كده. فالمشكلة في الأقاليم الثانية بتاع جنوب السودان ده، سواء كان في أبا نايل وبحر الغزال، بيختلف عن ما هو يحصل في الاستوائية. لكن في سواقة بالخلا يا أخوي أتيكا، يس في من ناحية إعلامية، في خداع سياسي. التاريخ حيكشفه متى. هسي ذاته الأيام دي ذاته بالليلة ده ومبارح الحاجات بقت واضحة، وبالذات الحلقة بتاعت من جابوا واحدة أختنا من شمال السودان جات أساءت للإيكاتوريان. الكلام ده أمام مرأة ومسمع من كل الإيكاتوريين وكل الجنوبيين سمعوا الكلام ده، وما عارف الهدف شنو. الإنسانة دي جات تكلمت كده، وأنا حضرتها في واحد من الرومات قالت الكلام ده. فنحن نزل نفسنا الجاب الزول ده منه، الزولة دي الجات هي ما من جنوب السودان وجات أساعت للإيكاتوريا. ده السؤال هنا. نحن ما بنلوم السيدة ديك أو الأستاذة ديك، الجابة منه. الزول الجابة ده ما هو نفس الزول اللي واقف خلف الكواليس وبيقول هو مع الإيكاتوريان. أنا بكون واضح يا زول، بيقول هو مع الإيكاتوريان، هو مش جابوا الزولة دي. أوكي، الزول ده أنتوا لو لاحظتوا له كل أي حاجة تحصل في إيكاتوريا ما بيتكلم عنه نهائيا. كده يطلع واحد يجي يقول لي الزول ده يتكلم عن الحاجات دي. أنا أرصد الحاجات دي بالأرقام. نحن قاعدين هنا في التواصل الاجتماعي هنا قاعدين، الشخصية دي بالذات ما حصل يوم اتكلمت عن قضايا الحارة اللي بتحصل أرجنت في إيكاتوريا. أخيرا الحادث بتاع يوم اعتدوا على المحافظ بتاع ماغوي، ده حدث كبير في البلد. يعني الزول ده جهل المسألة دي، والزول ده من دي وان يوم بدأ بيحاول يقسم الإيكاتوريان كقبائل. آخر مرة والمبارح ده أنا سامع زول معاه بغيادته بيقول يا اخي نيانغورا، ما عارف لولوبو، ما عارف مكركا، اسم قبائل. انا صراحه مع احترامي لها ما حصل يوم سمعت اسم القبائل دي، لكن يبدو انه القبائل دي إيكاتوريا. ما اسم القبائل انا قلتها دي، يعني انا قلت ده على سبيل المثال، كويس معاك؟ بقى يذكرهم فردا فردا، ده ما معناته انه زول ده يعمل سياسه فرغ تسد. يعني احنا اذا مسكنا اخوي الجغرافيا الاجتماعيه لإيكاتوريا، التسميات بتاعت القبائل دي ما موجوده، بالذات بمعناها المضموني. ممكن في مثلا اجتماعيا انت تلقى زول بتجي تعرف مثلا هو اصله شنو، يعني المكون بتاعه شنو بعد ما تمشي بيته. لكن في الشارع هناك في العلاقات الاجتماعيه في المعرفه ان احنا تجاوزنا الكلام ده سنين ضوئيه كثيره، لكن هم في مناطقهم اذا انه مكوناتهم بسيطه، يعني يمكن بالذات في على النيل يمكن 7-8 مجتمعات، كويس معاك؟ ولسه بيتناحروا مع بعض. الكلام ده ما قلناه ان احنا او قلت انا او قالوا انسان اخر، ده واقع معاش وظاهر قدام اي زول. ما السياسه دي هي خطط وتنظيمات، لكن ما بتتنافى او بتمشي التناقض مع الواقع. الواقع هو الواقع، اذا كان هو سلبي انت بتلجا للحلول، اذا كان مثلا هو ايجابي انت بتحاول تعمل اضافه، لانه الحياه ما واقفه. فالناس ديل بيكرسوا وقتهم كله للتفرقه بين الناس. يعني نحن ما نسمح لهم، يعني حتى لو خارج التنظيمات السياسيه ما نديهم فرصه انه يتكلموا بهذه الصوره. الصوره دي يعني بتاثر في بعض الناس يعني ما مهتمين بالسياسه كثير، بياخدوها يعني تحصيل حاصل. يعني ما ممكن يعني انسان ما من ابناء المنطقه نفسه يمشي يذكر له والله قال اسم مكون. انا اول مره احلف صادق انا اسمع بالمكون ده، محلهم وين، المحافظه بتاعتهم وين، ساكنين وين، وعمري ذاته ما صادفت الزول قال هو من المحل ده. ما علينا، از اوكي، معلومه اضافيه يعني. طيب ليه الشخصيه دي المشت جابت السيده الشماليه دي اختنا دي جات اسات للإيكاتوريين؟ دي ما علامه استفهام ومحتاجه لاجابه من الإيكاتوريين نفسهم، ما منه. معنى التحالف ما معناته انك انت تقبل اي حاجه من الانسان انت المتحالف معاه، لا، ما في تحالف زي ده. حتى التحالف الامريكي في حرب الخليج مع دول الخليج زي السعوديه والكويت وقطر في الحرب الخليج نمرة 2، يعني شوف امريكا دي عز قوتها وقويه كيف، لكن كان بتضع احترام كامل للتحالف بتاع مع الناس اللي هم متحالفه معاهم. لو غيرناه اقتصاديا غيرناه عسكريا نحن عارفين التفوق الامريكي، لكن هو ميثاق شرف. لكن في بلدنا جنوب السودان وينه ميثاق الشرف؟ انت ضحى نص نهار في ناس بتسيء عليك وبتجي تطلع بكلام ما بيخدم القضيه بتاعتك. طيب في الحته دي وين التحالف؟ ونحن ما بنجبر مثلا زي السيد ده او الاستاذ ده. اكثر زول طلع في الميديا هنا شغال ضد الإيكاتوريين هو الزول ده. انا بقولها بالعربي الواضح بالفم المليان. وهو جاب الاستاذ الشماليه دي. نحن ليه ما اخذنا موقف منه؟ وليه بنمشي نطبل له؟ واذا كان ذاته نفس التنظيم حقه بيصف كل القضايا الإيكاتورية بالاقليميه، انا تاني منتظرين شنو؟ لكن في نهايه المطاف يا الاخ اتيكا، الخنوع في اي حاجه، الخنوع الاجتماعي، الخنوع السياسي، الخنوع سميها، انت ما بتقدر تغير فيه شيء. ربنا لما يخلق الناس بيخلقهم بيختلفوا من بعض زي بصمه اليد، بالذات في التكوين بتاع الشخصيه والسمات الشخصيه. اذا في ناس من الإيكاتوريين دارين يقبلوا الحاجات اللي بتحصل دي او بتقال جهارا نهارا عينك يا تاجر، يبقى ما في زول بيقدر يسنيهم بعد ده. هو حر، هو يقبل، هو من حقه انه يختار الجهه اللي هو بيشوفها مثلا بتلبي طلباته، لا تعينوهم بس، لكن التاريخ هو الفيصل. التاريخ هو الفيصل. الناس دي وصل بهم الامر يا الاخاتك، ونحن كلنا متابعين لصيغين الاحداث بتاعتنا بتاع جنوب السودان. شوف الحدث بتاع ابييده، شوف الحدث بتاع ابييده، اكثر زول بكى فيه هو نفس الشخصيه المشت جابت الاستاذه الشماليه دي من جات اساءت الايكاتوري. الشخصيه دي ذاتها نفسها. الكلام ده ما بقوله انا، حاجات دي مسجله وقاعده والناس حاضرينها، وفي جزء كثير من الناس اللي معانا في الغرفه هنا حضروا الكلام ده. واذا الانسان بيجي ينفي عمل بتاع انسان اخر، ده معناته انت في نفسك في حاجه. لشيء في نفس يعقوب انت بتيجي تنكر حاجات الاخرين واللي هم قالوها. فيا اتيك صراحه انا على المستوى الشخصي انا ما لاقي مثلا مبرر الحاجات دي بجد كده يعني انت ما ممكن. الشخصيه دي لها كم سنه هسي هنا متواجده، لكن بيتجاهل القضايا الايكاتوريه بطريقه سافره وفيها نوع من الجحود. انا غايته ما عارف. في الحالات الزي يا اتيكا الناس تخلي الحاجات للتاريخ ونشوف اللي حيحصل شنو. ومن ناحيتي كمان انا اليامات دي شغال بنظريه ام الخير. ام الخير دي الاخ اتيكا والساده معانا في الغرفه هنا، مرة كانت مدلله في شبه الجزيره العربيه، سريه، هي غنيه وسمحه وماهله كده، عندها جمل، يعني جمال الثوره مع جمال عندهم هناك. فقالت للحجام بتاعها انه الجمال ده يمشي يشارك في السباق يعني. قامت قالت له يا حجام انا داير الجمل ده يمشي على مهل بالراحه، وفي نفس الوقت هو مطالب يجي اول. شوف الكلام ده كويس، العباره دي اي زول يحللها. يعني انت داير تمشي تشارك في السباق والجمل ده يمشي على مهل بالراحه كده ويجي اول. ده هو نفس الحادث الاكزاكتلي، نعمل الشكل التصويري اللي بيحصل من الشخصيه دي بالذات. والشخصيه دي ما هي كاتوريه. نحن ليه بنقبل الانسان ده للدرجه دي يسيء فينا وبيستخدم فينا ألاعيب سياسيه ضحى ونص النهار والشغله واضحه ما دايره لها توضيح. واذا اتكلمت بطريقه واضحه حاولت تشرح الشخصيه دي، اول حاجه انت بتلقى اعتراض من بنو جلدتك، من ناسك ذاته. انا صراحه انا ما جربتها، انا ما احترقت عشان ما اكون انا كذاب، لكن انا شفت بعض الاخوه عديل كده يوم قلبي قاعد يحن عليهم. دي طبعا شايلهم الحماس، بيجي يقولوا لا ويتكلموا وبيتم اهانتهم، بيتم تنزيلهم من المنصه، بيستخدموا معاهم عبارات جارحه غير لائقه ذاته للادب والذوق العام. للاسف الشديد من ناس بيدعوا الصفويه والمهنيه والكفاءه العاليه، والحاجات دي كلها بتستخدم لهم هم. الحاجات اللي قلتها دي بيعملوها لهم هم. لكن لما يجي واحد ايكاتوري يجي يتظلم يقول يا جماعه ليه الشيء ده كده، بيكون طوال ينزلوه او يتم طبعا ينزلوه، ده من حقهم. اصل الانسان كده في جزء من الناس يا اخوي ما بيقبل الحقيقه. انت ما حشيل لك كلاشينكوف عشان تيجي تقول يا اخي انا دار ادعو للفضيله عن طريق انه الناس يسمعوا الحقيقه. نو، في ناس طبيعتهم كده، والناس دي طبيعتهم كده. نحن ما دارين نخوض في طبيعتنا، الناس دي طبيعتها كده، انت ما بتقدر تغيرهم. عشان كده نحن لما قاعد نقول التغيير يبدا من البيت، تغيير الذات، نقد الذات، انت تبدا من نفسك. ولا كيف؟ ما حنقدر نغير فيهم حاجه، لكن الاساءات الواضحه موجهه ضدنا والعمل الخبيث ودس السم في العسل او في اللبن، الحاجات دي انتم ممكن تشوفوا مثلا نتائجها ما حتجي في القريب العاجل. اول حاجه انت حتحطم الحاضنه الاجتماعيه بتاعتك اللي هو بتاعت الإيكاتوريا. هي اقوى حاضنه اجتماعيه في جنوب السودان، هي الحاضنه بتاعت الإيكاتوريا. حتى الجلابه نفسهم اقتنعوا بالكلام ده. والإيكاتوريان هي العمود الفقري لجنوب السودان من ناحيه المدنيه وكده، من ناحيه انه الاقتتال الداخلي ما عندنا كثير، النسيج الاجتماعي قوي. اكثر منطقه فيها تعداد بتاعت مكونات هو الإيكاتوريا. السودان كالسودان كله الام هو المنطقه دي. حسن مكي قبل كده انا دار احاول باي طريقه، احاول اجيب حسن مكي ده يوم يجي في الميديا هنا، لانه شخصيه ما هينه على مستوى افريقيا كلها، ما على مستوى السودانيين الشمالي والجنوبي، عشان يجي يدينا بعض الايضاحات ان احنا ما دارين نقبلها كايكاتوريين في بعضنا. انا ما ممكن امشي اسلم اوراقي لناس هم اقل مني مهما كان، بالذات على المستوى الاعلامي. انا شفت الزول اللي جاب، انا حكرر الكلام ده، الشخصيه اللي قاعد تسيل الايكاتوريين اكثر معروف، وهو اللي هو جاب المراه الشماليه دي، السيده الشماليه دي لها كل التحيه والاحترام، ده رايه في النهايه.
Sorry, guys. I apologize. Let me figure out what's the problem. Oh, thank you, brother George. Sorry, I've put you down there. I'll get you in. Just hold on with me. I don't know what happened to my network here. Thank you for joining me, brother. 17. Okay, hold on. Okay, I think brother James over. Let me stop there. Didi, can you take over, please? While I just let me. Oh, okay, hold on. Hold on. Thank you, brother James. Appreciate you. Welcome, brother Shao. I didn't see you there. أنا آسف أنا كنت بعيد شوية من التليفون لو أنت قاعد تسمعني كويس. Thank you for your input, brother James. And as usual, you told the truth, my brother, and I appreciate it. عندي أخ هنا كمان George is with us in the clubhouse. I mean Facebook, sorry. But I will give a chance if brother Shaul is here. Please join us because I will try to kind of like close it. But Mr. Obi, go ahead. ادينا كلمتك لو عندك تقدر تختصره في 5 دقائق بيكون great. So اتفضل أخي Obi. Mr. Obi, are you there? اتفضل شكرا. Go ahead عندك 5 دقائق لو فيك تقدر تختصر كلامك في 5 دقائق. لو عندك أي تعليق على الكلام تاع Alliance and does it legitimize forced relation, occupation and genocide. لأنه اليوم Equatorians are actually under this alliance. They are not benefiting. It's the same. They're not benefiting even from the unity of South Sudan, nor from this regime اللي هسه ماسك البلد ده بعنف and violence. And I know people don't like what we say, لكننا بنقوله زي ما هو. اللي بيجبه وربنا واحد. في النهاية الدم بتاع أخواننا غالي. أي استوائي اللي هنا بنشوفه اللي بيحارب في الأرضية دمه غالي شديد. Yes sir.
معلش انا النت بتاعي اللي عمال ديل كعب لهم مده الشهر.
ايوه اتفضل.
عشان كده بقطع.
انت قطعت يعني؟ اوكي. انا فكرت.
النت بتاعي قبل.
اوكي كمل كلامك عشان ندي له فرصه لاوبي فيتفضل.
يلا شوف يا اخاتك والمستمعين الكرام، في الحالات زي دي دائما الناس تطول بالها وتخلي الحاجات دي كدليل إثبات للناس الدارين يقبلوا الحقيقة. نفس البشرية كده إلى أنه نصل للنهاية أنه الشخصية دي بالذات هو اللي بيتربص بينا صراحة. شفت الزول ده هو اللي بيتربص بينا أكتر حاجة، هو اللي بيحاول مثلا يلف يدور، هو اللي بيطبخ الخطاب الإعلامي ده كله للمعارضة بتاع جنوب السودان، هو الشخصية دي. وبيحاول يدرس الشخصيات الإيكاتورية ذاته عن طريقه، ممكن يمرر بعض الخطابات. خد خطين هنا تحت الكلمة دي. جاء واحد حتى إيكاتوري عادي مغبون زعلان من الحاجات الحاصلة في منطقته، طوالي بيتم إهانته وبيتم وصفه بحاجات عندهم هم، ما في إيكاتوري هناك، حاجات عندهم هم. أنا بستغرب إذا مثلا زي واحد، أنا ما جاي أجيب اسمه، هو واحد من أعضاء المكتب التنفيذي للأسف الشديد. تتذكر أنت حاضر الموضوع ده يا الأخ أتيكا في مناظرة كان أو في ندوة عن الحراك السياسي بتاع كان 30 أغسطس بتاع السنة اللي فات ده. الإنسان ده يعني هو من داخل منظومة سياسية وبيمشي يدافع للمكون بتاعه. أنا أول مرة أشوف ليه في العمل السياسي كلام زي ده. طيب ما تتكلموا مع الزول ده، تتكلموا مع الزول ده. يعني حلال علينا وحرام على بلابل الدول، ما هو ده دبل ستاندرد ديسيشن. انت من داخل المنظومه بتاعتك في انسان تاني بيمارس حاجات غير طبيعيه، وده تفي تتكلم مع ناس تانيين بعيدين منك جغرافيا. يا اخي حان الاوان. انا شخصيا ما قاعد احب اتدخل في حاجات الناس، ولا بعرف حاجه عن القبليه، ولا بناصر اي قبيله على حساب اخرى، ولا اي مكون، واعوذ بالله من كلمه قبيله لانه ما تفيد. لكن الناس لما تتجنى على بنو جلدتك انت لازم تقيف، بالذات من الشخصيه دي. الانسان ده انا ما عارف هدفه شنو ودار يصل لشنو. اذا الناس خايفه، انا يوم من الايام انا بس منتظر وسارد الحاجات دي كلها. انا يوم بجي بقول بالاسم ذات. في ناس هسه بيعيبوا عليه يقول لا انت قاعد تتكلم بالايحاء، ما بتذكر الحاجات. انا بذكر الوقائع، ما بذكر اسامي ناس. اذكرهم ليه؟ انا مالي ومال. المتلقي هو بعد ده يحدد ويشوف براه من نفسه، يقدر بعد ده يحدد. يعني اعتقد انه الناس عرفت انه الشخصيه ده هو منه، الا الانسان اذا يكون هو ما داري يعرف الحقيقه. لكن باين من كلامي هسه هيجي وقت انا حاقوله، اول زول انا هو حاقوله يا انا بقول الاسم ده، لكن وقته ما جاء. والمنظومه اللي هو بينتمي لها بيجاهل في القضايا بتاعت الإيكاتوريا الواضحه. الدقه بتاعت المحافظ دي او الهجوم له ده ما في زول قالها. طيب انت لو نشط امر جنوب السودان ده بهمك، انت بتقول انا وحده جنوب السودان بالنسبه لي بيتبجح كل مره يقول زي ده، يقول دي اولويه قصوى. طيب يا ولد عمي، اذا دي اولويه قصوى، طيب الكاتوريا دي وين؟ في النيجر او في كوستاريكا؟ ما طيب اتكلم عنها. طيب يا جماعه نحن نقبل الحقائق من بعض، نقبل الحقائق من بعض. اما سياسه ما عارف انت في تلوم شلاليات يا اخي. تجيب لك لسته انا ما داير الخمسه اسامي دي ما يجوا في الرومات حقونا، واذا جو ما ادونا فرصه. انت سامعناتك؟
اي جيمس هنا سامعينك.
يا معلش انا
Yes,
حاطط
yes.
هنا النت بتاعي تعبان. يلموا الحاجات دي بتدينا منهم هم ذاتهم من بنو جلدتهم. بيجي يلموا يطلعوا لهم لسه بتاعت 10 تنفار على حسب الطلب في الشهر المعين. يا اخي الشخصيات ال10 ديل ما يجوا في الرومات، واذا جو ما تدوهم فرصه يتكلموا. طيب دي ديمقراطيه بتاع شنو يا سيد؟ ما ده الاخصاء، والاخصاء اكعب شيء في العمل السياسي هو الاخصاء. انت ما ممكن تطالب بحاجه وفي نفس الوقت بتعمل حاجه ثانيه. لا تنهى عن خلق دنيا وتاتي بمثله عار عليك ان فعلت عظيم. انت الشعراء ديل ما وضحوا الحاجات دي. الشاعر ما بيتكلم من الاحداث الحاصله قدام. انت تطالب عن حاجه وبهناك بيسوي حاجه ثانيه. وهي زول ملاحظه الحته دي كده. اتحداكم. شكرا جزيلا اختي. اتحداكم. يعني زول بس يجي الميديا دي 10 يوم وقول له طلع مستخلصات، حيقول لكم الكلام ده واضح مرصوده، والحته دي قاعده. احنا ساكتين ليش؟ شنو؟ لانه ما دارين نفرق الصفوف، ما دارين نسبب بلبل. يهود البلابل بقت تحصل عندهم هم برام هناك والجهجهه في محلاتهم، اختتال داخلي. وبهنا ده يقول لك يا اخي انا بس ما دار اقول، والله احسن اسكت عشان بعدين ما يجي يقولوا دنقلاء وقال كده. انا عمري حاجه تمسي كاتوريا دي انا ما بشتغل ضدها، لكن في نفس الوقت ما بيشتغل برضه ضد الناس التانيين. دي الحقيقه، لانه الوضع في بلدنا في سياسيين كبار. هسه اول امبارح ده في واحد من الساسه جا قال الوضع في بلدنا ده ما موضوع سياسي، بس نحن كسياسيين ظهرنا لانه القضيه يبدو انه هي ملامح سياسيه. قالوا اساسا يفوقون مقدرات ويفوقون عمرا ويفوقون تجربه ويفوقون خبره ويفوقون اي حاجه، ودي سنه الحياه كده. انت الليله هنا بكره حتكون قدام هناك. يا جماعه نحن نقبل الحقائق، ما في حاجه يا اخي. التحالف شنو مع ناس انسان ضحى ونص النهار شغال ضدك، ضحى ونص النهار شغال ضدك. نحن ما عندنا حق يا عتيك عشان نغيم مثلا التنظيمات بتاعت الناس او مكوناتهم هم عايشين كيف بطريقتهم، لكن ما تتوغل علينا، تتوغل علينا وتجبرنا على السكوت. تقول لك انت تسكت، لا انت تسكت. فلان الفلان ده ما يتكلم، يجي في الرومات حقكم نزلوه تحت. الزول ده يمكن بعض مرات ذاته يجي يجيب لك مثلا تهمه ما فيك. انا ضحكت. انت ما قاعد اليوم اديك يا اتيكا يوم الزول ده في المنبر المعين ايام التحالف للتغيير السلمي ده، شخصيه زي دي دار يصفني انا جيمس، يقول لي يا اخي انت غبلي. يا اخي انت ما بتخجل من روحك؟ انت ما بتخجل من روحك؟ انا غبلي وانت هو الغومي. انت بس انا ما دار اتكلم بوضوح كده عشان ما يقولوا مثلا انا متحمل عليهم، لكن دي الحقيقه. لو خدتوني انا في ميزان كده، منو فينا الغبلي؟ قبيله شنو؟ اذا كان انا قبيلتي الشخصيه انا ذاته عرفتها قريب. انت دار تجي تمثل لنا هنا في الميديا هنا لاعمل لك شو او باش دار تقنع الناس عشان الناس ساكتين. يا زول اديها ثاني شهرين. احنا بعد ما بنسكت بنتكلم يسبى الايحاء، لكن بنخطها بعد ده نخطها واضح كده. بالذات شفت ظهور الاستاذه الشماليه دي جات، والزوله دي انا سالت واحد مقرب لها معروف هي في الميديا. الزوله دي قالوا مشت قالت شنو؟ قالت ده اللي يهود جنوبيين اللي كانوا انفصلوا مننا. اقسم بجلال الله قالت الكلام ده. لازم نحن نمشي نتريق فيهم. قالت الكلام ده اللي بنو جلدتها. والزول ده هنا بيجي يقول لنا يا اخي انا مناضل وانا وحده جنوب السودان بالنسبه لي خط احمر. اوكي نمشي نتقابل في بر هناك او في درمان يا سيد. شكرا جزيلا يا عاتكه.
All right, thank you, brother. Let me give a chance to Mr. Obi, and then Lana Janagda Nachtim, and then 50 minutes. So, and then I have some brother in Facebook. He's going to also speak, but let me give Obi, and then from there I'll go to my brother in Facebook there, a chance to speak.
Go ahead,
sir.
Thank you, Mr. Odysseus.
علي صوتك شوية، صوتك بعيد.
Are you getting me?
Yes, now it's good. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to thank all of you, the moderators and the audience who are listening to the speakers from the greater nation of Equatoria. And I want to thank all of you for listening and attending the room. Greater Equatoria is one of the new nation that has not been internationally listed, but soon will be listed as a legitimate nation because it is from the people heart and what the people want. It is not by the one individual or a certain ethnic community. Greater Equatorial Nation is a combination of all tribes that consists that that are from west central to the eastern part of Equatoria. And I want to thank all of you for this topic that do alliance legitimize forces. I will go to this topic that yes, I can say based on previous events happening in South Sudan that people form alliance, and at the end of the day, when their leader get an offer from the current government or from the current regime, definitely you will be convinced that this is the right way to go, and you begin to abandon the blood of the people who died during the struggle, whether today or 30 years ago, which are as a separatist, I don't agree with any alliance, to form any alliance. I don't agree in terms of saying, okay, we form an alliance, we choose leader from Equatoria, we choose a leader from Upper Nile or Jungle. If we want to form alliance, yes, we can do so, but you should be on your own, and the other one is on their own to fight for their right. But in Equatoria, to my understanding, we are not in that position. And there are so many reasons why we say like that. One reason is the current government, when they see the objective that you wrote down, why you rebel against that regime, then the government will begin to say, who is that OB? Okay, OB is the leader of that team. OB, can we offer you, how do you think if we offer you as a private vice president? And I will say, yes, that's really something important. But yeah, if you offer that, then I will come inside. Then we will come and discuss whatever we put. This is the games of the regime in South Sudan right now. All the people who rebel against that regime has been given an offer, being a vice president, chief of staff, and they welcome you inside. And once you become a vice president, then now you abandon your people who are struggling with you. That's why I stick to my point. I'm a separatist, and I need Equatoria to be recognized as a nation. I know that regime will not recognize, but we need a national community to recognize it as a nation, because of so many reasons that our colleague has already mentioned. How many times these games has been played to the members of SPLM who have been in a bush with this current regime? They come in all, and they were appointed. Of course, the entire population of South Sudan do not have any right. They have not been given any right to choose who their leaders should be. They have not been given a chance. And it is very, very sad. And on this, and up to now, I don't see any fruit from that regime. What I'm saying is that the government games in South Sudan. None of the opposition have identified these games. Riek Machar has complained all the 63 objectives that they want this, they want this. And one of the speakers from the other forum was saying that out of 63, only 2 or 3 has been implemented. So do we need again another alliance? Do we need another member from the SPLA to rebel and say to us, let's go to the bush and fight this government? One of the things I don't against them, but that's their own belief, that's their own objective. But they are members of the SPLA and they are fighting for their own position, as the other speakers have said. Once they got their position back, they will come and say, yeah, Jama, we vote for this government, but that is something very important for us to accept negotiation and get in, okay? And then other things will be implemented when we are in. Did you see Machar one day, one time, when he entered Juba, come out and say, we need federal system? Did he say one day? Did he even go rally about it before before they are talking about the election? Machar did not say anything because he's inside, enjoying his own position, putting the blood of innocent people that was fighting bias. Do we really need another member of the SPLA to say, let's go to the bush and fight this government? I don't think I will never pick a gun. I will never pick a gun if that is an opposition from the current, who is a member of the SPLM, who mislead the entire South Sudan, who hijacked South Sudan. We are not against any opposition party, but they know their objective. They know their objective. Their objective is when their leader, when the government is in Juba accept any position, that leader will go, and whoever is fighting for that leader will regret at the end of the day. This is what they are doing. This is what the government has been doing. In and out. This rebellion in South Sudan, it is the people who have been in the government who rebel when they are relieved from their position, and now they rebel against the government, against that regime. And then that regime again will say, oh, okay, what is your objective? Your objective is like this, like this. Come in with this, we discuss, we overview this position. We don't need to be in that position. We don't need to be in that games anymore. People of South Sudan, let us be realistic. All whoever is in the bush come to the government, it's the same games. The same games. Why do we need to repeat the same thing? Federal system, Riek Machar is not talking about. He's inside. And all other opposition who has been outside. Now they are inside. No one talking about the Suluk. Olony is fighting for the land of Suluk. But now it seems like he's inside. And I believe, and I'm telling you, that land will go. Suluk will never gain it. Because the giant is inside. His voice is silent. Whether he's over a lady or lump of money, he is silent. And no one will talk about it. But for us, Equatorian as separatists, we don't need any position from that government. We just need our land to be vacated. We need our land the people who occupy Equatorial land to go to their own land. Take your cows to your own land. To make sacrifice, go to your own land. It is not about coming to Equatoria and say, we are like this and that. Separation, separation. Separation is separation. I repeat to you guys of Equatoria. Never, I will not accept any member of SPLM to say, we are to convince me that let's form an alliance, let's be one, and we fight for the South Sudan. You can fight, that's your own way. We all have different ways to fight the government, and I accept that. And that is one of the things that we need to acknowledge it. But the point I'm saying is that previous example, we actually learn from the previous example. And we don't want to go back to that. Every time President Kiir issue a decree and relieve you from your position and replace you, bring someone from your own even place and replace, creating the problem within the community. And I want to tell you, the people of South Sudan, be realistic. The very person who appoints you will relieve you down. It is like what it is saying in the Bible. If I give you that power to be a leader, no human being will relieve you from that position. No human being has the power to remove you from there. If you are given powers by your community, by your own people, no one will remove you. It is those people who will come and remove you. Look at the games Salva Kiir is playing. Putting you today in, your own people will celebrate about your achievement today, and they put everything in your body, and you see everything in your body, and you will think that I have achieved what I was, my dream become true. 8 months later, the same Kiir will relieve you and bring your relative collided with you, and that is a policy. That is exact game. You people need to understand. Why is it this person is being removed today, and I am being put in? Am I better than this person? How long will I stay? You people, the people of South Sudan need to understand it. And that is why we say Equatoria as a nation, these people, the inhabitants of Equatorial nation, these people have a common understanding of themselves. They cannot do things like what is happening today. We respect and we have humanity. We respect humanity. Salva Kiir remove you today and put your own relative to collide you. Now you have a problem within your own community. Tomorrow you are in 6 months, 8 months later, they remove you, bring another person, collide. Ya Jama, ito kon ma ba understand games ne? Ya Jama, let's be realistic. You cannot be sworn in today, tomorrow they bring you out. It's ridiculous. How can it will be like that? And the same person continue to be in the power. No one remove him. Ya Jama, what is this? I think we need to understand it clearly. It is against, if you people have been in another forum whereby those of Madut, which is Madut, saying Salva Kiir and his elite put an intelligence in their mind that no one can read. No one can read. No one can even go to Google and say, what is their policy? It is in their mind. And that is why they want to, I mean, they say, as young, they play that role and they are putting the foundation down. They are putting the foundation down there so that none of you knows what is going on. But it is their intelligence, it is in their mind that they cannot put you in a position for 2 years. No way, because they want to motivate other part to feel that they are doing, the government is doing well. But in other way, the government is creating havoc and creating confusion and to establish their own and occupy the land of other people. And I'm saying to you guys, especially those on the ground, whether you are a soldier and you are told to go and fight other side of South Sudan, you are fighting your own people and they will remove you tomorrow and they don't give you salary for 6 months. How can we be like that yet? Can we understand one point, that this is not a legitimate government? This is the government that used war to stay in the government, to stay. And this is the government that used tribal conflict to occupy other people's land. And you're saying that let's convince other people to come in. You can go in, brothers. Let's not forget that we have not have an official election, and we will not even have any election. And those who dream for unity of South Sudan, well and good. And those who are the opposition, who are still battling for their position, good luck, guys. Good luck. But the same person will remove you tomorrow. You might have heard recently, Kir even removed the commission. Imagine the commission that is supposed to be the power of the governor. Kir removed that. And people are crying for the land occupation in Nimule. Kir cannot send Matianganyor to tell those people to go out and to go back. And you think the government is far from that. The government is, those people who are staying in Nimule are not part of the government. They are part of the government. They are part of the government. And I'm telling you, these people, I'm telling you, the people of Nimule, the people of Nimule, I'm telling people of Nimule, charity begin at home. We are rally behind you. Charity begin at home. The people of Nimule, wake up. You don't invite people to come. Don't be like people who rely on the UN, that the hunger will come. When the hunger come, they write the report and the UN will bring the food. That food will not supply, will not help you for 6 months. The food the UN will supply maybe take you 2 weeks. But it is all that you as a family to struggle for that food for your family to survive. I'm telling you, the people of Nimule, wake up. Charity begin at home. Start it. Start it. Don't think people from Western Equatoria will come all the way from Western Equatoria and say, let us start it. We don't know the direction. We don't know. Sekat alfina kina ma baruf. There is hidden place there. We don't know. But through you, as people of the land, to direct, this is where it is, where it is, where it is. Then we go for action. Wake up, my people. Wake up the people of Equatoria. One of the speaker, and I agree with Didi, this is what we're supposed to. We have been insulted so many times in other forums. They insulted us, especially the women. They really humiliate our women, that the people, the women of Equatoria, whether a child, they cannot say no to a Dinka man. They cannot say no. They accept them as their husband. Do you really want that humiliation to continue? I say no. You need to open your mind. You have your men in your region, in your nation. You have men there. You have girls there. You don't need someone from other part of South Sudan to come and humiliate you, particularly those who are occupy your land now. My dear brothers, the oppositions, you fight for what you want. We know very well the opposition who are force hunters or hungry. Yes, at the end of the day, the followers will always suffer and say, why do we follow this? And now we are abandoned. Like what happened with the Riyak Machar now. All the soldiers that are in Israel, you don't know whether he has the soldiers or whether he just alone. Do we need to repeat that? No. To me, I stick as an Equatorian separatist for the nation of Equatoria, for the benefit of Equatoria. And full stop. Don't come to me tomorrow and say, we need you to be in part of this particular movement. If it is a movement of Equatoria, clearly outline the objective of Equatorial nation, yes, I would say yes. But if you say you are fighting for the unity of South Sudan, well and good luck. Don't come to me and convince me of anything. This is me from Torit. And you cannot convince me when I have my gun. Only when you vacate the land, I will say, okay, let's go for another negotiation. But I shouldn't be relying on your powers. The powers that Kir government is too much. It's too much. Too much. And Kir with his militia will never give all of us any single peace in South Sudan. Believe me or not, I will not for your listening, and thank you for all the effort that you put. Although you have some work today, you have others in commitment for your family, and all that is part of the commitment that we need to stand together as the people of the greater nation of Equatoria. And this is how we are. That unity within the Equatorial nation should continue. Whether you are from opposition, that fighting for the unity of South Sudan, but tomorrow we still welcome you, even how you can achieve that unity. But that unity at the moment it is not going to happen. If you dream for the election that you are fighting so that you can come as a president during the election, that election will not happen in Equatoria because you have seen it. Who will be putting ballot in those areas occupied by other people, and the Equatorians are in a refugee camp? Will you accept that? No, please. And thank you guys. I don't want to take long, but if anyone have a question from the audience, from the moderators team and the speakers, I'm so much happy to answer all that question in the name of Equatoria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. I'm really honored, my brother Obi. Wow, I am speechless. You spoke from your heart, and this is what we want. We want to hear our fellow brothers and sisters from Greater Equatoria to speak from their heart of how they feel without fear, without sugarcoating, just being themselves, being an Equatorian. Because today we see some Equatorians are selling themselves cheap to the extent that they will go and talk about unity that does not even exist. They will try to sell us a token of we are South Sudanese, we need to help each other, we need to work together. Work on what? When those others don't even acknowledge us, nor even respect us. So I really am honored, my brother, and I'm honored with every Equatorian who are with us here. And also, I'm thankful and honored also with those brothers who are not from Equatoria, but they understand our causes and we stand for our land, because I know they stand for their own land and their own people. And that's what noble about it, because they're not hating on others. They're not calling that others are inferior and they are superior. They're just calling that they need their right. And that's what makes us great. When we, the people, talk about our issues without discriminating others because they are different from us, but because we have a case, issues. We Equatorian are speaking for our land, but yet, yes, we're still in the so-called South Sudan. But that does not mean that we cannot speak of our land. Those hypocrites who pretend to be nationalists, talk about, oh, we are one people, we're all suffering, and then tomorrow you see them so easily. They will get a pen and paper and ready to go in Juba by a plane and say, yes, we are here. We have come back. It's almost like those people are like those children. I don't know, there's a game I remember a long time, I forgot the name of the game, but there's a game like that where you do something, I think it's Monopoly if I'm not mistaken, where you do some wrong and then you go and get a pardon and then you get in and you do your crime again, you get out and you do some messed up things. So it's like Monopoly game, because Monopoly, I remember we played it physical and we played it also in a board game. It's a very interesting game. And guess what? Just a fun fact on this: it was created by women. Imagine a woman created this Monopoly. It wasn't men. Monopoly, if you look at it, it sounds like it's a man game because the domination, the conspiracies, because Monopoly is all about conspiracy, game, money. It's all about, taking advantage of the others. But the interesting thing about it, women created it. And imagine this woman created it in the 50s. She's American. And one thing about this woman, when I say woman, is that the progress of a nation begins when women are free. When you give women freedom, not the freedom to be confused in a way of, like some of the Western today, and I'm sorry to say it, because there's some, what they call it, the sexual confusion. No. I'm talking about freedom of expression, freedom of understanding, freedom to feel free to express and think without limitation, uninhibited. Women are equal on all manner, in the mind, in their productivity as human being. And this is something that later we'll talk about it, because Equatoria is going to be a nation where I believe, and I know for a fact, Equatoria is going to be a nation democratic. Even better than that, it's going to be, I forgot the word in English because I used to say it all the time, but I forgot it. But anyway, it's going to be a nation where people will have the right to express themselves without anybody taking advantage of them. No superiorities, no inferiorities, only people who will have egalitarian. Yes, that's the word I want to say. Egalitarian nation. That means all are equal. It doesn't matter what level of education you went to, how rich you are, or how beautiful or how unblessed you are, but you're still the person who are equal in every value, in every equal manner of humanity. So this is what we want, an egalitarian society. Unfortunately, South Sudan is not going to be that, because we see even tribes, some tribes want to dominate, and we could see it in Dinka right now. They want to dominate people. So they're trying to build a capitalism, but the backward capitalism, tribal capitalism, let me call it that way. Let it be known. This is tribal capitalism, where one tribe want to dominate the rest, and they want to be the bosses. They want to be the rich one. They want to be the kings. They want to be the leaders. That's what white people did in other nations when they dominate them. But now, of course, the world is changing because of people begin to redeem themselves. But according to us, we're still backward. But I don't want to go far on that. But I want to say thank you so much, my brother Obi, for your great and awesome word, because this word, you made history today, and you're always going to make history, because your word is so powerful and resonate to everyone. Even to my conscience, it got to me, and I really appreciate you. You proved yourself to be Equatorian by saying, I'm an Equatorian. I'm not going to listen. He said, I'm not going to listen to anything that talk about South Sudan. I'm just going to listen to something that talk about my Equatoria, because this is who we are. Because we Equatorian need to take pride on that. Right now, we Equatorian, we're the only nation, the only sane nation within South Sudan. Let it be known. We're the only nation within South Sudan. Do you know what that means? We are tribes. We are combined as a nation. When you have many tribes coming together and standing together as one voice, we are the only nation sane in South Sudan is standing for the truth of their own right. Because we are not going to allow any of our brothers in this region to be harmed. It doesn't mean that we don't understand there is some other brothers in the other areas in Upper Nile, Bahr Ghazal suffering. And I appreciate my brother Harun. I appreciate also my brother Gatluk, who spoke out, because they are also suffering. And we're definitely going to support, because their suffering is not going to be left. We're going to be there for them. And we're saying this not like the other ones who will always try to make themselves alliance, and then they just deceive people, alliance, and then later they step on your head. No, we're not for alliance to step with somebody else. When we say we're going to be there for you, we mean it. But we have to work first in our house, because when time comes, when we are ready, we're going to be there for them. And that's a word of a man. That's not word of cowards, word of betrayers, because we don't do that. We are serious about our word. Equatoria have to stand up, because we have brothers who are suffering, and we'll protect them and make sure they even get their independence, if possible, to have their own land be protected by their sons and daughters, so nobody can harm them, nobody can take their territories. Today, their lands have been occupied. Their women and children are homeless, the same as like our women and children are homeless in other countries. So we're not going to allow that. So again, I want to say thank you, my brother Obi, for your great words. I know we have spoken a lot. I have 30 minutes in this topic. I want to leave with Mr. CJ, are you there? So you can put your final thoughts. I know there was a brother earlier in Facebook, but unfortunately he left, so I could not bring him back. Unfortunately, he came in, but then he left. It's okay. But I was really honored to have you, and I'm honored with every Equatorian who was here with us. I just wish our Equatorian brothers, let them take serious their voices, and let them not entertain themselves with BGs, and as Burkwaj, because what are they getting from them? Let me ask yourself, ask this. All the time they come up and talk about some things. Oh, Equatorian are haters. Oh, that's the separation are haters. Oh, that's opposition are haters. Every time they put a title, but what do we benefit from it? Oh, nafs reputation. It's just the way how they say they're trying to bigger biamur ta'lif, like they're trying to create, like a scenario. But it's the same story. A scenario where the story is always going to end the same, where they want to create a scenario to make you feel like you're watching a new episode. Like if you watch a TV show, right? TV show, at the end, the ending is going to be like this, but still they will create some scenarios to confuse you or to entertain you where you cannot understand, or just to entertain in the middle, Well, you know, the ending is already clear. So our ending is already clear. Equatoria is going to be a nation, and we need to work hard for it. What we need to do is now we need to organize, reorganize, and continue to reorganize until we get to our solution. Right now, Equatoria is not like, we must take this serious. We cannot afford to entertain ourselves with those lies coming out from the other group, because the other group are trying to entertain us with there's so much political elegancy and arrogance and all these things, and they want to come up and talk to us like they know everything about us. You could see them, they come up with so much slogans. Today, I could tell you right now, when we begin to criticize them, most of these people who like to hear when we criticize the other side, they will come by hundreds over here. You will see them like at least 160, whatever. But because we criticize the, we go deep into their wrongs, you don't see them around us. It's okay. And then if they send their spies on us, because that's what they do all the time. They send their spies to check on us, to hear what we say, and then they go report it. It's almost like those reconnaissance we call in the army, and then like spies, or espionage. But they cannot do espionage here. Only they tried before sending somebody who just trying to criticize. Oh, Equatorian cannot make it. And I don't want to take long, because I know my brother Richard has a topic, and we will support him. And please, guys, Richard's going to talk a topic very important today, and we're going to have to support him later on this topic. But I want to just say thank you so much for everyone who's here. And Equatoria must rise. Let's continue fighting for our people. And those who are not in Clubhouse, we have many topics we create, but I prefer people in Facebook to continue being in Facebook, and to send these videos to our brothers down there in the ground and our sisters, so they can send a message to our people and let them know that our people are fighting for them. We in diaspora. I tell you, even if we're few numbers, we are proud, like the Marines. They say, few the proud, because we make impact more than those million or thousand numbers that comes out and say, oh yeah, and they make noises, because they cannot do anything but noise. But for us, we don't switch alliance or switch allegiance for the sake of switching. When we stick on something, we stick on it. We have a purpose to do. I know we have challenges. I'll be honest with you. So many challenges I face, and we face it with our team. And sometimes it gets you so worked out to the point that you almost feel like you kind of give up. But then you remember that it's not about you. It's not about your group, but it's about the purpose and the planning for our people, the future of our people. Because you look back, you say, we came as a refugee. I know that. I was a kid. I never seen my homeland. I left as a kid, 4 years old, from Khartoum. And I've been in many countries. Never saw Sudan really well, not even Juba, never. But I'm proud that I am from Equatoria, because the stories and the legacy my ancestors left to us, it was carried in the mouth, in the mind of my people, that when I was listening and growing up around my people, I was so proud to listen to it and enjoy the feeling, the mutuality, the understanding that we are one people. When we came up to speak about Equatoria, it didn't come up just because out of nothing, because the spirit that they left on us is so strong, it resides on us. We didn't even know what tribe is. Like, the meaning of tribe to us is just something that, like, who, okay, your father is this, that's it. But you don't take it to a religious way, like almost like, like a sacred way, where you wanted to pious, want to be like somebody who will just worship that. But we see this thing happening right now with Dinka very well. Like, they will take this and they will kill anybody for Dinkanism. And this is what they're ruling today. But the Equatorians have shown the image and the truth and the identity, even outside. That's why you see today, some Equatorians don't even speak their language. I myself, I don't even speak. I'm supposed to speak 4 languages of my people, from West, East, and Central. Imagine the East and West and Central, that's only 3, right? And then add to it another one from East and West also. So it's just so confusing, to the point that when I look back, and I'm proud, I'm a mixture of all these people. And that's beautiful thing about us. And then you talk about Equatoria as something people cannot understand. That's why sometimes I feel ashamed when I hear our brothers who are selling us cheap by trying to sell us. Like Equatoria, are just like something like, oh, we are one people with South Sudan. No, we are not. Let it be clear, we are not. Because South Sudan, first of all, is an insult. Sudan is an insult by itself, and to be called South, even greater insult, because first of all, we were a nation of our own. We were brought by force by the British and those colonialists to define us that we are part of this nation. We are not under these colonists. Our people were so proud they fought back. Excuse me. They fought back and they did divide. They did divide our nations, our territories to other nations, so they cannot allow us to come together, because our people were very wise and they understood the meaning of unity. That's why even Joseph Lago tried to make it happen, but he failed because of the betrayal. He did not understand that there is somebody who does not understand the meaning of unity, and that person is everywhere in South Sudan. He's creating chaos, and today people are defining them clear, but there is some cowards who are not able to speak their name. And I'll say it. Those cowards cannot say Dinka are the problem, because they feel like if you say that, mean you generalize everyone. But let's be clear. Dinka are the problem right now. You know, they cause pain. They cause misery. They cause horror. They cause division. They cause pain. Welcome, brother Dominic. Thank you for joining us. I know you can, but we still have time. I'll give you a chance. But you know, yeah, you're good, my brother. You're good. Thank you for joining us. But you know, the pain that they caused us is so terrible that every tribe in South Sudan in general, it doesn't matter if Equatorian tribes by themselves, just any tribe in Upper Nile, Barghazal, they complain about Dinka. And yet the so-called politicians are so trying to be political correct, they're afraid to put that name out there. In particular, the ones who are selling themselves cheap to go back to Kir. Right now, you see the people who want to go back to Kir, they will say, no, don't generalize. Dinka are not all of them guilty. It's only specific people. It's only Salva Kiir. Listen, all of them, because they were part of it. When Nuer were killed, did you ever see Dinka come out in the street and protested against the crime committed by Kir? No Dinka, not even one, came out in the street and said that was crime against humanity. So how could you, the one who have common sense of humanity, to try to sell yourself cheap just because some of them now try to act friendly, because Equatorians and others who are now complaining about the crimes that's committed by majority of Dinka say, don't do that. They don't generalize because some of them are now with us. No, they are there because they felt the threat of division, the threat of, this. They're not going to enjoy this power they have, because they enjoyed the power because we were meek. We were so weak and we allowed them to control us. So I'll leave it here. I'll give a chance to my brother Dominic, and thank you for joining us. Oh, brother Dominic, I don't know what happened. Yeah, go ahead. I was gonna give you a chance. Yeah. So yeah. No. أنا قلت عندك لسه فرصة. No, أنا بس قاعد نقول لك إنه عندنا like yeah, go ahead. Yeah, عندك like maybe أنا بديك فرصة like maybe 5 minutes or like 6 minutes كده كويس. يلا نقفل طوالي.
Okay, shukran. I don't make the mistake of the last time.
I know. And as I just shut down by myself. Like, don't worry, we handle it. I'm recording it also in Facebook, so anybody can حاجة missing هنا بس أمشي في Facebook Equatoria Free Forum تلقاه. فيتفضل brother Dominic. Thank you for joining us.
Okay. Thank you so very much. Yeah, and I just wanted to drop my cent into this topic with Agda. For reason, and I see me too, and I'm on and on.
let me say something. I know the one we don't sometimes and that's one that I want to remind our people. We Equatorian, we are different. We can disagree, but we agree, and that's the beauty of Equatorian. I know my brother Dominic, he's NAS member, and I respect that, and even I know Uncle Cirillo, he's actually one of the leader of NAS. But in those things, we don't take it into grudge like others will take it to the hate and offense. But for us, we can disagree, but we can reason, and we can accept each other's opinion respectfully. And I like what brother Dominic always, when we argue in a point of logical point of disagreement, we do not see it into an hatred or grudges. We see it into based on opinions and based on what we see. But at the end, we are all Equatorian. and I give my voice to my brother, and he will take it if he sees it makes point to him, and also I will take what it makes sense from his word. So thank you, brother Dominic. Please go ahead. Just want to clarify to those who don't understand. Yeah.
I mean, it is naturally because that is diversity and that's the beauty. Because hatta, you don't have to have the same color all the day. Otherwise, it will be always shouted. Some of these people are blind in terms of color. So we should really exhibit and embrace colors, and that's good for the purposes of life. Our hands are not the same, and our thoughts and our minds, our heights are not the same. We were different anyway, so why do we expect us to have a different thought and a different ideology and a different thinking? Otherwise, the world will be chaotic, and that is why today the world was saved, because you are to have the same mentality with Satan, or the same mentality with Trabara, the world would have been destroyed. Zaman, like God is another person altogether. Even he tolerates. He wanted to allow people to do whatever, even to give you the lecture and the benefit of the doubt. And when I was reading Job and how Job was being tried to prove that his loyalty and sincerity and honesty to God is another thing of the day. I'm not a preacher anyway. So what I wanted to talk is, within my 5 minutes, is the topic in question. Do alliance legitimate force related occupation of genocides? It's a question that depends on our value judgment. But the shortest answer to me is no. Why I say it depends on value judgment is why you stand on the eyes. Why do you want this alliance to fall? Alliance does not legitimize occupation unless the intention is to occupy. Unless the intention is to cause genocides. But you have said something that is very true. If we are too different, because even in alliance, there is somebody who believes that I need to go and commit a genocide. And that is why another person would say, well, I don't want it. It's not in my culture. So when people come to alliance, they come because of different values and different beliefs, different upbringing, different tradition to effect something that is so valuable to them. Alliances in and of itself is not tantamount to be a marriage. It's not a marriage. Even in politics, it's not a political marriage. You come to alliance because of specific interests. What is it that you wanted to achieve through this alliance? And by the way, if you look at the world today, and if it's the West, the East, and regional groups, IGAD, SINSAT, the ECOWAS, the ECOMOC, these are alliances. People who came into an agreement because of a certain interest, mutual, to both of them. Are they one single unity? No, they are not. But of course, in any alliances, there is always somebody who will wanted to dominate the scene. But it's also incumbent among those people who will wanted to be in this alliance to accept. When you are entering into an alliance, you are fully aware of the objectives and the terms that have been set. So politically, alliance is a good thing. In any political struggle of nature and endeavor, you have to build alliance, especially when you have the same objectives. For example, you are a separatist movement in Equatoria. There is a separatist movement in Nuer, the role now. There is a separatist movement in the Sholo. There is a separatist movement, for example, in Western Baragazal. Ideally, these are your allies. These are the people who are having the same objectives, not necessarily what you desire as a people. But for you to ally in order to fight against the center that controls this bond is very important. So you need to identify who's your ally, and you have to choose your ally wisely. That does not mean that you should be submissive to your ally. And that is the problem that we have faced in South Sudan when we ally our interests to fight the Jalaba so that we succeed. Now we become a nation. As we become a nation, that weaker bond is not in chemistry. There is covalent bond, and I don't know. I still forget it a little bit, but van der Waals bonds Sharf Ajadel chemistry. Ionic bonds and covalent bonds. Yes, ionic and covalent bonds. The ionic are very strong than the covalent bonds. So these bonds are not very strong. You know, it's not a marriage. Even in a marriage, my people, so why do people tell about? Because that alliances that they have come to is not.
Brother Dominic, sorry, it's 30 seconds left for you because of timing for the recording. Thank you. Yeah.
Recording.
Thank you. Lakin Nadik Fursa next time, definitely. I would love to hear from you, definitely.
Choose your ally. Why?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. We will shut the room for now, but we were gonna be in Facebook for a minute, like maybe 5 minutes, and then we'll shut it off for good. But thank you. God bless. Until next time. And may God bless Greater Equatoria and those also who are suffering in South Sudan, because we are not heartless. We believe that every human being has the right to live and right to be progress as human being. God bless you. Until next time. Thank you. Okay, guys. Shut the room in Clubhouse. Didi, are you with me in Facebook?
Yes, I hear you here.
All right, awesome. Thank you. Yeah, so I know we have a lot in this topic, and this topic we're going to continue next episode, because this topic, and I really appreciate you, Didi, a lot for bringing this topic, because it was very powerful and very clear as a message to our Equatorian to question their alliance and to question who they are going to stand with and who are going to be with. Because right now in this country, Equatorian are always been used as a scapegoat. I mean, I remember somebody else from other area in the region of Upper Nile said that they are used as scapegoat, and I think you heard that before in the clubhouse, which is, it's ironic to me, because really the real scapegoats are Equatorians, and there is a lot of evidence. Equatoria right now, the capital city is in Equatoria, the capital city of the whole country. According to what they're saying, Juba is the capital of South Sudan. But are we South Sudanese? That's the question. We are not. Yet they dragged us in this unholy union. And then you could see in the other side of Upper Nile Bahar Ghazal, there is no security. There is no peace. There is no harmony. People are just wasting their life in a futile and it just irrelevant fight. In a point that you can wonder, like, what is going on here, my friend? Why people are killing themselves like there is no tomorrow? Even Tom and Jerry in a cartoon, we know they have peace at the end. And I know everybody who grew up in Tom and Jerry as a kid understand that. And I say this because this is where our generation understood that, Tom and Jerry. But it was funny. And even Tom and Jerry has a message to young people and to grown-ups, because if you look at it, even the ancient, not ancient, the 20th century, the century before us, you know, the cartoons, people who don't understand why cartoon was not created for kids. Actually, people didn't know that. And as I, as ex-military guy, cartoon was created for entertainment for adults, and later they kind of like put it to kids to, you know, to give them a little bit glimpse of life and world, so in a comic way, in a comedic way, so to show them that, you know, humanity is not fair. There's always going to be a conflict between good and evil. There's always going to be bad people, good people, peace, harmony, and some funny instance in life. And always they perceive it in a comedic way. And that's why when you look at some tragedy, sometimes you will overcome it with joke. That's why you see sometimes people make jokes. But for us in Equatoria, going back to our story, um, we always perceived or put ourselves in a category of understanding that we have an objective, or we have a task to do. Our ancestors gave us a task to protect, a task to build, a task to continue their legacy. That's what gave to Equatorian. Like there was a gentleman earlier, for those who don't know, who never been here earlier, this gentleman who's from Upper Nile, his name was, I forgot, Didi, if you refresh my memory. You remember the guy who said he's trying to challenge Equatorian, why you're separating? Like imagine the
Paul, I
audacity.
think. Paul something.
Yeah, yeah. He was so, it's so, it's like, it's so funny and comical. A man who comes to somebody's house and say, uh, why you got this woman, I don't want you to get married to this woman. I want you to marry to somebody. Or just trying to even say like, I'm your friend, so you need to give me your wife too, so we can share everything. Like, what is this? This doesn't make any sense. But that's exactly what he said. He's trying to tell us like, why Equatorial are fighting for themselves. Why can't they fight for everyone? I said, we fought for everyone since the time of our elders, our forefathers, like Joseph Lago and others who have, gone to their resting place. May God rest their souls. Those people fought, but they never get anything but sorrow and tragedy, and then betrayal. Because what Equatoria did, they done more than enough, and it's enough for us to continue wasting our time, energy, and our people for this unholy union. We thought we were fighting Arab remnants, but then we found ourselves fighting for our survival. We thought we had brothers, then we found out we are alone. We don't have brothers. We thought we were doing good thing. People mocked us for our goodness by weakness. And this one thing I also want to remind people. I have grew always understood that you can be good and kind to people. Some people will misunderstand your kindness as you're stupid, you're foolish. Just because you apologize to people, I'm sorry for I made a mistake, mean you are foolish, you don't have any character. But trust me, a real man, and I say this as a man, they will apologize. But a villain will never. And when we apologize was real. When we do wrong, we admit our mistake. That takes a lot of manhood to say, you know what, I've done wrong. But when you can't do that, you're not even a man. Man is not measured by how strong you are. Trust me, we can fight, but it doesn't get you anywhere. One gonna die and one gonna live. I was a soldier. I fought. And we see how people die. And one die and I live. Or I die and they live. But apparently I made it. So I survived. But for those people to understand, manhood is not about fighting to show your manhood. Manhood is to be humble, to respect humanity, to honor it, and to love fiercely. To love something that you love and fight for it. But once this thing is not worth it, then you continue avoiding it. That's what it is. You admit your mistake, you move on, you do your right thing. People learn from their mistakes. Sometimes people take them time to learn, but we learn. Equatorians have gone through so many experiences of, unity, brotherhood. Equatoria never even spoke about themselves as Equatorian, yet they identify themselves as people of the region of Equatoria, but they always stood as South Sudanese. Even the word Sosa, it wasn't coming from Upper Nile, it was brought by Equatorians. I dare anyone to tell me that Sosa came from Upper Nile people or Bahar Gaza. Sosa was a direct word coming from Equatorians. Why? Because Equatorians felt pride that we are one people. Every time Equatorians have a slang, even Arabi Juba, I dare anybody to tell me Arabi Juba came from Bahar Ghazal or Upper Nile. Because Equatorians always think of the betterment of their community. They want to do better. They always think of progress. They never think of hate, revenge, or I don't like this tribe, I have to fight them because this tribe killed my ancestors. I was not there, but you guys will carry this. And this is what we see it in Upper Nile. And then when you see the smaller tribe in Upper Nile, you begin to dominate them, just out of arrogance, out of greed, out of selfishness and gluttony. And this is not going to get us anywhere. Equatoria do not want to live in this life. That's why we say, the hell with South Sudan. Let's be a nation of our own. So we will be a nation of our own. Those who doubt us, let them doubt. But let me give them this message. You can doubt us, and just remember this. We will be like David among Goliath. I'll give you a message. When David was standing in front of Goliath, Goliath laughed so hard to say, Israel, is that the last thing you're going to give me? You run out of men, so you give me a child? Why don't you give me a dog then? And David said to him, like, hey, who are you talking to? Uncircumcised Philistine? You want to talk to me like that? I come here in the name of the Lord, the living God, the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel. And he came and destroyed Goliath in 1 minute by a stone, tiny stone, just to show you the might of God's heavenly God. And the same thing will come to you guys. And I want this message to go to Kir directly. Kir, you can laugh, you can enjoy, but your time is numbered. And I promise you this, your time is numbered. I don't think the opposition will ever get anywhere, but we will. As Equatorian nationalists, we are getting there. Your time is numbered. And I want to remind you the blood of that innocent kid that you have killed, because that thing hurt me till now. That boy that you have executed him, accusing him that he killed 3 children of his own family. This man is innocent. Let us not buy the lie. Just because they're threatening the family does not mean we have to buy the lie. This boy was innocent and he was executed like a lamb on a slaughter. But I promise you, and this one thing I would say, see, people who doubt, let God judge this. If this kid is innocent, as I believe in, Kir will not make it the next year. Let it be that way. Because Kir have to know his end. Because the blood he have killed so many is enough. And we pray in the name of God of Israel. May God bring justice soon as possible. But as long as we are Equatorian, we will be independent. And we will fight with anything we have. With our mind, with our paper, with our hand, with our pen, with our people in the ground, with women, children. We will resist until we become a nation of one, because we're not part of this chaos, this barbarism, these people who call themselves South Sudanese. They can go back to Khartoum, but we are not going to be part of this unholy union. We are not Arabs. We are not nomads. We are Equatorians. Long live Greater Equatoria, because Equatoria is our Equatoria, our land, our people, our power. And may the blood of our holy saints that they've been massacred, and our women who have been desecrated, our ancestors' grave who have been desecrated, may you, God, hear their voices and their cry and bring judgment and justice to these people. And let this country disintegrate, because we cannot live in an unholy union. We need to live our own so we can build ourselves. If the land of Kush is going to come back to you, let it be in this unity. Let it be starting from this unity back to the understanding of humanity. And then unity will come. So I won't have much to say, but thank you, Didi, and thank you to all my Equatorian brothers and sisters. And I want to tell our sisters, our mothers, our aunties, and our brothers to pray and continue to pray, never to stop until we see Equatoria rise again. And we will be Equatorian nation. It's too much that sometimes you see it, you wonder what to do. Even I feel like sometimes I want to go there and just do something like those Arabs, like those Mujahideen, and put a vest and blow myself out there. I know that's kind of like demonic to go there, but this is how I felt sometimes, like you want to go there and put a vest and just blow them up, just to put fear on them, to tell them that you cannot enslave me. We all gonna die. You're not my master. God is my master. So my fellow brothers and sisters of Great Equatoria, Let's continue praying. And I know your prayers is not going to be wasted. Pray for our brothers and sisters in the bush, in the jungle there, who are suffering under the tree. Those who are fighting, even if they're fighting in a way that they don't understand it yet, but we want them to fight for Equatoria, not to fight for a party, political party, or to fight for the South Sudan, but to fight for the defense of Equatoria. And then we also want to say, pray for those who have lost their life, and pray for their family who are grieving. Even pray for those who are dying in Juba, women who are giving childbirth, those who are dying in accidents, those who are dying from hunger, poverty, and all these things. Pray for them, and pray for us also who we are fighting here, because it's not easy fight. Sometimes it's depressing. It takes a lot from us, but we will make it because we're strong enough. And I want you to pray very much for our friends and fellow members who are really working hard. And also pray for the hearts of people to change. And because I know there is a lot of people who believe in God. And I really appreciate you guys who send me a message of encouragement through, prayers and all that. Really is awesome. And thank you so much. I'm really glad and thankful for you guys. You give me courage sometimes, when we're down, we know that there is a God. And I believe that the God of Israel, God of our fathers, will make things happen. And I promise you it will. Because God is living. He's not dead God. He's a living God. So thank you guys. Be blessed and have a great night and great morning. Good afternoon to you. Didi, sorry I took time. Please go ahead. Finalize.
No, you're good.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for your time, and thank you for doing an awesome job. Thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for taking all these long hours, to give your time and sit here, pass your time of sleeping, even you're exhausted, you're tired, and not feeling well, which you don't want to accept it.
I'm a soldier. Remember that soldiers don't complain about how sick or how tired they are. They continue until they fall down. Yes.
Does not know any
The
soldier.
soldier's always soldier. That's one thing you guys don't know.
It's in your sound, in your voice, you can hear. So yeah.
But let me tell you though, just one thing. Once you become a soldier, you get initiated to that lifestyle. It will never get out of you. It doesn't matter how far you are. That's why you're always ready for anything bad, and you continue fighting for it. But yeah, just but thank you though. Thank you for your concern. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I interrupt you.
I want to take it long. It sends me quite emotional because to see you really, you sound tired. Yeah. Two things that now making me emotional: Equatoria, and to hear you sounding like exhausted and tired. And yeah, the only thing that I can add in what you're saying, because you've said a lot. You said it so perfectly that I shouldn't be adding anything at all, even that, to take away from what you said, or to So all I would say is thank you so much for your time, and we surely appreciate you, and you know that I appreciate you so much. Thank you. You have said it well, perfectly. You could have not said it better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Didi, and I really appreciate you. You've done an awesome job. Even the topic is your creation. It was perfect, and trust me, we're gonna continue this topic again because we need to
It's not
enlighten.
about me. It's all about the team.
I know, but no.
I
But
work
what
under
you
you.
did,
Remember that.
you notice the wrong in our
I work
society.
under you at your command.
Yeah, sometimes even the funny thing also, I remember the funny thing, Didi, like right now our name is in the list in JC. They are trying to find out who's our leader. You remember
No.
that? They begin to look for us, Odysseus, or Didi, they're trying to say who's the leader. I'm like, you know what? We don't have leaders. We are all leaders. So they're confused. That one fi hayata bang. These people, they live in the word bang. Yani kama fi sultan, they don't make any point. So I'm going to start up كيف يكونوا عندهم so many salatin. we doing any.
And I like
You
it
know?
how they used to think, they used to say that they're confused between me and you. They could not tell. Really?
I know.
They want to compete. And then they go like that. Yeah, Didi is a clone account of Etikas. Like, really? But nowadays they tell.
They
Nowadays they
always do some crazy stuff, but we're not afraid of them. And let them come with their craziness. And I tell them, we have the God of Israel with us, the living
like
God. He's
they are
going to
not
protect
seen
us,
us.
and
They
we're
have
going
not
to
seen us
achieve.
at each other's throat all the time. Sometimes, it's just isn't it? So for them
Yeah,
to say that it's the same person.
exactly. Thank you guys. Those are my brothers, and I really love my fellow great Equatorians, patriots who are standing with us right now, who are watching and following us. And please, we ask you to continue also. If anything happens, we need your support. Please be with us, join us, because we want to help our people down there. And we want to also do some programs. And we're going to talk about also a program we're going to do about rally. We really need to do rally, just to even raise our voices even higher than before. Remember last time we did a rally in DC? This time we want to do rally everywhere in the world, anywhere you are living, in Australia, in Europe, in Middle East. I know some places we're not going to go there because security wise, we don't want them to be endangered. But the Equatorian who live in Western countries and in Middle Eastern countries where they're safe to express themselves, please, we need to speak out. We need to protest, even in United Nations buildings and also in the U.S. embassies. So the international community, because we have already put our voices out there. But what we need is now the voice of the people to pressure the international community to take action as soon as possible so they can stop this criminal regime and put them in their end. We are not going to wait for these opposition who are selling themselves so cheap, and they want to lie to us by unity and by let's go and make a deal, and they want to give us a good song of Kumbaya, my lord. We don't need that. We know what we want, and we're going to get it the way how the people get it better. Revolution is not compromise, no negotiation. Revolution is to remove the old and bring the new. Even Jesus said, you cannot bring the old clothes and mix it with the new clothes. You have to take the old clothes, put the new clothes, so you can move on in life as a new person. So God bless you. And thank you so much, Didi, for your great contribution. And thank you, my fellow brothers and sisters of Great Equatoria. You are our inspiration, our encouragement. And please continue and be safe. And God bless your families and everyone. Until next time, we'll see each other. Maybe tomorrow, after any days after, and then we will definitely talk to you guys. God bless you. And shalom to you. Peace to you. Allah ma'akum wa shukran. Thank you. Let me put the music. I forgot. Music to Equatoria, our favorite national anthem, right?
This should be right after the national anthem of Equatoria or
Yeah,
before
that's
it.
my favorite. I love it. We're gonna play it.
He should be the one writing the national anthem of Equatoria.
Yeah,
He
and I
said
want to
it.
give a shout out
Yeah.
to him. What's his name? Fanana or Nagala?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fanana Galite.
Yeah.
He's a
We
good
want to
artist.
give him thank you so much for that song. That song is so beautiful. And may God bless you and your
Find
family.
him in YouTube or in
We want to
Spotify,
get him a chance to bring him up here to
as
speak
well
too.
as
Yeah.
Silver X as well.
Yeah, any one of our Equatorian brothers, those heroes who speak out and they're not afraid to come up and sit down, because هنا طبعا قلنا نشكل خطر للناس, لكن I don't think when coming with us هنا it get to talk about politics. We just want to hear your musical talent and inspiration to our people of Equatoria to continue, because our youth, I hate to call youth because that's a youth that I just getting youth. Like our young people need to come together and discuss this issue about our talents and the brothers and sisters who have the best talents they can and offer and inspire others, next generation. Thank you and God bless. So we put Fanana song. So God bless you until next time. Hold on. Uh-oh. Let me put the other one with the people picture because that one is so beautiful. I like that one.
And I don't know why you always play this.
I know. I'm going to play it now. Okay.
I think I should do it.
What did you say? Sorry.
I think I should do an accident by deleting it. I was like, oops. I'll send CJ.
Yeah, somebody deleted it accident, but this one is a copy. But we good. Thank you.
Okay.
Nah, nah. Oh, na 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 na, yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. I need a one. I need a sour. Oh yeah. I need a Equatorian. Nasawa. I need a Equatorian. Bele Dwahid. I need a Equatorian. Anehna. I need a Equatorian. Oh yeah. Kanita miniambio. Kanita mintori. Weleta min Juba, yeah. Anena Equatorian. Teresia Samagesi Manena. We strong, we stand together. Kanina Gulu Wahi. Equatoria Birapa. Yabirwa Pijama. Asan Bele na Birapa. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us Ipanabule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa. Anina Equatorian. Bele Dwahid. Anina Equatorian. Anehna. Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah. Kanita Zande. Kanita Mai. Au kukuye, anina Equatorian. Kelene na hivo na fusina. Kebili ya kede maferiganina. Salam wa sahaba, behaja derino. Hassan bele na biraba, arif mapisaido. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Give us Ipanabule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa. Anina Equatorian. Bele Dwahid. Anina Equatorian. Anehna. Anina Equatorian.
Nina Kulu Sawa Jama. Zoma Pelfanan Ngala. I love my people, and I'm the voice.
Acholi ya buka ya baka, kuniga balanda mari, kakuwa kiliku Lambo lugoya, acholi kuposa mundo, nyanga morobe mari, mundare, nyambara, utumu mari makutudo, lugara ungaya lobe, lulu kuposa
mundo, Anina Kulu Nasi Sawa. Magi hata bigesi manena. Siasa mabigesi manena. Anina Wahi.
All right, thank you guys. Until next time, God bless. Let me get this off. And thank you, everyone. God bless you. Bye for now. Oops, sorry. I'm trying to.